Wetco for Thursday, March 27th, a live Facebook, YouTube sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. It is Thursday Metal Night, which means we have a lot of stuff to sell, as always. Big night. And here we go. So, let me jump over here and do this. I've been scarfing down a Chipotle burrito. A Chipotle burrito. And now we're good to go. Alrighty, so Laura crate. What's going on here? There's a Laura crate. There's a there's something else here. Is this stuff Paul Smart? No. There's a Rumors though, so I need that for somebody. Robert Matthews, I'm pretty sure. Anyways, let's go ahead and get all this shared, and let's get started. Let's hit the like button. Let's hit the share button, copy link button, share button, group button. Boom, boom, boom. Share, copy link. Let's hit here, there, and let's hit the like button, comment, and let's hit here. Followers. Go back over here. Hit here. All right. Here's this link. I've already posted that. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum-da-dum. All right, Craig. We need the lyrics to one. Here come the auction deliveries. All right, that's been all shared. Let's tag top fans. Top fans are tagged. Let's hit the like button there. Okay, let me step up front very quickly before I come back and start putting up our first auctions. Alrighty. Welcome, everybody. So when you're on, hopefully you've already hit the lock button. That's a given. That's like, at this point, if you don't do that immediately, then shame on you. Fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, we won't get fooled again. That was George Bush. Fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, we won't get fooled again. Have you ever seen a tide turn? Our first single is the Monster Mash, Parrot Records, in the company sleeve, a $7 star for the Monster Mash. That's now up for bid. That's the Monster Mash, everybody. That's now up for bid. Let's go ahead and get tonight's video up. Okay. Monster Mash has a bid. This is actually stuff I priced late last night. We might try to do that again tonight if we can. We'll see what happens. Let me go ahead and grab first couple crates here. Let's see. Let's start with this one, which is some of the newest stuff from yesterday. And let's get this party on the road. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so we got Nina Simone, Widespread Panic, Beatles, Descendants, Faith No More, Robin Trower, Marillion, Days of New, Static X, Days of New, Static X, Whitechapel, Silverchair, Static X, Ozzy, Wasp, Green River, Pink Floyd. We got 4 crates of new vinyl tonight, and they're all pretty much full. Last night we had 6, but you probably could say we had 4 because 2 of them were full of pre-orders. So about the same as last night, so we got a lot again. We have the new album by Santana, Centennia. Centennia is on the splatter vinyl. That's $33.99. Monster Mash has one bid with Philip Holt for $7. Going once, going twice to Philip Holt. Also, we have Creedence Clearwater Revival. This is Mardi Gras, and Mardi Gras is on Go Vinyl, and CCR Mardi Gras is $33.99. I've got 2 copies of this Metallica bootleg in the City of Brotherly Love. Metallica's on red vinyl in the City of Brotherly Love. Metallica's $39.99. Also, we have Nirvana Unplugged. That's the 2 LP edition. Full cover, gatefold, very nice. That's Nirvana Unplugged. We love Nirvana Unplugged. Also, we have Helloween, Keeper of the 7 Keys. Helloween is $36.99. This is $36.99. This is Keeper of the 7 Keys. I still got 2 copies of that. $36.99. And we have 1, 2, 3 copies of Steelheart left. Now, these last 3 copies of Steelheart I left do have a light seam crackle, but just FYI, they are available. They were out of stock, so those that went on waiting list last night for potentially better copies, they were a little out of stock, so I hope that we get more in those soon. Whitesnake's Greatest Hits is $39.99. We have Breakfast at Tiffany's, Henry Mancini, that's $29.99. And we got 2 copies of Wasp, Headless Children. Wasp, Headless Children is $36.99. Let me make sure there wasn't any other claim for this one. I know we had a waiting list for Was self-titled. Yep, we'll do that in just a second. But here's Nina Simone, and this is so to Donna Turner. Nina Simone is $29.99, and that's our first sale of the night, so to Donna Turner. And then Green River. Green River's right here. It's a 2LP. It's new. It's sealed. And Green River, so to Paul Conway. Thank you, Paul Conway. That is so to you. And then right over here, we got the Monster Mash. That's so to Philip Holt for $7. Thank you, Philip. That's so to you. The next New Orleans single is Bleeding Heart, the Johnnies. The Johnnies is going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. And we have the Ramones, Road to Ruin. Ramones, Road to Ruin. That's cut from the original analog master tape by Kevin Gray. $39.99. No Japanese tonight, but we do have High Five Ramones there for you. Also, Heart self-titled. Heart is $33.99. That's new and sealed. Heart self-titled. Got several of those available. The Sex Pistols, live in the USA. Longhorn Ballroom, Dallas. White vinyl, $36.99 on that. The Johnnies is a $5 start. The newest album by Mumford & Sons, Rushmere, on red vinyl. That is $38.99 last copy. And then lots of claims on Static X. This is Wisconsin Death Trip. The first person on Wisconsin Death Trip was Dwayne Sevilla. And then Jonathan Roberts, okay? Now, that means Matt Shiker, you were second on Wisconsin Death Trip. Let's put him on a waiting list. Matt Shiker was second, and that means Dean Tedford, so Wisconsin Death Trip, those are so to Dwayne and Jonathan. Matt Shiker's first on a waiting list. Dean Tedford second on a waiting list. And now Ryan Eaton third on a waiting list. So we need more copies of Wisconsin Death Trip. We got 3 people on a waiting list right now. 2 from the flip video. There's Ryan Eaton. And then this is so to Matt Shiker. That's the new album by Whitechapel. And that's so to Matt Shiker. Final call to get a bid on the Johnnies. $5 start on that. And I don't have a lot of warm-up auctions, so we're probably just going to stick with our 45 auctions up until it's about time to do the metal stuff, unless I can figure out where else do I have some other stuff I can put up. But I've got all of our metal here, which is going to be a little bit closer to, at least another hour before I run the first one. I may just have to start pulling some random stuff and getting creative over here for auctions. I might have to go back to the Fred Goodwin classical stuff. We might do classical stuff the first 30 minutes of Metal Night. That would be about right. I always try to tell people, I was like, you never know what's going to be on Metal Night. We have a couple of people who always comment. They're like, well, I'll see you again on Friday. And I'm like, we end up showing probably the first 2 hours more non-metal stuff than we do metal, because we have mostly just the auctions. But they did mark some crates, and I hear more crates being marked right now. So lots to go through tonight already. The Johnnies is a $5 buy it now. That's a buy it now for $5. That's our next New Orleans single. Our next one is the Star Spangles. I Live for Speed. The Star Spangles is a $5 start. And then here's Jim Steinman, The Storm. Jim Steinman, which is a promo. Jim Steinman did some work there of Meatloaf. That's a $5 start on that. So here's what's left in here. If you need a price, or if you already know the price and you was waiting to claim it, now's the time. We got Santana, CCR, Metallica, also Nirvana, Halloween, Steelheart, Whitesnake, Breakfast at Tiffany's, Wasp, the Ramones, Hi-Fi, Heart, Sex Pistols, and the newest album by Mumford & Sons. Let's go ahead and knock out another bin right quick. I posted about 6 crates over in the flip video, maybe 4. That one went fast, just a few claims in there. Let's go ahead and knock out another one right quick and see what we can do over here, all right? So let me grab this and see what we can do. It's going to be another very exciting night. I have a feeling we're going to sell a lot of records when they start bringing all this newly priced stuff over here for sure. Jim Steinman has a bid for $5, and then what's Steelheart? It's the new one that comes out Friday. It's called Steelheart. It does have a seam crackle. It's $33.99. We had 75 in yesterday. We've sold 72. We got 3 left with a light seam crackle. They are $33.99. It's Steelheart by Steelheart, $33.99. Has never been in print up until tomorrow. Comes out officially tomorrow. All righty, let me grab a handful of 45s out of here and a hand of 45s out of here. And let's go ahead and put these over here a little bit closer to me. Just a little bit closer to me. And next thing we have is this right here. We have Gang of Four, Song of the Free. Gang of Four is $33.99. We have 1 copy of that left. Led Zeppelin, International Texas Pop Festival, which is a bootleg on marble vinyl, $34.99. Queen, News of the World, that's $33.99. Hootie and the Blowfish, that is on clear vinyl, $29.99 on Hootie. Corrosion Conformity Wise Blood, that's $46.99. Black Sabbath 13, that's a 2LP, $34.99. Several albums by Black Flag. We have Damaged, My War, and Slip It In. Those are all $33. And then Everything Went Black is $39.99. Puddle of Mud Come Clean, that's $38.99. Silverchair, Neon Ballroom. Silverchair, Neon Ballroom is officially sold to Eric Fisher. That was my last copy. If anybody else wants on that waiting list, let me know. Here's Static X Start a War. Now, this one's still available. Static X Start a War. No one claimed this one. There was a ton of claims for the other ones, but that's still available. $38.99. Also, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $46.99. And we have Machine Head, the Burning Red. Machine Head's $39.99. Overkill's $38.99. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? In mono, music on vinyl, $39.99. The Beach Boys, the very best of the Beach Boys, 2LP, $36.99. The Descendants is sold to Mike Massey. I got one extra copy if anybody wants it. And CCR Chronicle, which is a 2LP. We sold one, and now we have one left. $34.99. Jim Steinman is sold to Jackie Ray for $5. If anybody wants the Star Spangles, it's a $5 buy it now. The next New Orleans singles are right back here, and that is Leopold Krauss and Wellen Kanapalele La Fila something something. That is exactly what I meant to say, and that's a $5 start. And we have Viva La Meltones, and that's going to go up for a $5 start. There's the next two New Orleans singles. And CCR is officially sold to Michael Fairchild. Thank you, Michael Fairchild. CCR sold to you. Anybody else on anything in that bin? That left the Descendants, the Beach Boys, Jimi Hendrix, Overkill, Machine Head, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Static X, Puddle Mud, Black Flag, Black Flag, Black Flag, Black Sabbath, Corrosion Conformity, Hootie and the Blowfish, Queen, Led Zeppelin, and Gang of Four. Those are all still available. And let's go right over here. Elevate was slammed. I know, that's why I don't go anymore. That coffee shop keeps getting more popular and more popular. I used to go, you know, when I would drive by the store and I'd have 15, 20 minutes to spare, I used to go over there, but sometimes I've been stuck in line for 20, 30 minutes. And I'm like, I can't do this. Well, I can't start the show. I'm usually here and late, but imagine if I got here 30 minutes later, and then we might as well just change it to 6 o'clock. So I was like, I better not do that. Robert Matthews, that was my only copy of CCR left. We ended up selling 2 others last night. So I'll go ahead and put you on a waiting list. Machine Head was music on vinyl, $38.99. Machine Head was music on vinyl, $38.99. And I think this is the first Laura crate here, which looks like new sealed metal. That's very nice. And let's go ahead and figure out what I done with that next crate. Uh-oh, hope they hadn't moved too much around here. What happened to my other crate? Let's see what happened here. Muse, maybe it was this one here. I hope it is. I know it wasn't the one with Noah Khan in it. Let's go ahead and knock this one out. I know there's some in here for sure. Okay. Here we go. And Sean Mankle says he'll take it. And then, so Robert Matthews does one on the CCR waiting list. And then Machine Head is officially sold. Fantastic. Machine Head is officially sold. So Machine Head is sold. And let's put this right over here. And there is Machine Head. Thank you. That is sold. Now, metal auctions at 6 or 6:30. I don't know. I may start, I have other stuff that I might slip in. You know, there's some stuff in here like Kiss and AC/DC, Alcatraz. Some of the harder, bigger titles, some of the heavier hidden titles might be a little closer to 7 or later. First thing in here was Taylor Swift, The Tortured Poets Department. That's new and sealed for $29.99. We also have Widespread Panic. We did sell one of these to R.J. Myers. Thank you, R.J. Myers. That is sold to him. Also, we have the new Lamont Dozier album, Love and Beauty. That is sealed for $24.99. And Julian Baker, which is sealed for $19.99. Got a couple of those left. Also, DMA's How Many Dreams. Those are unopened for $29.99. Maggie Rogers is sealed for $19.99. And we got 2 copies of Wilco left. Yankee Hotel Foxtrot. That's on sealed cream-colored vinyl for $29.99. Marillion. This was officially sold to David Howard. Thank you, David Howard. That's sold to you. Also, we have Britt Taylor, Kentucky Blue. That's new and sealed sealed, $19.99. Paul Spoonable on melons, the Meltones. Sell that to Paul Spoonable for $6. If anybody wants a Leopold Krauss, that's going to be a $5 buy it now. Next is Robin Trower. This is new and sealed on Go Vinyl. That's sold to GenCast. Thank you, GenCast. That's sold to you. And then we had 1 Days of the New left at just $44.99. We sold 5 of these last night. It was at such a great price at $44.99. That is sold to... Hold on a second. This is not sold to him. There was somebody right here before him. Aaron Civic. Let's see. Yeah, Aaron Civic. Aaron Civic got Days of the New. Thank you, Aaron. That's sold to you. Also, we have 3 copies of Charlie Puth, 9-track mine, sealed on clear vinyl, $24.99. And then Modern Life is War. These are new for $19.99. Modern Life is War. Those are $19.99. I've got 4 of those available. Also, Tom Petty Southern Accents is new and sealed, $29.99. And we have Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs. Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs, is new and sealed for $29.99. And this is officially sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. That's sold to you. Also, the Turnpike Troubadours, just $19.99, new and sealed. And Muse, Origin of Symmetry. Muse is $29.99. Muse, Origin of Symmetry is $29.99. All righty. Let me see if I can get over here. And give me 1 second here. Let's see what I've got. Let's see, some of the stuff that's sealed might make great early metal auctions. Our last copies, yeah, let's do this right here. Here we go. This would be great. This would be a good way to chip away at some of the stuff too. So I've got 2 sealed records here. I've got At the Gates. At the Gates is sealed. This is 180 gram with insert sheet, double-sided, The Nightmare of Being. At the Gates is sealed, unopened. That's going to go up for a $15 start. And then Pantera. Pantera is new and sealed. It's on White and Southern Flames yellow marble vinyl. Pantera is a $15 start. There's our first 2 auctions. Those are both sealed. I'm going to start doing metal auctions right now. Sealed stuff. $10 and $15 starts. Pantera's a $15 start. At the Gates is a $15 start. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? We have Muse, and Muse, Turnpike Troubadours, Tom Petty, Modern Life is War. We have Charlie Puth. We got Britt Taylor. We got Wilco, Maggie Rogers, DMAs, Julian Baker, Lamont Dozier, Widespread Panic, and Taylor Swift. That's where we're at right now. Pantera has a bid for $15. Pantera has a bid for $15. At the Gates is a $15 start. Our next New Orleans single is Forbidden Planet and Bottle Rocket. And this is Sincerely Yours, The Lustre Kings. The Lustre Kings. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And also, we have the last 2 New Orleans singles right here. We have the Okie Dokies, which is a double 45. The Okie Dokies is a $5 start. And I'll do that one last. And we have ended up selling a whole box after those 2 right there. So there's our current 4 auctions. Pantera's at $15.15. Anybody else want anything in here? I got one more crate to go through. And then we'll go ahead and actually do a new crate. Probably do a new crate of new vinyl, or maybe a buy it now best offer new crate. We'll do something, okay? We'll do something. Something in the way she moves attracts me like no other lover. Here we go. I heard the front door. I wonder if that's my blue juice delivery. I hope so. I'm going to take a drink of my purple juice, though, right now. There's the purple juice, and now I hear the blue juice. It has arrived. Thank you. I'll grab this and this. Don't want to drop this. That would be a disaster, not only just physically, but also a financial disaster. These are pricey drinks, but well worth it. Boy, this is what it's called. This is when you know it's metal night. This is when you know it's metal night. That's enough caffeine right there probably to send me to the emergency room. I need to go buy that coffee shop. I'm going to be like, what do y'all want for this place? I just need to go buy it at this point. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we have in here. And first thing we have is... I left off by saying Pantera 15, Pantera 15, At the Gates 15, Pantera 17, At the Gates 18, Lustre King 6, Pantera 20, At the Gates 20, Pantera 20, Pantera 22. First thing we have is Testament, Souls of Black. This is new and sealed music on vinyl. $39.99. Testament Souls of Black, $39.99. Also, the Beatles Past Masters. Sell this to R.J. Myers. Make sure it goes in for $44.99. And if anybody wants on a waiting list, I'll do those for $44.99. Sell that to R.J. Myers. Thank you, R.J. Also, Slayer, World Painted Blood, Slayer, new sealed, $36.99. For Slayer, I've got Pink Floyd and The Dark Side of the Moon live at Wembley. Empire Pool, 1974. Dark Side of the Moon is $34.99. I've got one copy of Taylor Swift Red. Gatefold, 2 LP, $33.99 for Taylor Swift Red. The Killer's Hot Fuss is $36.99. The Killer's Hot Fuss. And then Faith No More. This is our last copy. It's sold to John Oliver. It's a live 2 LP, $19.90 for $44.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Linkin Park live. In the back of my head, Auburn Hills, Michigan, 2001. That's a live Linkin Park for $29.99. And we have Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, 40th anniversary, blue vinyl with poster. That is $33.99. So At the Gates is at $25. Pantera's at $25. Pantera's at $26. The Okie Dokies has a bid for $5. No bid on the Luster. Yep, Paul's also in on the Luster Kings. So he has high bids on both 5 and 6. Final call. 2 copies of Pearl Jam self-titled. Pearl Jam is $38.99. That's new and sealed 2 LP. And also Taylor Swift Red, Taylor's version, $54.99. Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder, 3 LP, $79.99. And we have Linkin Park Hybrid Theory. Linkin Park is new and sealed, $33.99. And The Verve, Urban Hymns. The Verve is $59.99. Bittersweet Symphony, $59.99. So right now, we have a final call on At the Gate. Hiram Aponte has that for $25. Pantera is a final call to Aaron Civic for $26. And there's 2 Taylor Swift Reds. There's Taylor's version, which is a triple LP, $54.99. And then the OG version, which is a 2 LP, $33.99. And the last thing, we've sold several sets, but I have 3 sets left. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, a full concert, Jones Beach broadcast, New York 2000, $44.99 for Volume 1, $44.99 for Volume 2. Paul Spoonable, you get the Okie Dokies for $5. Paul Spoonable gets the Luster Kings for $6. And now, that was everything in here that I think has been pulled and claimed, right? So let me go through everybody's comments. And nope, there was Dean Tedford wanted Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. I didn't pull that for Dean Tedford. And let's make a note. I'll also have it here, but he wants on the waiting list for Wasp, self-titled. I just ordered more of those. And then Matt, I didn't have enough Wisconsin for you. Josh, somebody already got Days of the New. And that took care of everybody's comments. So everything on that video is done, and we're done with that for the night. Let me send one message right quick. Okay, there we have it. And Aaron Civic wants Taylor Swift Red, the first version. Got it. That's sold to Aaron Civic. Thank you. All right, Pantera is officially sold, and that is sold to Aaron Civic for $26. Thank you, Aaron Civic. That's sold to you for $26. At the Gates is officially sold to Hiram Aponte for $25. Thank you, Hiram. That's sold to you for $25. Now, let me step over here, and it looks like I can go ahead and knock out some auctions with some of this stuff, but here's what we can do. This will be a first come, first serve type basis. First, let me grab this, and let me grab, just one of these. I'm looking for ones of ones. Here we go. So here's this, and here's this. And here's our next 2 auctions. And also, I have 2 more Panteras I'll sell at that same price. They're a first come, first serve, and the winning bid was $26. So if anybody else wants a Pantera for $26, just comment Pantera, and those will be sold to you, all right? There's 2 extra copies. Here's our next auction. This is Mushroom Head, Beautiful Stories for Ugly Children. It's sealed, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. Mushroom Head, $15 start. Autopsy. This is called Morbidity Triumphant. And Autopsy is sealed, and that's going to go up for a $15 star. So 2 more Panteras there, and those were originally marked $35. So consider that an on-sale buy now on Pantera. Our next New Orleans single is Decky Dickerson with the Lost Straight Jackets, Town Without Pity, and Bad Reputation. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Anybody else on anything good here? Justin Deckelman wants a Machine Head Burning Red. Music on vinyl press. You've got it. And here's what's left in here. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes, Volume 1 and Volume 2. The Verve Verve, Linkin Park, also Pink Floyd, Taylor Swift, Pearl Jam, Linkin Park, The Killers, Pink Floyd, Slayer, and Testament. That's all available. Let's go ahead and knock out a crate of new vinyl. Hope everybody's watching early because you're about to see some new vinyl. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 packed full crates over here. Thanks for Ed to unboxing all this, etc., etc. He's got all of them marked. I've been keeping up with my end of the deal and I leave price sheets on his desk. They send us invoices the day stuff shipped, and then I go over here and I pull everything out and price it for him, and he puts the stickers on them and unboxes it. He checks for condition issues, which would be something I would never have time to do. So, all right, J.D. Conklin also wants a Pantera. Now we're just down to one. Who was the backup bidder? I figured the backup bidder, $26. So, Joe Salamo, are you sure you don't want one for $26? That's sold to J.D. Conklin. That leaves one. Mushroom Head's a $15 start. Autopsy's a $15 start. And here we go. New MoFi release, a big one. Van Halen, the one-step box set. Women and Children First. Now, I say box set. The first thing you need to know is it's just vinyl. Usually when I show these one steps, if people's not familiar with them, first thing they ask is what comes with it. It's just the packaging. It's such a high-quality audiophile pressing, they put it in a box. It's an Ultra Disc one step. $134.99. I've got two of them. Van Halen, Women and Children First, $134.99. Dio, Holy Diver, 2LP, Joe Barresi remix, $44.99. Autopsy has a bid for $15, going once, going twice. No bid on Mushroom Head and no bid on that single, looking for a $5 start. King Diamond, the Eye. King Diamond's on purple and black marble vinyl, $36.99 for King Diamond. I've got two of those. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback is $33.99. If everyone cared, Rockstar Photograph, $33.99 on Nickelback. And let me pause right here with Johnny Cash Songwriter. And this is on the indie exclusive black and white colored vinyl and includes a Johnny Cash sticker, 11 songs newly found and unreleased that were recorded in 1993. That is $36.99, okay? Now we have Autumn. We have Autumn on Autopsy for $15, Mushroom $15. Autopsy 17, Autopsy 16. If anybody wants the Decky Dickerson Lost Straight Jackets, it's a $5 buy it now. And then Kelly Robert, let's give those to the Vlodder They both got one, but they only need one. That's sold to the Vlodder. And then Tim Graham also gets one. So those are sold. If anybody else wants a Johnny Cash, I can put you on a waiting list. Forbidden Evil, the epic debut album from the Bay Area thrash legends, Forbidden, $33.99. We had two Johnny Cashes, so one to the Vlodder, one to Tim Graham. Let's get a waiting list started. Jerry Stone, you'll be first on the waiting list. These were in stock, and they'll be back in on Monday or Tuesday. So Jerry Stone on that waiting list. Thank you. If anybody else wants on there, let me know. We have Brooks and Dunn, the original reboot with Casey Musgraves and Thomas Rhett, Ashley McBride, Luke Combs. Reboot is $33.99. Brooks and Dunn. And here is a new Iron Maiden bootleg that I just got in stock. Japan, 1981. It's a 2LP, $44.99. Iron Maiden, Japan. I don't have any other details except that. It's got some very AI-looking artwork there on the front. Iron Maiden, Japan, 1981, $44.99. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies that is available, $44.99. Van Halen is $134.99. That's the new MoFi one step of Women and Children First. All right, so Autopsy. I think Mushroom Head just got one bid. That's sold to Philip Hope for just $15. Thank you, Philip. There's a Mushroom Head sold to you for $15. If anybody else wants one, I've got one more Mushroom Head. And now Pantera is still over here for $26. Napalm Death. This is Harmony Corruption. Napalm Death is $38.99. Napalm Death and two copies of SOD, Stormtroopers of Death, Speak English or Die. 2LP, Gatefold, $33.99 on that. Autopsies at 18 with Autumn Betts. Now 19 with Jim Stafford. And now I have what coming up next? Let's see what I have over here. Let's put this one up. I figured there'd be somebody in on it by now, but there hadn't been, so let's go ahead and put it up for auction, pretty much at half price. This is Wes Craven's The People Under the Stairs, the original motion picture soundtrack. The People on the Stair. First ever vinyl release of the Terrifying Score, the Wes Craven's classic. That is sealed and going to go up for a $15 start. Autumn 18, Autumn 19, and Doug Reeder on the Iron Maiden bootleg. Thank you, Doug Reeder. That is sold to you. I also have 1, 2, 3 copies of DMX The Legacy, which is essentially a DMX greatest hits. One is sold to Donna Turner. I've got 2 extra copies there if anybody wants DMX. And Wasp Live. And this is Live in the Raw. Wasp is a 2 LP, new and sealed, $44.99 for Wasp Live in the Raw. 2 LP that is available. So Wes Craven, The People Under the Stairs, that is a $15 start. Autopsy's now at 20 with Autumn Betts. Jim Stafford, you're out. And the next thing in here is King Diamond, The Dark Sides. That's on orange, white marbled. That's King Diamond, $36.99. I've got 2 copies of that. Also, Dwight Yoakam, Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. Dwight Yoakam is $33.99. I've got that available on blue vinyl. And another Forbidden, Twisted into Form. Forbidden is $33.99. Twisted into Form. And Wasp, the best of the best. That's a 2 LP, new and sealed. Wasp, best of the best. I can tell it's early because that is all brand new stuff. A lot of that in there metal that I've never had or haven't had in a long time, and most of it's still available. Definitely need to go through that crate a little bit later. And Paul Brothers wants a DMX The Legacy. Thank you, Paul Brothers. Anybody else on that bin? And I'm going to read through it one more time. People Under the Stairs is at 15 with Paul Brothers. Brandon Lack bid first, and now Autopsy's a final call to Autumn for 20. Just got to make sure Jim Stafford doesn't want back in. Let's read through those one more time. But first, I think it's time to get into the next level, the next layer here of some New Orleans records that I hadn't got to yet. So let's do that right now. And the next one is The Byrds. Now, this is spelled B-I-R-D-S. This is The Byrds for a $5 start. No Good Without You, Baby. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Is that your crate right there, Paul? Yeah. That's your crate right there? Okay, I'm just making sure. Okay. All right. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Hey, I'm okay with that. I'm going to drink some blue juice. What a relief. Great tasting blue juice. We have The People Under the Stairs, new bid for $20 with Paul Brothers. Let's go ahead and sell The Byrds, or excuse me, the wrong record. The Byrds is a $5 start. Autopsy is officially sold to Autumn. Autumn gets Autopsy for $20. Thank you, Autumn. That's sold to you for $20. Stairs is the movie soundtrack. Yes, it's the official score by Wes Craven. Let's read through this crate one more time. This is Van Halen, Women and Children First, Ultra Disc One Step from MoFi. That's $134.99. Dio, Holy Diver, the 2 LP remaster remix by Joe Barresi. 2 LP with new artwork and bonus tracks, $44.99. And King Diamond. This is the purple and black marble vinyl. King Diamond's $36.99. Nickelback's $33. All the Right Reasons. Forbidden Evil. That's new and sealed, $33.99. And we have 3 of those. Also, Brooks and Dunn. That's Reboot for $33.99. Iron Maiden, Live in Japan, 1981. That is $44.99. There's 4 copies there. Napalm Death, Harmony Corruption, $38.99. SOD was $33. That last DMX is sold to Troy Robinson. Thank you. And we have Wasp, Live in the Raw, $44. King Diamond's $36. Dwight Yoakam, $33. Forbidden, Twisted in the Form was $33. And Wasp is $44.99. If anybody wants The Byrds, B-I-R-D-S, it's a $5 buy now. New bid on the stairs is at 21. So Paul Brothers, you've been outbid. New bidder, new buyer, and she is in. Let me step right over here and see what else I have up for auction. Let me grab one of these and let me see if anybody wants that other mushroom head at a reduced price. So let me do that right quick right now. Let's do it. So we had a mushroom head. We sold one for just $15. Anybody else want a mushroom head for $15? And we just had Autopsy. Here is fit for an autopsy. This is sealed. Wow, this was originally $40. This is pressed on mint green and pink pinwheel with black splatter, limited 1,000. Fit for an autopsy is a $20 start. The Sea of Tragic Beast. That's going to go up for a $20 start. Just FYI, that's now up for bid, $20 start. First thing is Brad waits on Pantera, so he wants the discounted Pantera for $26. Thank you. That last discounted Pantera sold that we sold at auction. Now that just leaves one mushroom head. People Under the Stairs is officially also sold to Patty for $21. Fit for an Autopsy's a $20 start. And here's another soundtrack that I'm going to put up for a $15 start. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, music by Andrew Scott Bell, Record Store Day, red and yellow split. That's going to go up for a $20 or a $15 start. Winnie the Pooh, Record Store Day, Black Friday there. All right. Anybody else? Titles and prices on King Diamond. There are 2 King Diamonds in here. This is the Eye for $36.99, and then also the Dark Sides for $36.99. Now, that was me, an experiment showing a really new crate really early, and I'll have to go back through that one again later. We'll try that one again later. There's a lot of stuff in there, probably around 8 o'clock. I have a feeling a lot of that, I hope, will sell the next time I go through it. Let's go ahead and stick to my normal routine of doing some discount vintage and doing older new vinyl crates. That always seems to work best. Seems like the stuff that's been shown before in the past seems like it sells better early on. I think people's had time to think about it and like, you know what, Chad? I do need that copy of Jerry Cantrell's Degradation Trip. Let me go ahead and bring this over right here and see what we got. All righty. So, right now, let's go ahead and do a New Orleans bundle. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3, we got 4, we got 5 New Orleans records if anybody wants them for $15. 5 New Orleans NOLA bundle, $15. If anybody wants the NOLA bundle for $15, that will be all right with me. Here is our next New Orleans single that's going to go up for auction right now. Adam and the Ants, and this is Ditcher Girls. Adam and the Ants is a $5 start. That's now up for bid. That's now up for bid. Give me 1 second over here, please, before I get too busy. All right. So, first thing in here is Taylor Swift Fearless. This is the Platinum Edition. 2 LP. This is $33.99. There's another Taylor Swift. That's Fearless. Also, we have Traveler. That's a 2 LP new and sealed Chris Stapleton. $39.99. And System of a Down Toxicity, $28.99. William Dragovich gets the New Orleans bundle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for $15. Thank you, William Dragovich. Those are sold to you. Now over here we have Fit for an Autopsy and Winnie the Pooh. The last thing we had was Fit for an Autopsy at $20. Autopsy $20. Autopsy $22. Autopsy $23. Winnie the Pooh $25. And then NO $15. Oh, that was New Orleans. Oh, my bad. Paul Sponable was first. Paul Sponable was first. My bad, William. Paul was first on those. He put New Orleans 15. Those are sold to him first. Sorry. Fit for an Autopsy 25, and then Fit for an Autopsy 26. And then Winnie the Pooh has 1 bid with Anthony Riddle for $25 final call. The Black Sabbath Vertigo go up. That's going to be closer to like 8 o'clock. That'll be close to like 8 o'clock. Next thing in here is Speak Now by Taylor Swift. So we got Fearless and Speak Now, $33.99. The Beatles White Album, $49.99. I'm So Tired. Back in the USSR, Dear Prudence, Obla Di, Obla Da, $49.99, 2 LP stereo remaster. Philip, I have a feeling you have enough time to go to the grocery store. You better hit in your car. You better run out there, jump in it, slam the door, turn the ignition over, and you better put pedal to the metal, and you better run through that grocery store, push that shopping cart around, and be like, folks, I got to get back home and watch Metal Night on Colecco. I got to get through this store fast, out of my way. Taylor Swift is on green vinyl. Evermore is $33.99. We have Pink Floyd The Wall, $49.99 for Pink Floyd The Wall, 2 LP. I can imagine this like guys running through the grocery store mad at their wives like, I've got to get back home. I don't know why you're making me get groceries. Chad's doing Metal Night tonight. You know this. We have Taylor Swift, $33.99. This is a 2 LP, new and sealed, $33.99. Taylor Swift and Nirvana. This is Nevermind, $36.99. Nirvana, Nevermind, $36.99. New and sealed. Taylor Swift Reputation, $54.99. That's a 2 LP picture disc. Michael Jackson Bad, new and sealed, $28.99 on Michael Jackson Bad. So Winnie the Pooh is sold for $25, and that was sold to Anthony Riddle. Thank you. That sold to you for $25. That's sold. And now, Fit for an Autopsy. The last bid was Brandon Lack. He said out. Jim Stafford has it for $27. Final call, $27 on that. What about Adam and the Ants? I think we just had 1 bid with Rebecca for $5. We did. We have the Misfits, Earth AD on purple vinyl, $38.99. And Slayer, South of Heaven, $33.99. $33.99. Slayer, South of Heaven, $33.99. We have, let's go back over here and see what's going on. So we just sold one Winnie the Pooh. I have one back up. And did we sell one of these just a second ago? I think we did. Hold on a second. So here's another Winnie the Pooh if anybody wants one for $25. And let's see here. Didn't we just sell an autopsy a second ago? So whoever wants an autopsy, the winning price, not fit for an autopsy. This is just autopsy. And the winning bid on this was $20. Does anybody else want Autopsy Morbidity Triumph for $20? That is a buy now. So is Winnie the Pooh for $25, and so is that Mushroom Head for just $15, okay? Next is Adam and the Ant. That's sold for $5 to Rebecca Howitt. That is sold. And we have two copies of Accept, Balls to the Walls, $38.99, and Jerry Cantrell, Degradation Trip, 2 LP music on vinyl, $44.99. Fit for an Autopsy's at $28. Make sure I didn't miss anything else there. Let me go back up to the top. And we have Eric Church, Carolina. That's on clear vinyl, $29.99, and AFI Burials. AFI Burials, that's a 2 LP, $34.99. Jim Stafford wants this autopsy for $20. Jim, you get that autopsy for $20. Fit for an Autopsy back here has a high bid of $28. The last bidder on that before him was Jim Stafford. So Jim, you got that autopsy, but now you're out on this autopsy. And then there's Slayer for $33.99. Lady Gaga, The Fame, $39.99. Oasis, Standing on the Shoulder of Giants, 25th anniversary, silver vinyl, $44.99. And Pearl Jam Backspacer, $33. Jerry Cantrell is sold to Kristen Driscoll. Thank you. Ben Digert wants that Mushroom Head for $15. Thank you. That's sold to him. Anybody want that Winnie Pooh? We just sold one for $25. There's another one for $25. Blood and Honey, music by Andrew Scott Bell, $25 on that. All right, now I'm going to throw up something a little bit different. This is actually a record that was tagged for tonight. This is Michael Schenker Group. It's a 1980 U.S. Pittman original, still in shrink wrap, no condition notes, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. $25 start. My wife asked me to follow her to the car rental place to return a business rental. I said, do you understand it's metal night? Yeah, I have a feeling that happens a lot in households. I bet on Thursday nights there's some tension between husbands and wives, or probably any given night that something's up y'all want to bid on. I bet there's a lot of people do you not understand that I have got to watch a show to bid on this record? And there's probably some wives you're literally insane. Why are you like this? And then here I am just trying to, make everybody happy, and I'm over here causing fights and arguments and all kinds of stuff. Here's our next auction. This is going to, never mind. First thing we have is... Paul walked out, I'm drinking blue juice. Paul walks in, I'm drinking blue juice. Oh, I can feel it working. All right. That happens every time I get out of work late. We have Fit for an Autopsy, $29. Michael Schenker's a $25 start. So Jim Stafford's back in on Fit, and that means Manish Piri, you're out. Anybody else on anything in here, just let me know if you have changed your mind. Pearl Jam, Oasis, Lady Gaga, Slayer, AFI, Eric Church, Jerry Cantrell, Accept, Slayer, Earth, Misfits, Michael Jackson Bad, Taylor Swift, Nirvana, Taylor Swift, Pink Floyd, Taylor Swift, Beatles, Taylor Swift, System Down, Chris Stapleton, and Taylor Swift. All right. Here we go. And now Autopsy has a new bid for $30. Let's slide this crate right over here. That was another one. And I think it's about time for that nightly batch of half-off vintage. We've went through essentially, we'll count those... crates there. We just went through 6 crates of new vinyl. I think it's time for a bin of vintage. Pearl Jam is new and sealed, 2 LP, Backspacer, $33.99 for Backspacer, 2 LP. I love a lot of the music on there. When I come back, if no one's bid on Michael Schenker, it's a $25 start. And then Fit for an Autopsy, we have auctioned, I'm pulling random metal. We've been selling some right out of these bins over here. Here comes John with some 45s. I like the way this looks. Could be some pretty good ones, huh? He says there's some great ones. And I think it's time for a half-off vintage bin. Let me just figure out where and how to get to it, because there's so much stuff around me. Got to start doing some buy it now 45s. I can feel my heart rate rising from this energy drink. I'm short of a breath. I'm starting to see different colors. Room is starting to spin. Hope my mom's not watching. She thinks I should go to the doctor and have a brain scan. I was like, Mom, I don't need a brain scan. I'm perfectly fine. I don't need a brain scan. Okay, here we go. So, first thing we have, this, that, out. Here we go. So, Fit for an Autopsy is sold to Managed Period for $30. No bid on Michael Shanker. It's a $25 buy it now. I'll put him over here with a $25 Winnie the Pooh. And then we have Winnie the Pooh. And then we have Hello Mary Lou. And this is Prom Night 2. And this is sealed. And this is on neon pink and white swirl. That is going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start. Hello Mary Lou. $15 start. More 45s. Wow. Well, look at all these. Wow. Looks like some good stuff here. Here, let me grab this right here. It's got 4 more boxes of 45s delivered. Wow. Let's see what's some of the first ones. I need some right now. Okay, yep. Wow, this looks like the Paul McCartney box. Did you raid my house last night? Here we go. Yes, Rhythm of Love. I like the way that looks. Oh, man, 4 Paul McCartney picture sleeves. I think John, may have broke into my house last night. This was my Doors, LA Woman. There's some great auctions right there. Let's put those up right now. Wow, 4 boxes over here. I got a lot to get through. So first thing we have is The Doors, LA Woman, and Roadhouse Blues. That's on Spun Gold, $7 start. And yes, it's the Rhythm of Love. Yes, it's going to go up for a $7 start as well. Half off vintage, first come, first serve. The price, I tell you, is the half off price, okay? First thing we have is Carly Simon Spy. Carly Simon is $5. Next thing we have is Country Great, Patsy Cline. Patsy is on the Vocalion label. That's only $12.50. The price, I tell you, is the half off price. We have I'm Jesse Coulter. Jesse Coulter is $10. Eric Clapton's now just $17.50. And Rodney Crowell, $10. Yes has a bid for $7. Final call to get a bid on Hello Mary Lou, Prom Night 2 soundtrack for $15. And The Doors, that's a double-sided kind of hit record. That has LA Woman on it and Roadhouse Blues. We all know that one. We all know both of those. Okay, let's see what else I have here. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is a sealed copy. This is a sealed new reissue of The Smiths, self-titled, and this is going to go up for a $15 start. New and sealed reissue of The Smiths, self-titled, just a $15 start. That's now up for bid. Next in the half-off crate is John Denver Windsong. That's only $5. And we got Little River Band for just $5. There we have it. And up at the top, we have Fit Out. We've already took care of that. Next here was Leslie 7, Doors 10, Sid Blair on Spy. That sold. And then Doors 7, but there was already bid for 10. And then Patty on Palm Night for $15, and The Smiths is a $15 start. Gordon Lightfoot Salute is $10. Gordon Lightfoot Salute. Also, Gordon Lightfoot Shadows. There is some writing right there on the cover, but it is only $10. And we have Beverly Hills Cop soundtrack. Nice. Just $10 on that. It's in shrink wrap, Beverly Hills Cop. We have Jamie Diaz on John Denver. That's sold to Jamie Diaz. And Justin Deckelman on D12. That's The Doors. So new bid on The Doors for $12. Yes, it's the Rhythm of Love. Just one bid on that. Track listing on Prom Night 2. This is the score music. This is the score music. So like opening title, Mary Lou's Confession, Down in the Prop Room, in Vicky's Room, Father Cooper Exercising, Mary Lou Maloney. So it's score tracks. And it has one bid for $15. And that's a final call. And the high bid on that is, who had that? I think it was PN, Patty Williams. Okay, Doors still getting Smiths is new and sealed. It's a new sealed reissue. It has a bid for $15. Jason Jones on Beverly Hills Cop. Ben Diger second. Doors has a new bid for $15. Leslie on the Little River Band. We're going through a half-off vintage, by the way. Also, we have Jesus Christ. I found it. This was supposed to be for Mr. Gamecock. I told him I would find it eventually. That's already sold. He's been waiting all week to pay his invoice because I had to add that. I'll sell it to him now. I might sell them to him even cheaper. We have Corn Palace Souvenir. This is $10. Are you watching Mr. Gamecock? I finally found it. I told you, if you don't buy a vintage record right away, we'll get messages or Ed to hand me a sticky note, so-and-so wants a record they seen last night. I'm like, I may can find it right away, or it could be 3 or 4 or 5 days because there's so much records back here. It sometimes gets very lost. So always, if you want a vintage record, I would let me know ASAP. I was there. This is $7.50. That's one of those like spoken word type records. And we have Eric Clapton Slow Hand. He's watching. Great. There you go. I'm going to sell that to you. Appreciate that. And if you hadn't paid that invoice, I'll have Ed. If you hadn't paid your invoice, I'll have Ed add it. If you've already paid it, we'll put it on this week. Totally up to you. Eric Clapton Slow Hand is $17.50. Eric Clapton Slow Hand is $17.50. And the Color of Purple soundtrack is a box set. That's just $12.50. So here's what we're going to do. Smiths had a bid for $15. We sold Beverly Hills Cop. Another claim for Beverly Hills Cop. Doors had a bid for $15. We sold Little River Band. Michael Schenker, question mark. Thank you, sir. Michael Schenker bid. All right, so Prom Night is sold for $15. Prom Night is sold for $15. The Doors was a final call to Edward for $15. Yes is sold for $7. And Yes is sold for $7 to Leslie Silvey. The new sealed copy of the Smiths is just at $15. Wow. It's a final call for $15. That's the Smiths. Final call, $15 on that. Michael Schenker did not get a bid. We're looking for a $25 buy it now. It's a 1980 U.S. Pittman original. No bid. We're looking for a $25 buy it now. Back to the half-off bin. Next thing we have is a portrait of Patsy. Patsy Cline, that's $10. It is on the MCA label. $10 on Patsy Cline. And we have Flashdance. Flashdance is $10. And 38 Special is $12.50. Michael Schenker is a 1980 U.S. Pittman original. It's still in shrink. It is not sealed. It is near mint minus though in shrink. $25 on that. And then next week will be fine. I bought another LP this week. Okay, so yeah, we'll put it on this week. So I'll go ahead and sell it to you for even $5 cheaper. Let's sell that to you for $10, okay? Thank you. That's sold to you for $10. And now, I think that was your original offer on anyway. Let's just put that on his invoice this week. Smiths has a new bid for $17. And we have JT for James Taylor. That is $7.50. And George Thorogood, Maverick, I Drink Alone. That's now just $10. The Doors is officially sold to Edward Tanagi for $15. Now the Smiths has new bid for $18. And now let's see what else is in this box of 45s that John's brought us. Could be some really good stuff. I Live and Breathe, this Philadelphia Freedom. $7 start on Elton John. That's pretty cool. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Man, there's some good records in here. I'm liking these. I think you're all going to enjoy this stack, or at least this box right here. Man, there's some good ones. That's going to be some of our first buy it nows. But first, let me go ahead and try to find another LP over here to auction. Let me do that right now. And the next LP I'm going to auction is going to be what? I have no idea. Do we just have one copy of this left? Yeah, we just have one copy of this left. So let's put it up for auction. This is the Offspring Ignition. The Offspring is on limited edition, anniversary colored vinyl. The Offspring is going to go up for a $15 start. Smith 17, Smith 18, and then Midwest Briar on George Thorogood. Thank you. Elton John has a bid for $9. And we have Liza Minnelli at Carnegie Hall. Liza Minnelli is $7.50. Sidney Poitier, the Lost Man soundtrack. The music is by Quincy Jones, of course. $17.50 on that. $17.50 on that. Let me see if all these are going to be buy it nows. Yeah, probably all these will be buy it nows. There's some good ones in here. Let's do some quick buy it nows on 45s. So we got John Sebastian, Welcome Back, Welcome Back. The theme to Welcome Back Kotter. That's $6.99. Carla Bonoff, Somebody's Eyes from Footloose. That's $6.99. Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. And the B-side is Burning Heart. It's one of those double-sided hit records. Same thing for Meatloaf, 2 out of 3 Ain't Bad. And Paradise by the Dashboard Light, a double-sided hit. And then Electric Light Orchestra, Train of Gold, and Stranger. And that's from that album, Secret Messages. Those are all $6.99 there. New bid on the Smiths for $18. New bid on Elton John for $10. Next in the half-off bin is Elvis Gold Records Volume 2. That is $10. Elvis Gold Records Volume 2. And we have Izra Mohawk. That is $20. Izra Mohawk. Primadoral Lover. And that is now $20 on that. So next thing we have was Elton 9, Smiths 19, Elton John 10. We have an offer on Michael Schenker for $20 with Rick Reiser. Rick, I'm going to sell that to you. Thank you. That's sold to you for $20. The first buy now here was Survivor, $6.99. That's sold to Jamie Diaz. Cody Gray got Meatloaf. Cody Gray, thank you. That's sold to you. Smiths has a new bid for $20. Jamie second on Meatloaf. Rod Bryan got ELO. And We got Carla Bonoff and we got John Sebastian. Welcome back. Kevin LeBady said welcome, so he wants welcome back. That just leaves Carla Bonoff from Footloose, Cut Loose. That's $6.99. Next is John Kay and Steppenwolf. That's called Wolf Tracks. That's on a Nautilus Super Disc too. $17.50 on that. 38 Special is No Condition Oats. It's only $12.50. It's called Special Forces. Got a couple hit songs on it too. Nice with the original inner sleeve, and that is $12.50. So Caught Up in You is the first track there. Great one. Has anybody been on the Offspring? Looking for just a $15 start on that? Wow. No bid. Final call on Offspring and the Smiths. That's sealed on colored vinyl. The Smiths is now at 20. Who was the other bid on the Smiths before him? J.D. Conklin, you're out. There is a new bid from Patrick. And then Elton John, Philadelphia Freedom, has a high bid of $10 of Eldon Tanagi. Next is the Dave Brubeck Quartet. Dave Digs Disney. This is Dave Brubeck doing Disney music. It is now just $20. There's no condition notes. It's on a Columbia 6i. Nice for just $20. Dave Brubeck. We have Mo Kaufman Quintet featuring Dizzy Gillespie. That is $10. And Straps, Secret Damage. Straps is $10. And Gloria Lynn. Gloria is $10. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second here. That is some great blue juice. There is a bid on Offspring for $15. Larry Smith says he wants the 38 Special, but Brad says he will go ahead and take it. Brad asked about it first, so that is so to him. Here's some more buy it nows right quick. We have the Byrds, Chestnut Chestnut Mar. And we have Dallas, the Music Story. Also Radio, Jack and Jill. This is Bing Crosby, a promo in the company sleeve, Far From Home. And then Bad Company, Youngblood. And here is WFIL, Rockin' in the Cradle of Liberty. That's pretty cool. Souvenir issue, Philadelphia Freedom. Is this Elton John? Yeah, we'll auction that next. There's a promo, Elton John. I'll do that one next. I thought that's what that was. I didn't know if it was a radio station or not. That's a pretty cool looking record, though. Next is Offspring 15 sold on that, Offspring 16, and then Michael Butler wants the Byrds. That's the first one I laid down for $6.99. Offspring has a new bid for $6. Price on Esra. Esra, the half off price on that was $20. It was $39.99. Offspring 66, Smith 22, and George Jones wants Bing Crosby. That leaves Bad Company, Youngblood, and Do Right By Your Woman. And we have Radio still available and Dallas. Those are $6.99. So this Elton John is sold, and that Elton John is sold for $10 to Edward Tanagi. And now let's do this one. Boy, I've never seen this before. WFIL, Rockin' in the Cradle of Liberty. Philadelphia Freedom. I Saw Her Standing There, Elton John Band, and Philadelphia Freedom. Has anybody ever seen that before? I don't know if I've ever seen that. It's I Saw Her Standing There with Elton John. With John Lennon. It's Elton John doing it with John Lennon. I Saw Her Standing There. And Philadelphia Freedom, a promo. Wow, $7 start on that. That's really cool. It's got Elton John there on the back. $7 start on that one. So that's going to go right there in slot number 1. I'm about to add another one. Smith still getting bids. It's a new sealed reissue. And the Offsprings is at 18. Next, in the half-off bin is the Pentangle. That is $17.50. Order form for the tee. Does John K. Nautilus copy have the order form for the T-shirt? Let's see here. It has the original baggie that it came in. I don't see any order form for a T-shirt, though. Not on this one. No, not on that one. I've never seen that before, but I've never seen this record before. The Nautilus Super Disc for John Kay. That's $17.50. Elton John 7, Elton John 7, Elton John 8, Little River Band's 5. We've already sold George Thorogood. George Thorogood's already been claimed. Smiths has a new bid. And Jefferson Starship Red Octopus, that's $7.50. Also, we have Whitney Houston. That's now just $12.50. And Little River Band self-titled. That's $5. Let's go ahead and sell the Offspring to Brandon Lack for $18. Thank you, Brandon. That is sold to you. The Offspring is sold to you. Michael Butler on Pentangle. That is sold to Michael Butler. Elton John has a new bid for $10. Little River Band. This is Leslie Silvley, LRB. Now, do you want First Under the Wire or self-titled or both of them? We have the Kingsmen in Shrink doing their hit song Louie Louie. That's the original version, $7.50. And Gary Wright Dreamweavers. Now it's $10. Gary Wright Dreamweaver. Boss Skaggs down to the left is $10. Leslie gets Little River Band. Leslie gets Little River Band. That's sold and sold. Thank you and thank you. Steve Miller Band Anthology. That's now just $17.50. 2 LP gatefold. We have Blind Lemon Jefferson Volume 2. That's now just $13.50. Chris Bryant doing the Kingsmen, Louie Louie, Greatest Hits. That is sold, and we got 2 horoscope records here. We got Virgo and Leo, and these are $10 and $10, and these are no condition notes here. So the Elton John, this is Rockin' in the Cradle of Liberty, a souvenir issue of Philadelphia Freedom. And the B-side is I Saw Her Standing There, also covered by Elton John, but John Lennon backs him up on it. This is a Smiths self-titled. It's a new and sealed reissue. It's a new and sealed reissue. It says made in Germany, and that has a high bid of $24. That's a new and sealed copy of that, $24. Next thing in here was Michael Butler on Blind Lemon Jefferson. Michael Butler also on Virgo. And then Sandy Mile on L. That might be for Leo. I hope so. And then Sid Blair on JW. And GW was Gary Wright. That's so to Sid Blair. Can't go wrong with that one. And now the high bid on that Elton John single is $10 of Larry Warren. John Griffin out, and everybody else's bid is out. That's a final call for $10. John says he's done. Sandy Mile did want the Leo. Out on Smith's, out. And now let's see what else is in this box. John's got his 4 boxes of records here. Wow, that means like singles. Oh man, here's some good ones. 5 Feet High and Rising. How High Is It, Mama? Johnny Cash, $7 start. That is going to go up. Wow, we got some great Johnny Cash singles here. $7 start on that. And here we go. Yeah, I like finding ones like this. I was hoping he'd find some good more picture sleeves. I know we got only 10 billion records back there. I knew he could find some more great picture sleeves. So let's go ahead and sell this Elton John for $10 to Larry Warren. Thank you, Larry. Seems like a great price on that. Derek Clark wants straps. Let's find that and pull that for him. And there it is. And we need to go ahead and sell the Smiths. It's been up for a long time. Jason Hughes, that sold you for $24. Thank you. And now let's go ahead and put up all new auctions. And Janie just bid $30. Oh my goodness. I didn't think anybody else wanted the bid. Janie just bid $30. I have sold that and a bid came in. I obviously would have took it, but I have already ended that. All right. We have chipped away. I've been auctioning some stuff out of this metal bin over here, and I think I might go ahead and see if I can find that other one. If not, I got some more other sealed stuff here I was going to put up for auction. Let me do a little bit of digging over here though right quick to figure out what I want to show next and do next. Janie, I think you were a victim of a lag there. Somewhere in here is, let me find it. Okay, let me push some stuff around. There it is. I knew I had a crate of like sealed metal stuff I wanted to auction. My first thing I always try to figure out before we get into like the auctions that are advertised is what are we going to auction for the first couple hours? And I have a whole crate right here I have located. So here we go. Let's do this sealed Metallica and let's do this. Let's jump to the back here. Yeah. Okay. And probably this Exhorder, E and M. All right, so we have Exhorder, The Law, limited edition 1500 on silver colored vinyl. Exhorder is sealed, limited numbered for music on vinyl, just a $15 start. Metallica, remaster, of course, of Master of Puppets. Obey Your Remaster, $15 start. Johnny Cash, 5 Feet High and Rising, and I Got Stripes. That's got one bid for $7, going once, going twice. This was a half off bin. Great titles in here. I think it's worth a very quick read through one more time and see if we can do a bundle at the end. So if you do want something, we've been pretty much selling off all these and then bundling what's left. So like I said, if you do want something in here, I recommend grabbing one right now, okay? First thing we have is Patsy Cline. That is just $12.50. Country Great. I'm Jesse Coulter. Jesse Coulter is $10. We have Eric Clapton August for $17.50. We do have a claim on that John K. Nautilus. That's so to Chris Riddlings. Thank you. Exhorter has a bid for 15. Master has a bid for 15. Patrick, we've already sold Gary Wright, unfortunately. Rodney Crowell was $10. Also, we have Gordon Lightfoot for $10. Now, let's do some more buy it nows. The next buy it now is Sons of the Pioneers. That's an early RCA single on the green vinyl. That's probably late 40s, $6.99 on that. And then that's an auction. There's an auction. Here's a great buy it now. Patches by Clarence Carter in the original Atlantic sleeve. Paul McCartney, Take It Away. Paul McCartney is $6.99. Neil Sedaka, Calendar Girl. And Vern Godson, this is Tanqueray. And the B-side is You're Not By Yourself. Those are all $6.99. I'll go ahead and do this one. Clint Black, Burn One Down from The Hard Way. Clint Black from 1992. Those are all $6.99. $6.99. All right. First thing we have in the half off bin is Gordon Lightfoot, also for $10. Corn Palace Souvenir, that is $10. Larry Smith on NS. Neil Sedaka, that's sold to Larry Smith for $6.99. Paul McCartney sold to Janie Green for $6.99. I was there. $7.50 on that. Eric Clapton Slowhand. Wow, no one on cocaine. Nobody wants any cocaine here. $17.50 on Eric Clapton. Melissa Bailey on CB. And CB was for Clint Black. That's sold to Melissa Bailey for $6.99. Next is the Color of Purple soundtrack, music by Quincy Jones. That is $12.50. A Portrait of Patsy Cline, that is $10. And Flashdance is $10. Kelly Vlodarchek, you get the Johnny Cash for $7. And we have James Taylor, JT, $7.50. Also, Liza Minnelli is $7.50. And the Lost Man soundtrack, Quincy Jones again, $17.50. So that left Patches, Sons of the Pioneers, and Vern Godson. Those are all $6.99 if anybody wants them. Last bid on Exhorter that came in. Exhorter was a final call to Jim Stafford for just $15. New and sealed, $15 on that. Metallica's at 18. That's a new sealed remaster. New sealed remaster. We have more over here. What kind of version do we have tonight? A little bit later tonight, we have an 86 OG Club. Oh my goodness. That might get close to an air horn. We got an OG Club tonight to sell. Next is Janie Green on Color of Purple. That's sold to Janie Green. And then we have two Patsy Cline sold. But before I can do that, let me go ahead and pull those for him. And that is this one. And then there's another one coming up soon. Let me go ahead and pull this one as a reminder. I've got to, John has blocked my path to access here. Let me move these boxes of 45s out of the way. Let me push them right here. Usually delivers records and I get blocked in. There we go. All right, let me fill up. We have filled up our first crate tonight. So let me move this out of the way. Put it right there. And let me go get another one in here. All right, so Patsy Cline, that one sold to Michael Butler. Have I already passed up another one, or? Yeah, okay, those two are sold to Michael Butler. Next is Michael Jacob on JT, and I'm assuming that's for James Taylor. Thank you. And now we have Elvis Gold Records Volume 2. That is $10. We have Dave Brubeck is $20. Dave Digs Disney. And Mo Coffin Quintet is $10. Metallica is $18. Master of Puppets, and that is sold to Brandon Lack for $18. Wow, great deal. Exhorter, a really good deal. Exhorter is just sold for $15. And that was sold to Jim Stafford. Those are sold for $15 and $15. That was pretty incredible deals there. Gloria Lynn is $10. Gloria. Also, Ezra Mohawk. And this was on Reprise, and this was half off of $39.99. It's now just $20. Jefferson Starship is $7.50. Also, Whitney Houston for $12.50. Boss Skaggs was $10. And Steve Miller Band Anthology, $17.50. Our next auction, this is a really cool one here. That should be the original on that orange label. Ring of Fire. Or, yeah, maybe. I don't think that ever was on Sun, right? I don't think it was. But either way, early Columbia single here. Ring of Fire, orange label on the company sleeve. Johnny Cash is a $7 start. And I like this one here. The sleeve is a little damaged right here, but it's I Can't Drive 55, Sammy Hagar. That is a $7 start on that. Janie Green on Whitney Houston. That sold to Janie Green for $12.50. And Johnny Cash already has a bid from Kelly Vlodarchek for $7. And the next thing we have going up for auction right now is Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace with hot sticker. Alcatraz is a 1985. This is U.S. Jacksonville OG, and this is a $25 start. Alcatraz, Disturbing the Peace, and that is a $25 start. Alcatraz, God Blessed Video. That's now up for bid. Johnny Cash 8-8, Sammy 7-8. All righty. So, yeah, those exhorters should be selling for like $30, $40. And so I guess the demand for exhorter albums have really crashed in the last 2 weeks. There we have it. Ring of Fire is in 63. Okay, so that's probably the first label for that then. Yeah, because that song, I think I'm thinking about I Walk the Line. One of those was on Sun. I think I Walk the Line was a lot earlier, right? All righty. Now, there's too many good records in here, but I do offer it. So let me see what's left. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 records in there if anybody wants everything that's left for $125. Bundle deal, 19 records, $125, and there's some great titles. Still got that Isra Mohawk in there. And we have Disney, we got Elvis, we have Eric Clapton, another Eric Clapton, some better titles there. Bundle deal, $125 on everything that's left in there. Sent message, will you invoice me for Michael Schenker? Rick, you must be a first-time buyer. $7 in limited shipping. That's for tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. We don't send invoices until Monday. We do 7 shows every week. If we do a show on Sunday, which we did, that's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and that is $7 in limited shipping for those 7 days. It's an open box all week. So thank you for your information. You won't get an invoice until Monday afternoon. In the meantime, if you buy 5 more records tonight, or 1 more record tonight, or 3 tomorrow, or 5 on Saturday, it's all $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. Johnny Cash is at $40 with Kelly Vlodarchek. Sammy Hagar is at $8 with Patty Anderson Williams. And no one's bid on Alcatraz. It's a $25 start. Alcatraz is a $25 start, and as of right now, no one has bid. I walked the line. Yeah, I got those confused there for a second. So yeah, that's probably the first label for that. Walk the Line was on Sun. Yeah, that was an early song of his. I Walk the Line. Yep, 1956. Bundle deal. Wow, great stuff in there. $125 if anybody wants it. Just saying, it's all still available. All righty. There we have it. And what else do we have over here? Alcatraz has 1 bid for $25. We're about to sell it. Some of the early metal stuff tonight going at bargains. This is why you got to tune in early. It's already 6:30 though. And we've got 254 people watching. Wow, on both platforms. Here we go. Let's see what's next. This is the first time we hadn't sold a bundle deal off though. I found that very surprising. No bundle deal takers. That's okay. That's all right. We'll do it again. I'll show it again maybe later. But I'm like, man, somebody should be all over that bundle deal. Right, Paul? Let's see what we have over here. I can't even hear or see Paul, but I'm saying right, Paul. Right, Paul? Let's go ahead and go through this crate right here. All right, time for some more new sealed stuff here. Let's see what we got. More new sealed stuff. Brand new vinyl, never shown before, right now. First thing we have is Ring of Fire. This is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $40. Sammy Hagar is officially sold for $8 to Patty Williams. That's sold. Alcatraz is at $26. And that's with J.D. Conklin. Jason Jones, you've been outbid. All right, what happened to that box of records I was pulling all these out of? Let me grab this handful right here and see what we have. Let's pull these out right here. These are... Paranoid is OG UK or German. Yeah, it's going to be a big one. All right, we got Kansas, People of the South Wind, a promo. The Knack, My Sharona, Blondie, High, The Tide is High. Hank Williams Jr., There's a Devil in the Bottle. Skeeter Davis, I Can't Stay Mad at You. Don Gibson, Oh Lonesome Me. And Charlie Rich, The Most Beautiful Girl. Those are all $6.99. Those are all buy it nows. $6.99 on all those. So Charlie Rich, Don Gibson, also Skeeter Davis, Hank Williams Jr., Blondie, The Knack, and Kansas. Those are all available at $6.99. First thing is Evanescence, and this is Fallen, the 20th anniversary edition. Bring Me to Life. This is on the foil cover. Really cool foiling on the cover. 2 LP, $39.99. That's new and sealed. Alcatraz has a new bid for $27. J.D. Conklin, you've been outbid. Blondie is sold to Ryan Anderson for $6.99. Thank You, The Tide Is High is sold to you. Evanescence is $39.99. I've only got one copy here of Paul McCartney, Flaming Pie. That is the new, or a 2 LP 180 gram audiophile edition. Includes the newly remastered album cut. 2 LPs at Abbey Road. That is $46.99. There's Evanescence. There's Paul McCartney. And I've got 2 copies of Venom, Welcome to Hell. Venom is $33.99. Limited edition, 40th anniversary splatter vinyl. Venom, Welcome to Hell. It's embossed on the cover. $33.99 on Venom. Looks like we need some new auctions. So let me step right over here and see what I can come up with. Next thing I have is this. And let me also go ahead and grab another one of these, which will be an absolute steal, but that'll be okay. I've already sold one, so let's go ahead and offer another one. And I'll go ahead and put this up for auction. So here we go. And here's a few more LP auctions coming right now. So Alcatraz has a new bid for $29. I have Skeletal Remains, The Entombment of Chaos. Skeletal Remains is sealed on orchid colored vinyl. It is sealed, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. Skeletal Remains, that's going to go up for a $15 start. That's now up for bid. And I have one more Exhorder if anybody wants one for $15. Exhorder is a $15 buy it now. Unbelievable. Consider that half off new sealed music on vinyl metal. Wow. Venom sold to Cody Gray. Venom sold to Russell Flynn. Cameron Porter, if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list. If not, just let me know. I've only had 2 of those, and they're both sold. I also have 2 copies of Live, and I don't get this one very often, Mental Jewelry. That's the same Live as in Throwing Copper. Live Mental Jewelry, that's $33.99. Justin Deckelman gets the other Exhorder for just $15. Skeletal Remains is a $15 start. Alcatraz has a new bid for $30. I got 2 copies of Wasp, and this is Inside the Electric Circus. Wasp Inside the Electric Circus is $38.99. Live is sold to Mike Massey. I've got 1 extra copy there if anybody wants it. I have 2 copies here of Erasure. Wild. Erasure is new and sealed, $33.99. Erasure is $33.99. And I've got 2 copies of Disturbed, Indestructible. Disturbed is $33.99. That is called Indestructible. I've got 2 copies of that available at $33.99. What is the title of Kansas? People of the South Wind. It's a double-sided promo from Monolith. That is $6.99. More buy it nows right quick. We got Jimmy Dean, Mile Long Train in the picture sleeve. Johnny Horton, The Battle of New Orleans. KT Austin, Still on My Mind. This is going to go up for auction. Johnny Cash, Man in Black is a $7 start. These 3 are buy it nows. And then we got When the Children Cry by White Lion. Those are $7 starts. Johnny Cash, Man in Black, Wine, When the Children Cry, and KT, Johnny Horton, and Jimmy Dean are all buy it nows. Just saying. Skeletal Remains at $15, Johnny Cash $7, and Alcatraz is a final call for $30. I'm waiting to hear back from J.D. Conklin. White Line has a bid for $7. 1 copy of Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards. This is new and sealed, $33.99. It's a deluxe edition featuring reimagined artwork by renowned artist Roger Dean, a remastered edition on 180 gram, and a exclusive 12-inch sleeve art print of that really cool artwork there, $33.99. White Lines have bids for $7 and $7. Final call on Skeletal Remains. 1 copy of Scorpions, Fly to the Rainbow. Scorpions is $34.99. Remastered, 180 gram, colored vinyl. Scorpions, this is $34.99. And 1 copy, new and sealed. I don't think I've ever had this new and sealed. Moody Blues, $36.99. $36.99. Alcatraz, this is called Disturbing the Peace. It's a 1985 Jacksonville press on Capitol. Yes, 85 U.S. Jacksonville original with the insert. Original with the insert. And the hop sticker does have the insert. And there is no condition notes on the vinyl. Really nice. And it is very nice. And the last bit on that was $30 with Jason Jones. Now, Skeletal Remains $15. Johnny Cash is a final call for $7. David Tate, you're out on a White Line. I'm about to sell it to Calvin for $7. Skeletal Remains has another $15 bid. Patrick, you already had it for $15. It's a final call to you. Also, we have Jimi Hendrix. This is the 3 LP Jimi Hendrix live at Woodstock, $49.99. Jimi Hendrix live at Woodstock, triple LP, new and sealed, $49.99. And Gwar And Guar is $34.99. Scum Dogs of the Universe. Guar is new and sealed gatefold, and I think it's a 2LP. It is. Scum Dogs of the Universe. Guar is $34.99. And Meet the Residents, and this is $29.99. Meet the Residents. And, of course, OGs of this record is like, well, if you wanted a really nice one, probably around $1,000 with this Beatles kind of spoof cover. Meet the Residents is $29.99. So 2 people on the Venom waiting list. Venom was right here, and that was Welcome to Hell, and that's the 40th anniversary on Splatter. So we got 2 people on a waiting list. We got Cameron Porter, and now Sunday Morning Sessions. Alcatraz has new bids. White Line has new bids. Kelly Vlodarchek, you get Man in Black for $7. Skeletal Remains is sold to Patrick for $15. That is sold, and we got 2 copies of Brooks and Dunn Reboot Volume 2. Reboot Volume 2 is $33.99, new and sealed. Next auction is Raven Stay Hard. It's a limited edition yellow vinyl, number to 750, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. That's music on vinyl, new and sealed Raven for $15 on that. Brooks and Dunn Reboot 2 is $33.99, and that means that Calvin, you're out on White Line, just FYI. The Pretty Reckless Going to Hell, that's $29.99. Pretty Reckless is $29.99, new and sealed. That's from Craft Records. And here is an album by Evanescence that I never have seen in stock before, and they were kind of pricey because I think they've been out of print. They were pricey on Discogs, and that is The Open Door. Evanescence is 2LP, new and sealed, $39.99. I went ahead and grabbed 5 of those. Evanescence is $39.99. Kevin LeBeatty on Pretty Reckless, that's sold to Kevin LeBeatty. And White Line is got a new bid for $12. Alcatraz is officially sold to J.D. Conklin for $35. J.D. Conklin gets this for $35. It's sold. Raven doesn't have a bid, looking for a $15 start. White Line just got a new bid for $12. And then, Stephen, I'm pretty sure you asked me something earlier, and I just remembered. I read it in my head, but I never did answer you. Did you ask me something a moment ago? I really don't remember. Next auction going up right now is a 1986 U.S. Specialty OG of AC/DC. This is AC/DC Who Made Who, and this is going to go up for a $30 start. This is AC/DC Who Made Who. The vinyl's really clean at EX, just a little bit of an initial written on the label. No other writing anywhere else on it, especially the jacket. And that's going to go up for a $30 start. Raven's the final call for $15. White Line is officially sold to Calvin for $12. Rebecca Howitt on Evanescence, that's sold to Rebecca Howitt. Raven has 1 bid for $15, final call. Next is new and sealed Triumph, which I've never seen available. Triumph Allied Forces is $33.99, and 2 copies of Erasure Circus. Erasure is new and sealed. That is Circus. Got a die-cut cover, $33.99 on that. Bush, this is 16 Stone, 2LP red vinyl, 30th anniversary edition. Bush is $39.99. And Corrosion of Conformity, Deliverance. That's a 2LP, new and sealed. Their 1995 album, and that is $39.99. AC/DC 30, AC/DC 30, and another new and sealed Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream, $36.99 on the Moody Blues. Raven, just 1 bid for $15. Another 70% off music on vinyl pressing. That's sold to Doug Reeder for $15. Thank you. And we have Def Leppard, Can't Keep Away from the Flame. Def Leppard, and this is from 1995. Yeah, this is from Vault, their greatest hits. When Love and Hate Collide and Can't Keep Away from the Flame. That's from 1995. Def Leppard, $7 start on that. AC/DC's at $31. I've got to read through this crate one more time. Before I do that, I'm about to grab another handful of singles. AC/DC's a 1986 OG specialty. Just FYI, it's an OG specialty press, AC/DC. Let me grab a new handful of singles in here and go ahead and get some up for a buy it now. Def Leppard has a bid for 7 with David Tate. We have RFTW, Ready for the World, Oh Sheila, that's $6.99. Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs, Juju Hand. The Circle, Red Rubber Ball. Also Heart, What About Love. The Seekers, Gorgie Girl, and the Everly Brothers, Kathy's Clown. Those are all $6.99. So first, Christopher Lee wants that other copy of the Pretty Reckless. Both of those are gone. Don't have any more Pretty Reckless. If anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know. I don't know if I can go through this whole crate again or not. There's way too much in here. It'll take me another 10 minutes to go through this, but let me go ahead and read through them one more time anyway. We have Calvin Ward on Ready for the World. That's sold to him for $6.99. And David Tate on Heart. That's sold to David Tate for $6.99. And we have AC/DC at 42. Could it possibly be mastered by Bob Ludwig? Possibly, very possibly. Let's see here. AC/DC. Yeah, it's mastered by Bob Ludwig. EX Vinyl, and it is mastered by Bob Ludwig. Yes. How much is Winnie the Pooh? Winnie the Pooh is $15. That was another sealed metal auction we put up. No, excuse me, $25. We had two. They sold for $25. That one still left. Nobody else wanted one. $25 on that. So we sold Hart and we sold that. That left Everly Brothers, the Seekers, the Circle, and Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs. If anybody wants those, let me straighten these up a little bit before they slip away. Don't want them sliding away. Def Leppard's a final call for 7. Okay, AC/DC's now at 47. Here we go. All righty. So, here's what we have here. You can put it back, but at this point, you need to message the page. You need to contact the Colecco Messenger so they can see it and notate it. If I had to go look for that record right now, I'd be back sometime around 9:30 tonight. So just let Ed know and he'll take care of you. Kathy's Clown is sold for $6.99. Def Leppard sold one bid for $7, and that is sold to David Tate for $7. And Winnie the Pooh's a $25 buy it now. And that was a record store day. Blood and Honey, red and yellow split, $25 on that. So let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And let's go ahead and do Twisted Sister here, Under the Blade. Twisted Sister's a 1982 German original with the insert, VG condition, a $25 star. Twisted Sister. This is Under the Blade, VG condition, a $25 start, Under the Blade. There's the vinyl VG on Secret Records. There's the insert from Twisted Sister. The cover is also around VG, has a little bit of shelf and stress wear on it. $25 on that. When I about to sell AC/DC for $47. Quick read through here. If you need a price, let me know. Evanescence Fallen, Paul McCartney Flamin' Pie, Live, Mental Jewelry, Wasp, Electric Circus, Erasure, Wild, Disturbed, Indestructible, Demons and Wizards, Uriah Heep, Scorpions Fly to the Rainbow, Moody Blues, Every Good Boy Deserves Favor, Jimi Hendrix Live at Woodstock, Guar, Scum Dogs, Meet the Residents, Brooks and Dunn Reboot, Evanescence, which is the Open Door, also Triumph, Allied Forces, Erasure, The Circus, Bush, 16 Stone, Corrosion of Conformity, Deliverance, and the Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream, $36.99. Twisted Sister's a $25 start. AC/DC has a new bid for $40. If anybody changes their mind and you're like, you know what, Chad, I messed up, I should have went ahead and bought everything that was left in there, even the duplicates, let me know. And we have Paul McCartney Flamin' Pie is $46.99. $46.99 on Paul McCartney Flamin' Pie. Couple more quick handfuls of buy it nows. Very quickly. We've got Adam Ant, Goody Two Shoes for $6.99. Jay Giles Band, Angel in Blue. Elton John, Empty Garden. Hey Johnny Johnny, and Tender Love. And this is Force MDs from Crush Groove. That is $6.99. Let me go ahead and swap out this. And when we come back, I'm going to make sure who had the high bid on AC/DC. Got to make sure Dustin Whitaker's done. And Twisted Sister's a $25 start right now, okay? And I have one of our first crates of newly sealed price metal stuff. So let's go ahead and get that going right now. Newly priced sealed metal stuff. And let's see what's in here. First person will get the very rare and now desirable and incredibly valuable Lower Crate Metal Edition Hype sticker. Now, Laura, I don't know if you know this, but Paul had his own sticker last night. He signed it, tried to get creative and stuff. It lived up to a little bit of hype, but nothing like yours have been. So maybe he can improve on his next stickers. We'll see what happens with Paul. We have Chris Bryant on AA, Adam Ant. That's sold to you for $6.99. Teresa, you're second. James Rayner on Elton John. That is sold, okay? That leaves Jay Giles and Force MDs. Next thing we have is Stephen Riley. Just send me a picture of it, Stephen. I can get it checked. And if it's authentic, I'll buy it from you and we'll do a deal, okay? So that's how autographs. I've had some other people message me since I made an announcement. We've had some pretty good leads on some very high-end autographs. But here's how that works. Send me a picture. I can tell you in about 24 hours if it's authentic. If it's authentic, I'll buy it from you and I'll do a deal with you, okay? But we can get it checked in just like 24 hours, no problem. Now, I can't do that for everything, and I only really do it for like high-end stuff. So just so everybody knows. But if you have something, we can get it checked pretty quick, okay? Now, AC/DC is sold, and this is sold to Shane Devers for $50. This is sold for $50. Thank you, Shane. That's sold. And nobody bid on Twisted Sister. It's only a $25 buy now. VG copy of Under the Blade. 82 German original with insert. VG, a $25 buy now. Send a picture, Coletco Facebook. Okay. Ed he probably has already left me a note. I got my pile of sticky notes over here of my to-do list for after the show. I had way too many yesterday. I stayed here. When I was putting on my jacket and starting my car, Steve was showing up to start packing up orders. It was like 5:45 a.m. So we have been, and then it was the same for the day before. So yeah, I think there's been somebody here working nonstop for about 5 days, 6 days straight. So pretty amazing. Next auction is Berlin, Take My Breath Away, theme from Top Gun. Theme from Top Gun in the original picture sleeve. That is a $7 start, okay? Derek Gunn gets the Twisted Sister for just $25. Thank you, Derek Gunn. That is sold to you. All right, there is that. And first thing I have here is Satan, or is it Satin? It could be Satin. Earth Infernal. This is sealed on Firefly glow colored vinyl, $24.99. Also here we have Catatonia City Burials. Catatonia is a half-speed master. That's new and sealed, $24.99. And we have 3 copies of that. 2 copies, 3 copies. And Winger in the Heart of the Young. Winger is sealed on blue vinyl, $34.99. And Downfall of Gaia, Silhouettes of Disgust, and that is sealed on blue and green vinyl, $24.99. Should be all newly priced metal records in here. Let's go ahead and put up Cinderella. This is Night Songs, and Cinderella is an 86 U.S. original Hot Pog press in EX condition, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. It does have some writing right here. It does have a name tag right here. Cinderella is a $35 start. There is no condition notes on the vinyl, and it's going to go up for a $35 start on that. $35 start, Cinderella. Next is Hiram Ponte on Catatonia. That is sold, and now we have Berlin that has one bid of $7 of Kelly Vloddercheck. Cinderella has a bid for $35. Also, Judas Priest, Unleashed in the East. Judas Priest is sealed for $24.99. That is Unleashed in the East, $24.99 on that. Let me grab another handful of 45s right quick. And the next thing I have here is $6.99. We have Elton John, Island Girl. Also, I've got 2 copies of that. And I have Heart, Even It Up. And then Nielsen, the Lottery Song, Sticks, Too Much Time on My Hands. And John Waite, Missing You. John Waite, this is $6.99. That's $6.99. So, first thing we have is Cinderella, and YouTube comments are not working. Are they back now? Test 1, 2. Is YouTube working? Boy, there wasn't a YouTube comment there for a while. There wasn't or maybe just no one's commenting. Wow, there wasn't a YouTube comment. Tony's Vinyl mentioned RL. That was 9 minutes ago. Wow, there wasn't a YouTube comment for 9 minutes. Is anybody out there trying to let anything know yours is working? What is going on? I don't think anybody commented on YouTube for 11 minutes. Yeah, just no one commented for 11 minutes, I don't think. Hiram got Catatonia. Yeah, nobody commented on YouTube for 11 minutes. How many people's on there? Wow. Test. Yeah, I think it just went 11 minutes. There was 191 people watching on there. I don't think anybody commented for 11 minutes. Now it's currently disconnected. Hold on one second. Let it reconnect right quick. We're starting to get to that 7 o'clock rush of influx viewers for Restream, which is going to start crashing the system, okay? It's currently right now not disconnected, or it's currently right now not connected. So give me 1 second. It'll come back in just a second. Yeah, it's getting close to that 7 o'clock peak. Everybody's getting on, and it happens again like at 8. And everybody's saying what's up for auction at 7 and what's up for auction at 8. Yeah, I don't have anything right now. We'll have to let it reset for just a second. Maybe that's why that there is at least 10 YouTube. Maybe that's why everything in that last crate of new vinyl didn't sell. I went through back-to-back crates of new vinyl, and maybe there's been people buying stuff on YouTube and I hadn't seen it, because I went through that crate of new vinyl. I was like, wow, I expected honestly to sell everything in here. Let me pull back up the live feed here. Alcatraz, let's see here. Venom Waitlist, Twisted Sister. Yeah, I never did see that comment from Gregory. No, I just don't think there was a comment for a while. Yeah, there just wasn't comments. Decong, test. Okay, we're reconnected now. Okay, we're reconnected now. Yeah, that's what happens. There's that 7 o'clock. It's just like around this time on Thursdays, it just seems like so many people start joining the chat. All right, we're reconnected now. So let me re-update and pretty much go back over what happened. I can go ahead and pull a couple things. First thing was Chris Bryan on Heart. And that was right here. That sold to him for $6.99. Mark Fallon got John Waite for $6.99. And that left Styx, Nielsen, Elton John, and Elton John. So those are $6.99 each there. Now, Berlin, I know this has one bid for $7. This is Berlin, Take My Breath Away. Kelly Vlodarchek, if you don't mind to go ahead and bid again. Kelly had that for $7. And then I introduced this OG Cinderella here. The vinyl was nice, and the cover does have some writing on it. It's a final call. It's a $35 start on Cinderella Night Songs. Styx is Too Much Time on My Hand. By the way, Catatonia did sell out of here, and Hiram, I forgot to give you the Lower Crate Hype sticker. I always forget. That is sold to Hiram, and thank you. Styx is Too Much Time on My Hand. Now, if you missed something here, let me go back 2 records. We had Downfall of Gaia, Silhouettes of Disgust. That was sealed for $24.99. And Judas Priest, Unleashed in the East. Judas Priest is sealed. That was $24.99. And then Tool, Opiate. Nice. These are just $19.99. Tool, Opiate, new and sealed, $19.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Tesla, Little Susie. Tesla is an 86 US original. This is a promo only. We're going to put it up for a $15 start. Tesla, Little Susie, a 1986 US original, promo only, $15 start on Tesla. Satin Info or Satan Info. Satan or Satin is Earth Infernal. This is on Firefly Glow Vinyl, $24.99. New and sealed, it is Metal Blade Records, of course, on that. Also, we have 2 copies here of Stray Gods, Olympus. Stray Gods is sealed on green-colored vinyl, $24.99 on Stray Gods, Olympus. And 2 copies in here of, oh no, it's Blunt Us Nord. This is unopened, $19.99. What is this one called? 777. I guess that's better than 666. Patrick C. Smith wants the new and sealed Judas Priest. Unleashed, that's sold to Patrick. Tesla has a bid for $15. Kelly, you get the Berlin for $7. Thank you. And now we have Tesla at $30. What is the B-side to Little Susie? This is Little Susie, and that is the side 1. And the B-side is Little Susie LP. So this is the edit, $352. The other side is the album. So you get 2 different cuts. You get the edit and the album version. That is now at $30, okay? That's now at $30. Also, what's the price on Cinderella? No one's bid. I was actually just about to make it a buy now. I'll give it another 60 seconds. There's no bid. We're looking for a $35 start. No bid. We're looking for a $35 start. I got 3 copies of Cattle Decapitation. This is medium rarities. That is $24.99. That's new and sealed. And we've got 4 copies here of Charlie XCX. This is sealed. And this is $29.99, and this has that rare 5-heart rating from Laura. Laura loves Charlie XCX. Also didn't expect to see this in a metal bin tonight. $29.99. Very interesting cover there. $29.99. Sunday Morton Session says he'll take some satin. All right? Satin. That is sold to... what happened to it? Sunday Morning Session. Sunday... would love some satin. That's sold to him. Cinderella does have a bid for $35. And we have Little Susie, and that's a final call for $30 to Edward Tanagi. $30 on that. Final call. Tesla's now at 32, and then there's Cinderella. Let me grab a new handful of auctions right over here, or I should say singles. First thing we have is, let's start right here with this handful. We got Elton John Nikita, $6.99. Moving Out, Billy Joel, that's $6.99. We have Iron Butterfly, Easy Rider in the original company sleeve. Olivia Newton-John, Soul Kiss, Toto, the 7th one, and those are all $6.99 there. $6.99. Everything that I just showed is available for a buy now price of $6.99. All right, let me go back up here. Colin, oh, he wants the Bun Norse. Yeah, this one right here. Thank you. That's so Deshaun. Sorry, you got lost in all the Teslas. Lots of Teslas. Next thing we have is Cinderella 35, and that's a final call. Tesla 32. Poison auction. Mark Fallon wants Moving Out. That was Anthony's song. That's so to Mark Fallon. Javi Soto on Elton John Nikita. George Jones on Iron Butterfly. Larry Smith on Olivia Newton-John. And that left Toto. All right. And then Tesla has a new bid for 35. Cinderella just got that one bid for $35 to Brad Waits. That's so to Brad for $35. Thank you. That is sold. Great price on that. I think some people might have overlooked that one. It just got sold for $35. Thank you, Brad. That is so to you. Next auction going to go up right now is Judas Priest, British Steel. Judas Priest is a 1980 U.S. original Terre Haute. It's going to go up for a $35 start. British Steel, $35 start. A U.S. Terre Haute pressing, $35 start on British Steel. It's now up for bid. Next record, we've already shown that. The next thing I had here was It's Time to Rise from the Grave, Undeath. Is that what that says? Yeah, Undeath. Undeath on blood and bone colored vinyl, $24.99. That's new and sealed. Also, we have Creator. This is Hate Uber Ales. That is sealed for $29.99. Creator. And Sepultura Nation, the classic album back on vinyl, half-speed mastering. Sepultura, sealed, $24.99. We have one copy of that. Tesla 35, Tesla 38. That's still getting bids. Judas Priest does not have a bid right now. It's a 1980 U.S. Terre Haute, just light wear on the cover, no condition notes on the vinyl, $35 on that. Let me take a drink of blue. All right, I'm back. So first thing we have is Adam Bullock on Sepultura. Next question is Creator. What year? Creator is 2022, it looks like. And then Blue Snore. That doesn't help me any. But thanks for helping. Trying to help, I should say. Bob Riger next on Sepultura, then Brandon Lack. And Tesla, did anybody go out? Edwards at 40. John Kaiser, it's back to you. Next is Dream Theater. We've only got one copy here of Master of Puppets live in Barcelona, 2002. Dream Theater's unforgettable February 2002 performance of recorded in Barcelona, Spain of Metallica's Master of Puppets remastered and first time on vinyl. Wow. Dream Theater covers Master of Puppets, $29.99. That's pretty cool. Also, Meshuggah, this is Immutable. This is sealed for $24.99 from Meshuggah. I think that's their most recent album. And I've got 4 copies of Saxon, Hellfire, and Damnation. Saxon is sealed for $29.99. Jason Jones does want a Creator. Now there's one left there. And now Craig Proper on Dream Theater. That is so to Craig Proper. Thank you. And now nobody bid on Judas Priest. It's a $35 buy it now. A 1980 U.S. Terre Haute original. And that is going to go up for a $35 buy it now. I don't even know where to put it. I'll put it right here behind me. $35 buy it now on that. Lord just dropped off more auctions. Or no. Oh, okay. Right there is fine. It is, I've let it go 48 hours back here without cleaning it up, and you can tell. How many crates are behind me right now? This is amazing how much records is by. It's amazing how much we've already sold this week, but it's amazing how much is left behind me right now. We've got to start going through some of this. Probably some discount bins tonight, maybe. We'll see what happens. Adam Bullock on Meshuggah. Let's go ahead and sell that to Adam Bullock. What was the Creator? There's one left. It's called Hate Uber L's. It's new and sealed. It's $29.99. There's a new bid on Tesla for $44. Edward Tanagi's out. That's a final call on that. What was the condition of Judas Priest? There was no condition notes on the vinyl. The vinyl was near mint minus. Unbelievable. And the jacket was not bad. I mean, it's a black cover, so it shows any kind of little signs of wear. I would call it VG, just those little hints of ring wear there at the top. Just a $35 buy now on that. Lee have Laura just dropped off a couple more auctions, and then she just dropped off another crate of metal. Here's what's next. A 1975 US PRC Richmond original, mastered by Bob Ludwig, RL and the Dead Wax, with the book VG Plus, $35 start. $35 start. This is OG Kiss Alive, VG Plus, a $35 start. There's one LP. There's two LPs. It does have the book. It does have a name tag down here on the bottom. That could be removed. There's no writing on it, except for right in here inside the gatefold. And that's Kiss Alive, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Judas Priest is a $35 buy now. British Steel. Nice vinyl. Cover could be slightly better. Of course, if it's slightly better, the price might be slightly better. Let me just put this over here. Here's our next singles. I got the Beatles. This is a Purple Capital mono reissue of Yesterday and Act Naturally. That's a $7 start. And Johnny Cash, Ragged Old Flag. That's got a rubber stamp on it, and that is a $7 start. He said Priest then. Okay, that means Priest sold, right? That sold to Mark Fallon for $35. Thank you. $7 start on the Beatles, $7 start on Johnny Cash, and now Tesla is officially sold to John Kaiser for $44. Thank you on that. Those have bids, it looks like, or will get bids. Next is Baroness, Gold and Gray. I've never seen that one. Baroness Sealed, 24. I've had a lot of different colored Baroness albums, but not that one. Also, 1, 2, 3 copies here of Digital Ghost, Under Oath, Voyeurist. This is limited edition record stay on Sangria colored vinyl. That is $24.99. $24.99. And we have Within the Ruins. Within the Ruins. This is on silver and red vinyl, deathcore prog metal. That is sealed for $19.99. Johnny Cash has a bid for 10, 7, 10. And then Cash has another bid for 7. The Beatles has a bid for 7. Right now, there's no bid on the Kiss albums. On the Kiss album, that's a final call on that. Let's jump over here and grab another LP right quick. This is Axe, Living on the Edge. Axe is a 1980 German original, no condition notes, and we're going to put it up for a $25 star. 1980 German original, Axe, Living on the Edge. That is going to go up for a $25 start. Talks of Ravens wants a Tool. We got new and sealed Tool Opiates for just $19.99. That is sold with Talks of Ravens. Johnny Cash 30. Brad Waits has Kiss at 35. Next is, this is Liminal Right. Kardashev, maybe. This is sealed on pink and white. Liminal Right. Sealed for $29.99. Johnny Cash is now at 40. Also have Between the Baird and Me, Alaska. Between the Baird and Me, that's new and sealed for $29.99. Sun, S-U-N-N, or Sun O, Cannon, K-A-N-N-O-N. That's on mystery colored vinyl. Sun is unopened. Boy, I listened to their stuff and I was like, wow, it's just like a lot of noise. It just like, whoa. That's what it sounds like to me. It's pretty interesting though. Johnny Cash is at $45. Right now, this Kiss is a U.S. original first press mastered by Bob Ludwig. It does not have a bid for $35. There is a name tag there on the front, and there's a name written inside of the gatefold. That might be a reason it doesn't have a bid, but if you can get past that, it will be a great deal. And Brad Waits has it for $35. He did bid $35. Axe doesn't have a bid. Johnny Cash is now at $50. And then the next thing is Justin Deckelman on Between the Baird and Me. That is sold to Justin Deckelman. And then how much was Sun? Sun was unopened, $29.99. Brandon Lack was third on Alaska. Cameron was second. And the next two records in here is Black Sabbath. And this is called Reunion. And that is the triple LP, $39.99. $39.99. That is Black Sabbath, Between the Buried and Me. Drone metal. Yeah, it's wild sounding stuff. Yeah, Kiss is at 35. Final call. You might catch some deals back here on the auction blogs. There's a couple people who do not bid on records if there's like a name tag on it or a name written on it. And there may be some great steals tonight on some of these records tonight. So, I mean, this guy, we have several from this guy's collection. I've already said it once. This Dick Connery here. His stuff is so well taken care of, and there's going to be some up for tonight. If you want to take a little time to try to get those name tags off, there are some really, as you can tell, there's no ring wear on that jacket. Really nice. So just saying. Next thing we have is Johnny Cash is out. That's a final call. And we have Sun sold to Talks of Ravens. That is sold. Okay. Now we can go ahead and sell the Beatles. They got one bid for $7, and that was sold over here to Chris Gardner for $7. Thank you. That is that. All right. Now let's read through this one more time and see what is left in here. How much was Liminal Right? Rebecca Howitt, Liminal Right was still available, and that was sealed for $29.99. Everything in here is new and sealed. Let's try to read through these one more time and see what happens as soon as I stretch. I'm going to get an early stretch in tonight. That felt pretty good. Oh. If someone just joined the feed, they'd probably like, what the heck's going on? Johnny Cash is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $50. Thank you. That's sold to you. And now we have Kiss. That is sold for $35, and that was sold to Brad Waits for $35. Thank you. U.S. Original, mastered by Bob Ludwig. $35 on that. Thank you, Brad. That is sold, and nobody bid on Axe, Living on the Edge. That is a $25 buy it now on Axe, Living on the Edge, 1980 German original, $25 buy it now on that. Next auction is going to go up right now, and this is a Raven, all for one. This is a nice copy, 1983 U.S. original. This is a $25 start, a U.S. original with the original inner sleeve, and this is going to go up for a $25 start, 1983. It does have the original inner sleeve. There it is, a $25 start, Raven, all for one. 83 U.S. original. That is now up for bid. Next auction is Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance. This is a 1982 U.S. Carrollton original under sleeve. Very clean, very nice. Nothing wrong with this one. Nothing wrong with Raven. This also has the merch insert, and Judas Priest is going to go up for a $35 star. Very nice merch insert. Has the original under sleeve. There's the cover. And this is going to go up for a $35 star. Let's do a very quick read through here. But first, I'm going to grab some more buy it nows right quick. Let me do this right now. First thing we have is Michael Cimbello. This is Maniac, $6.99. The Partridge Family, I Think I Love You. Joe Jackson, Is She Really Going Out With Him? Elvis Presley, Return to Sender. We also have Joe Diffie, New Way. And then Cool Water by Sons of the Pioneers. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on that little stack of buy it now 45s right there, okay? All right, first thing we have is, let me put these right back here. And I'm just going to read some of these titles. If you need a price, let me know. We had Cattonia still left for $24.99. Still got Winger left. That was sealed on blue vinyl for $34.99. Also, Downfall of Gaia, that was sealed for $24. Tools are still available for $19.99. Stray Gods was sealed green vinyl, $24. We have the Bluntus Nord, that was $19.99. Cattle Decapitation sealed for $24.99. Charlie XCX sealed $29.99. And this is Undeath, blood and bone colored vinyl, $24.99. Sold 2 creators, one left for $29. Saxon, still have those for $29.99. That was Saxon, Hellfire, and Damnation. Baroness, Gold and Gray, those are sealed for $24.99. And Digital Ghost, Under Oath Voyeurs, that is Sangria colored vinyl, $24.99. And then this is sold to Hiram. And this is sold. Hiram says, I'll take Liminal if Rebecca passes. I don't think Rebecca wanted that, so that's sold to Hiram. Jason Jones says Axe for $20. I guess nobody else bought that. And Jason, I'm going to have to get that 5 back out of you one way or another tonight. That's sold to you for $20. What's the set time for Iron Maiden auction? I didn't know if we had an Iron Maiden. I'll say between now and we'll do it right at, is there an Iron Maiden record? I guess there is, right? That will be sometime after 8 o'clock. Yeah. Those will be here in the next 50 minutes, or they'll be right at 8 o'clock. Stacy Metternich on PF, that's for Partridge Family. That is sold to Stacy for $6.99. Judas Priest, $35. Chris Gardner on JJ, and that's for Joe Jackson. That's sold for $6.99. Tony McDaniel, second on Partridge Family. There's no writing on Raven. Raven has a bid for $25. Raven has a bid for $25. BJ Deckmere on Undeath. That's sold right here to BJ Deckmere. That is sold. And we have Judas Priest 37 and Raven 26. There's that. And there's that. Those are sold and sold. No, you got Exhorter last week for even a deal. It was a robbery this week. It was robbery this week. You got it for a deal last week. It was robbery this week. You would have felt bad if you would have bought it this week for $15. Black Sabbath Reunion, that's still available, sealed for $39.99. So Black Sabbath is $39.99, and then Within the Ruins was sealed at $19.99. All right, so that's all available. Next thing we have, and Judas Priest. So let's go over these again. I can keep this simple. Both auctions have no condition notes, nothing wrong with the vinyl, and nothing wrong with the jackets. This one is complete with the original inner sleeve and insert. Nothing to worry about on these. These are the copies you would want. No condition notes, nothing to note on any one of them. Nothing. Raven's now at 30, and Judas Priest is at 37. Anybody else on here? We still got 2 more crates of new vinyl to go through. I'm about to do that right now. That's a whole lot of metal. Whole lot of metal still left in there. Okay, there's that. And now let's step over here and grab, I just almost tripped over a lower crate of metal. These metal crates, when you stub your toe on these metal crates, it hurts even more. You're like, ow, that hurt. Let's see what we got here. Oh, great. That's exactly what I didn't want to see. Oh, man, that came in. I didn't expect that. I forgot I had those back ordered. Okay, let's go through this new and sealed stuff here. Let's see what we got. Okay. Here we go. Alrighty. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Next auction is Pearl Jam, Who You Are and Habit. Pearl Jam from No Code 1996. $7 start on Pearl Jam. And Mouse Zen and the Cheesy Bits. $5 start. Those are now up for bid. Okay? First thing we have is Alice in Chains, Dirt, Down in a Hole, Them Bones, Rooster, 2LP remaster. Alice in Chains is $36.99. I have 2 copies of Robert Plant, Lullaby and the Ceaseless Roar. Robert Plant, that's one of his solo albums. That's new and sealed, 2LP, $44.99. AC/DC, Rock or Bust, really killer. Very popular. I've lost track of how many copies I've sold of this, but Rock or Bust, 2LP, $33.99 on Rock or Bust, lenticular cover. And we got Government Mule Heavy Load Blues. This is Government Mule. It's a 2LP on 180 gram blue smoke colored vinyl. Government Mule, $39.99 on that. And I have 2 copies of Government Mule. The next thing I have was what? Okay, so Judas Priest got a new bid. What time for Black Sabbath first album auction? Sometime a little after 8 o'clock. Priest is at 38, Raven at 31, Raven 35. Jared Benoit wants a Saxon from the last bin. Jared Benoit wants a Saxon from the last bin. This is sold to Jared Benoit. And then we have Raven 36, Pearl Jam 7, Raven 40, Raven out. Talks of Ravens wants an Alice in Chains, Judas Priest 38. So the last bid on Judas Priest that came in was 38 with Dwayne Sevilla. He already had that about 3 minutes ago, so it's a final call to him. Mouse has a bid for 5. Pearl Jam has a bid for 8. And the last bid on Raven was Jared Benoit at 40, and John Kaiser went out. I've shown Alice in Chains. I've sold Robert Plant. I've shown AC/DC. I've shown Government Mule. Here is Hailstorm, $29.99. That's the debut album. I think it's self-titled, right? Yeah, Hailstorm is $29.99. We got 3 copies. The Very Best of Diana Krall. That's a 2LP new and sealed, $46.99. Ban on the Run is the half-speed master, $39.99. Mouse Zen has bids for 5 and 6. Pearl Jam has a bid for 11. And we have the Coyote Ugly soundtrack. Coyote Ugly soundtrack. That's new and sealed, $33.99. And 2 copies of Hailstorm, The Strange Case of Hailstorm. That's on clear vinyl, $29.99. I have 3 of those. I'm going to pause right there and say Pearl Jam's at 11 with BJ. Zen has a bid for 6. So, Robert, you're out. Nobody else bid on Raven. We can go ahead and sell that one then to Jared Benoit for $40. Thank you, Jared. That's so to you. And then Judas Priest was still at Dwayne for $38. Haven't heard back from anybody else. Now, Georgie placed a bid, but that was late at $38. And I haven't heard back from him, so I need to go ahead and sell this to Dwayne for $38. Thank you, Dwayne. That is so to you for $38. Now, they're still bidding on Zen, which, Robert, you're out. And also, they're bidding out on Pearl Jam. YouTube spam. Not good. Let me get over there and see what's going on. Or is it that one account? Is it that one account? Oh, yeah. I need to mute them. They've comment very, like, bizarre stuff randomly throughout the night. I don't understand. There's a lot of things in life I don't understand, though. Next thing I have is going up right now. Oh, here's some buy now 45s I skipped over earlier. Let me go ahead and show these. These are $6.99. First thing I have is Rocky Burnett, Tired of Towing the Line. Abba Vuluve, Billy Squire, Loving You Ain't So Hard. We have Rhapsody in Blue, Diodato 2. Tequila Sunrise, that's Robin Zander and Ann Wilson of Heart. And we have Elton John, I Feel Like a Bullet, and Grow Some Funk of Your Own. Those are all $6.99. Those are all $6.99 there if anybody wants anything in there. Next auction is going to go right now. It's Kiss, Dress to Kill. This is an original OG first pressing with the embossed cover, VG Plus. There is some writing on the label. It does have a name tag on the front of the jacket. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Once again, one from this guy's collection. It's a really nice copy, especially the jacket. The disc is very nice too. These jackets are well taken care of. There's this one problem. You're going to have to do a little bit of work. Now, luckily, his name isn't actually written on here. You could probably do some work and get that off, but that is just a $25 start on Kiss, Dress to Kill. And it's OG. Nice jacket. Now, Robert, I'm assuming you're outdone on Zen, and let's go ahead and sell Paul Bill Pearl Jam for $13. Thank you, Paul Bill. That's so do you. Next in this bin here, we had, whoop, there's a bunch of comments just came in. First was Pearl Jam 11, Pearl Jam 13, Pearl Jam out, Mouse out. Okay, a bunch of comments just came in. So Mouse is sold to Teresa for $6. That is sold. And then we have Kiss 25. Also over here, we have Robert Plant, Carry Fire is 2LP, $44.99. We also have Rush 2112, 180 gram remaster, $36.99. Todd Doris wants Ban on the Run. And this is the half speed master here. That is sold to Todd Doris. And first thing we have is, Chad, if you can quickly reach Stevie Ray Vaughan, Alive. You want Live Alive, and that was from that very first bin of like new vinyl. Let me see if I can find that. That was one of the first crates I went through over here. Yeah, I think it's right over here. Give me 1 second on that. Let me take these right over here. And of course, I've got handfuls. I've got boxes full of 45s, and then what I don't show, it's probably because I'm about to put them up for auction. Like this, the Wonder Stuff, it's a $5 start. And then this one right here, this is really cool. A Paul McCartney foreign picture sleeve, Mrs. Vanderbilt and Bluebird from Wings. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Really cool stuff there. Let me jump back over here. And yeah, I need to shift some of this around anyway because I have got another crate of new vinyl here we've only shown one time early in the show, and it was pretty good. But yeah, let me go ahead and grab you a Stevie Live Alive, right? Excellent. Let's go ahead and tag this. That was my only copy of Ban on the Run. But yeah, Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold for $46.99. I've got one more there if anybody else wants it. Okay, so Todd got that one. And then next was Kiss 28. Kiss 30. Jerry Stone wants a Government Mule, Heavy Blues. There's one of those left. Test, and that was my only Ban on the Run. The Wonder Stuff, that was a $5 start there. 1989 Polydor, the Wonder Stuff. This is going to go up for a $5 start. And then Paul McCartney Wings is Mrs. Vanderbilt. And it is, I'm trying to figure out which country this is. German? It's a German picture sleeve, yeah. $7 start on that. Okay, next record in here was Rush, and then we have the Disturbed, The Sickness Anniversary Edition on green vinyl. That is $33.99. Down with the Sickness. That's the gatefold on green vinyl, $33.99. And Metallica Master of Puppets is $33.99. And another Alice in Chains. This one's Facelift. Alice in Chains Facelift is $38.99. I've got two of those. Paul McCartney, $7, and Wonder Stuff is one bid for $5. Next auction, going up right now, is Poison. Look what the cat dragged in. Poison has no writing on it. I'll start saying that right now. Poison has no writing on it. It's a 1986 U.S. Original Club, RCA Music Club, nice EX edition, a $35 start on that. $35 start. This is Poison. It is an 86 U.S. Club, no condition notes. A $35 start on Look What the Cat Dragged In. $35 start on that. Disturbed, I think you said you have Disturbed. Yes. You do want a copy, right? And do I have Shinedown? I don't, but I can get them. Now, this was, I've got 10 copies of this because I had it back ordered. This is Badfinger. This was essentially an unreleased album that never did make it. Head First by Badfinger, $38.99. If you follow the Paula Graham YouTube channel like I do, he just made a video recently about this when it came out. I originally missed the pre-order, but it's a 1974 Badfinger album that essentially never did come out. It's called Head First. It was shelved, and of course, if you know the history about them, it's a pretty wild history about them. But yeah, those are sold out immediately, and I'm glad I have them in because I kind of wanted to keep one myself. It's Badfinger, Head First. The 50th anniversary includes a 12-page book. Now, Derek Clark, he's the one who reminded me about this. Derek, if you're watching, I have you down for one just from memory. And then we've sold several here. We have one sold for Brad, or excuse me, let's go back up here to the top. One for Jerry Stone, one for Todd Doris, and one from Brett Robley. That is $38.99. $38.99 on that, okay? Now, let's go back up, and first we have Disturbed. I'll make sure Kelly actually wanted a Disturbed. Poison 35. Phil Toretto does want a facelift, and we got 3 Badfingers sold, and now Margaret also wants one. That is sold. That is sold. Okay, so let's go back over here and update these two. Kiss, the final call on Kiss, I believe, was John Kaiser, and he has that for $45. We're about to sell it. Poison has a new bid for $36. The Wonder Stuff is sold to Teresa, and she had that for just one bid, $5. That's sold. Kelly Vlodarchek does want the Disturbed, so that is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. I was going to make sure, and that's the new anniversary edition, gatefold on colored vinyl. Tony Freeman also wants a Badfinger, and now Poison has bids for $37.38, and somebody can pick up Paul McCartney at a great price. If not, I'll keep it for $7. Mrs. Vanderbilt and Bluebird. Those are tracks from Band on the Run, a German picture sleeve for $7. Talks of Ravens wants the other Alice in Chains facelift. We're sold out of Alice in Chains facelift again. If anybody wants on a waiting list, please let me know because I'm going to order more anyways. Those are sold, and there's Badfinger for $38. And Susie and the Banshee has some light seam crackles, but this is a new, unofficial live Susie and the Banshees Paris 1991, $33.99. They do have some light seam crackles, but that's new for Friday. Stacy gets that for $7. Stacy, I'll let that go to you for $7. I hope you're feeling better too. $7. That is sold to Stacy Metternich. All right, and that means John Kaiser gets the Kiss. John Kaiser, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you. And this sold to John Kaiser for $45. Thank you there, John Kaiser. That's sold to you. And those have very light seam crackles. Ed did make a note for me. I was like, dang it. And they text me today. I don't think they've done it yet, but Tanner's like, we have got to get with you and get some of this vinyl return that has damages. I think we have filled up a whole nother crate of bent corners and seam creases and stuff. That's sold to Teresa. That's sold to Rebecca. Poison has bids for $41, $42, now $44. Man, I didn't mute. Okay, I'm good to go. I didn't get my mute. I muted the second one. I bet that was loud. Sorry, I couldn't get to the button. My eyes were closed. You can't see when you're sneezing. If you do, then your eyes will pop out, is what I was always told. Oh, man. Pollen in the air. So, Poison's at 50-50. We actually have a tie. All right, so here's what we're going to do, folks. We're going to show some more Buy It Now 45s. My Love Does It Good. Paul McCartney, $6.99. Neil Diamond, Song Sung Blue. Let me skip that one. Let me skip that one. Let me skip that one. Marty Stewart, Little Things. Vanessa Williams, Dreamin'. We auctioned that one the other night. I'll do another auction on that. And let's do one more. Paul Revere and the Raiders. This is a complimentary copy from who or what, but it's some kind of Paul Revere promo. $6.99 on that. $6.99 on that. Whew. All right. Now we have Bless You, Bless You, Bless You. Thanks, everybody. Now, Poison was at 50 with Heath, and BJ was second. And then we have Bless You, Bless You, Bless You. Poison 52. Stacy got Paul McCartney. My Love Does It Good. And then Javi Soto and Vanessa Williams. That's sold for $6.99. And we have Paul Revere, we got Marty Stewart, and we got Neil Diamond. Those are all available if anybody wants them. Next auction is AA Mars, Pump Up the Volume. That's going to go up for a $7 start. And now we need a new metal auction and we need a new crate. Let's go ahead and knock out one of these crates Paul's marked. But first, here's our next auction. This is Come On, Feel the Noise. This is We're Not Gonna Take It. This is Dee Snider. This is Stay Hungry. Twisted Sister, VG, a 1984 U.S. Specialty Original with the original inner sleeve. No writing. It is in VG, a $25 start on that. $25 start. Poison's at 55. Pump Up the Volume has bids for 7 and 7. There is Twisted Sister, $25 start on that. And our next auction right here. Boy, this looks interesting. What do we have here? Let me get it out of this sleeve. Toss the sleeve here. Somebody changed out my trash can. Thank you, mystery person who changed out my trash can. We have Substance Abuse, Makeup, Gospel Records, Operations of Music City, Substance Abuse Makeup, $5 start on that. That's now for bid. Anybody else? That was a great bin of new vinyl and lots still left in there. Let me read these titles. Susie and the Banshees. We got that Badfinger album. Metallica, Disturbed, Rush, Robert Plant, Hailstorm, Coyote Ugly, Diana Krall, Hailstorm, Government Mule, AC/DC, Robert Plant, and Alice in Chains. Wow, lots still left in there. And we've managed to already fill up another bin of vinyl. So let me do this right here. Let me swap out these crates. And it's about time for me to go get another one. I need to do a condense, but I don't see anything I can condense right now. So let me go get a new crate. All righty. Here we go. Let's swap out. And I'm going to go ahead and go through this crate that Paul has done right over here. And first, I figured there were some questions. The first question was Makeup, what Hailstorm? The Hailstorm, there's two different ones. There's Hailstorm self-titled, $29.99. There's Hailstorm, The Strange Case of Hailstorm, $29. And then what was the Government Mule? We sold one. There's one left. That's Heavy Load Blues, blue vinyl, $39.99. Shane Devers wants one of the AC/DCs. And then another question, what Hailstorm? Pump Up is at 10. And Michael Butler. Badfinger was an unreleased album. I think it originally came out on CD only, maybe back in the 90s. But this is a 1974 first time on vinyl, head first. It was an unreleased. This is a unreleased shelved album from Badfinger. That's $38.99. And then the Hailstorm was in the case of Hailstorm. Paul Bill says he'll take both of them. There's one Hailstorm sold, another Hailstorm sold. Those are sold and sold to Paul Bill and Paul Bill. They're both $29.99. Hailstorm self-titles $29, and in the Strange Case of, they're both $29.99. And then Badfinger's $38. We had 10 copies. We've got 4 left. We've sold 6 copies. Badfinger is $38.99. Pump Up the Volumes at $13. And then what was the Diana Krall? This is the very best of Diana Krall. 2 LP, $46.99. $46.99. And then the other question was how much was CU? And that was Coyote Ugly. That's new and sealed, $33.99. How many AC/DCs do I have? I've got 1 copy left of Rock or Bust. It's $33.99. 1 left. If you have Hailstorm, I'll take it. All right, so Greg Preston wants one of each. There's one for Greg Preston. There's another one for Greg Preston. So 2 more Hailstorm sold, and then we have self-titled sold to Rockin' and Slottin'. So that's sold and sold. Took a chunk out of there doing that. So those are all still left, and we sold that. How about I read them one more time? Let's try to read it one more time and sell another half of the crate. Susie and the Banshees live, Badfinger head first. So pretty much, like I said, an unreleased album. And it's got very positive reviews. Metallica, also Disturbed, Rush 2112, Robert Plant, Hailstorm, Coyote Ugly, Diana Krall, Government Mule, AC/DC, Robert Plant, and Alice in Chains. Wait till y'all see the other 2 crates of new vinyl we went through. What's left in there? Oh my gosh. The other crate we went through, I figured like that first crate I went through, we'd sell everything in there. So I'll do that one again later. But right now, I'm going to grab this crate of Paul, and there's another. Is there 1 or 2 more crates of new vinyl? I think there's 1 more crate over here that I hadn't gone through. Yep, there's 1 more crate. Oh, it's all audiophile stuff too. Good. I got stuff from Analog Productions, MoFi, Analog Productions. Nice. MoFi, Analog Productions, music on vinyl, Analog Productions. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Paul, where's your crate at? Here is Paul's crate. Paul is got us a crate here. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. All right. Now, we got a lot of stuff going on right now. Questions, bids, press conferences. Reporters are here in the store tonight observing me. We have Poison. Michael Fairchild had it for $56. Curtis Marachi, you got outbid. Michael Fairchild bid $56. Curtis Marachi, you got outbid $56. Curtis Marachi. Michael Fairchild has this for $56. Poison, look what the cat dragged in. It's an original OG club, okay? Now, not too long after I put that up, I put up Twisted Sister. And it has 1 bid for $25 of Hiram Aponte. And that's an 84 U.S. Specialty original of Stay Hungry. And Hiram has it for $25. Then I put up 2 copies, 2 45s up. Makeup, Substance Abuse, and A.A. Mars, Pump Up the Volume. Now, since I pulled Mike Massey's Susie, there was a question, what Disturbed? Down with the Sickness, new anniversary edition on green vinyl gatefold, $33.99, Robert Lee Bunch. Next is Craig Honeycutt, says he'll take that last AC/DC Rock or Bust. I always order those when I see them because it's such a killer cover. What was the Diana Krall album? Diana Krall was called The Very Best of Diana Krall. It's a 2 LP. It's new and sealed. It's $46.99. Poison has new bids now for $58. Now we have Twisted Sister at $28. Now we have Twisted Sister for $30. So we're at the bottom and there's new bids, and now Poison's at $60. Now A.A. Mars, the last bid on that, Pump Up the Volume. Teresa went out, and that's after Robert Vlodarchek bid $13. Makeup is at $10 with Craig Thomas, and that's a final call. That's where we're at. I think we're good to go. Let's go through this crate of stuff that Paul has marked for us and see what we have in here, okay? First thing is Journey Frontiers. Journey, $24.99. Original under sleeve. There is some writing on the jacket. $24.99 on Journey Frontiers. Also, Nuggets, Volume 10, Folk Rock. Now, we should have several volumes. These are pretty incredible compilations. Nuggets, this is called Folk Rock, Volume 10, Nuggets. These are incredible. The Nuggets series, if you hadn't had these before, there is a name written on the cover. $24.99. Teenage Tragedy. This is another compilation, right? I think it is. Yeah, $19.99 from Rhino. Tour Tunes of Terminal Teens. This also has some writing on the cover. $19.99. Michael Butler on Nuggets. That's sold to Michael Butler. And Van Morrison, Astor Weeks, a UK copy, $24.99. Van Morrison, Astor Weeks. Very nice vinyl. There is a name tag on the cover. A.A. Mars is sold to Robert Volodczyk for $13. Makeup Substance Abuse is sold to Craig Thomas for $10. Now Poison's at $66, and now Twisted Sisters at $40. Twisted Sisters at $40 and Poison's at $66. Next is Aerosmith Rocks. Back in the saddle again. OG textured cover. There is a name tag on it. Original inner sleeve, $24.99. Another exceptionally nice record. Falling in Love Again, Susan. Sealed, 1979, $14.99 on that. Also, Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll. Nice. Ronnie James Dio with Richie Blackmore. Gatefold, the original inner sleeve, beautiful disc. There is a name tag on the cover, $29.99. Styx, Crystal Ball, very nice copy. Nowhere on the jacket, nowhere on the vinyl. Nothing wrong with this one. Extraordinarily nice, $14.99. Dustin Whitaker on Rainbow, that is sold. Gregory Roberts on Aerosmith Rocks, that's sold to Gregory Roberts. Poison has a new bid for $70. And when I come back, I'm selling Twisted Sister for $40 to Solarplex Studios. Haven't heard back from anybody else. That's now a final call. Let's grab a new handful of 45s here and see what we have. We at least need to put something up for auction, right? And the first thing we have is we have the Dirty Birds. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Gotta Go, the Dirty Birds. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And the Helicopters. And the Helicopters is going to go up for a $5 start. And that's on black vinyl. That is 5 and 5 on that. 5 and 5 on that. That's the Dirty Birds and the Helicopters. 5 and 5. All right, next thing we have is we sold Aerosmith Poisons at $70. And then we have Cody Gray. You were next on Rainbow. It looks like, yeah, it looks like you were next on Rainbow. Styx is an OG. And, well, I'll put it to you this way. It's not a reissue, or it's not a modern reissue. We have no year written on it. $14.99. And then Halloween box sets. Those aren't due out till next week, I don't think. Poison's at $72. Twisted Sister $45. Poison out. Twisted Sister $46. We have Stevie Wonder Intervisions, $24.99. Stevie Wonder Intervisions, really nice and clean. $24.99 on Stevie Wonder. Journey Departure. And by the way, if I do say name tag, it may have a name tag on it, but I'm telling y'all, this guy, you could tell he cared about his stuff. He didn't want anybody stealing it. Look at this. I mean, this is how all these look. They're beautiful. So if you can do some work and get that off, I mean, some of them's camouflage, like he did it right down here in black Sharpie. But, man, if I say name tag and it's the Connery collection, it is a beautiful disc, especially if Paul's got them in a non-check condition bin. So, I mean, they're very nice. If you can do some work on them, it might be worth it, because if you take those off, you're going to have some top copies. That is sold on Craig Proper. And then we have Nuggets Volume 12 Punk, name tag, no condition notes. That's the Punk, early Punk there from the 60s, $24.99. That's Nuggets Volume 12. Amazing Rhythm Aces, Burning the Ballroom Down. That's $9.99. Amazing Rhythm Aces, $9.99. And The Who, Odds and Sods. Now, if you don't hear me say anything, then there's no name on it. It's still a nice, clean record because this is a non-check condition bin, okay? $19.99. Let's go back up and update all these auctions. Wow, Poison and Twisted Sister still getting bids. I knew at some point the metal auction block would wake up. The first, hour of auctions were steals. Stuff was getting 1 and 0 bids. And now I think the metalheads have woke up. There's now 353 people watching. And I think we are now in full-fledged metal zone. Poison is at 72. Twisted Sister 45. Poison is out with Chris Keller. Twisted Sister 46. Helicopters 5. Jason Jones does want the Styx. Can't go wrong there. Helicopters another 5. Helicopters 6. Dirty Birds 5. Helicopters 8. Craig Proper did get Journey. I've already pulled that, right? Yeah, Craig Proper got Journey. And then Twisted Sister 47. Dirty Bird 6. Helicopters 10. Twisted Sister 50. William Dragovich on Nuggets. And then Twisted Sister 52, Janie Green on Stevie Wonder, Twisted Sister out, Dirty Bird 7, and we have Dale Reeves with Strings and Things, sealed, $9.99. Gregory wants to put back Aerosmith. Aerosmith is $24.99. Name tag, $24.99. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, beautiful copy. Name tag, $34.99. If I say name tag, it's going to have that on it. He usually wrote his name on the cover too. That's a beautiful copy, $34.99. We have not sold Lita Ford. Billy Cobham, Billy's Best Hits, $14.99 on Billy Cobham. And we have Steve Coleman Group, Motherland Pulse, 85 German, $19.99. So that means Poison is moving to a final call. I have not seen a bid since that $72 bid with Michael Fairchild. Going twice, going three times. Going twice, going three times. Twisted Sister, Solarplex is out. That means somebody must have bid more than 50. They did. Phil Toretto bid $52. Helicopter still getting bids. Dirty Bird still getting bids. Next is the Subway. This is a 1990 German import alternate rock. Is that what that says? I love Subway sandwiches. This is the Subway Surfers. This is Tea Party. The Subway Surfers Tea Party. $9.99. Journey, Evolution, name tag, $24.99. Very nice vinyl. And Nuggets Volume 1, the hits. Wow. That's the first volume. Wow, look at all those great songs. Oh my gosh. It's like some of my favorite music there. $24.99 on Nuggets. 24, that's Volume 1. And Bob Seger System. Bob Seger's debut. It is a 77. Name tag. Nice. Rambling, Gambling Man. $19.99. Michael Butler on Nuggets. That's so to Michael Butler. That's so to Michael Butler. Next is Rebecca Howard on Subway. Thank you. And now Poison is sold to Michael Fairchild for $72. And Twisted Sister was sold for $52 to Phil Toretto. That's sold to Phil Toretto for $52. Thank you. That is sold. Now, Helicopters is at $15. Dirty Birds is at $10. Those are final calls. Teresa has both of them. One more record, the new auctions. Keith Jarrett, Shades. Keith Jarrett's no condition notes, $14.99. Keith Jarrett Shades, $14.99. So what time is it? 7:42. Oh boy, let's go ahead and see what I have in here. Here's some of our auctions tonight. Metallica, Nirvana, Black Sabbath, Guns N' Roses, Kicks, Ozzy, Anthrax, Iron Maiden, Lita Ford, Ozzy, Britney Fox, Savatage, Wasp, Rat, Ozzy, Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath, Motley Crue, Rat, Great White, Whitesnake, Judas Priest, Ingve Dio, Accept, Kill, Axe. Let's do Accept, and let's do put something more from the front here, and let's go ahead and throw up Rat. Accept and Rat going up right now. I think y'all just heard a slew of incredible auctions coming up, right? Yes, you did. Your ears didn't deceive you. Your ears did not deceive you. Accept Restless and Wild. Accept is a 1983 U.S. original. VG Plus, a $25 start. Accept Restless and Wild. VG Plus, a $25 start. Accept Restless and Wild. $25 start. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. Rat is a 1985 U.S. Specialty OG, original on sleeve, saw cut EX, name tag, name tag, name. Rat is beautiful though, as you would expect from this guy's batch. Superb. EX, Rat, there is a name tag on the front, $35 start on that. Nothing, no writing on Accept. We sold Subway. We have requests for Kicks, Savatage, Ozzy, Great White, Kicks, Ozzy, Kicks. Mark Renan wants Keith Jarrett, Accept 25, Accept 30. And let's go ahead and sell these to Teresa Brookshire. She gets both 45. She gets the Helicopters for 15 and the Dirty Birds for 10. Those are sold to Teresa. Let's go ahead and put up a couple more here. We got Blues Boogie and Rhythm, Wildfire Willie, that's a $5 start, and the Primal Scene, that's going to go up for a $5 start. The Primal Scene, those are $5 starts, and so is Wildfire Willie and the Ramblers. Back down to the bottom, we have the March Violets, Walk Into the Sun. A 1984 UK 12-inch single, New Wave Goth Rock, $14.99. The March Violets, Walk Into the Sun. Anthology, Diana Ross and the Supremes, $19.99. And Wham, Fantastic. Wham is $24.99. Wham, Fantastic. That's only at $24.99. Also, a quick piece of nostalgia here for y'all long-term Coletco viewers. I got an email that, unfortunately, Facebook is not going to store all the old live streams anymore. So, like anything older than 30 days, they're going to start deleting. So, I had to go back and I wanted to go download some of my very first live streams just so I would have a nostalgic record of them, because I went back and looked, and just so you know, the very first live stream, Paul, was November 18th, 2018. Oh, wow. November 18th. That was the very first time I went live on Facebook to sell merchandise. November 18th, 2018. So this November will be 7 years, and my first YouTube stream was March 29th, 2022. So in 2 days, we've hit 3 years on YouTube. November will be 7 years on Facebook, and 7 years on Facebook, and in 2 days, 3 years on YouTube. We've been live streaming for going on 7 years on Facebook, 3 years on YouTube, and we've managed to somehow rack up more followers on YouTube in 3 years than we have in 7 on Facebook. So thanks, everybody. But I had to go download some of those very first streams of mine because I wanted to go watch them to see how much things changed. And my gosh, I went and watched one from 2021. It was like we wasn't even auctioning stuff. We had like 5 auctions that whole night. The very first record I sold was Johnny Cash at San Quentin, $15. That was the very first thing I sold, $15. Johnny Cash at San Quentin. So I bet we've sold somewhere, there's no telling how many records we've sold since then. That's back when we were Lebanon Antique Mall, but pretty amazing. 7 years this November. First record was Johnny Cash at San Quentin. The very first record I sold was a stack of Elvis 45s. We auctioned them. But man, we used to do sales. I don't know if y'all remember, but we didn't have auctions. Like if we had auctions, it was a rare night. And we would have like 5 auctions. And that was back in like 2020, maybe 2019. And then we started getting into the system where we're doing all this. It's pretty amazing. Plus, I was watching me. I am so much faster and I'm so much louder. I used to barely talk when I would do them. I'm so much faster and louder. It's amazing. So for those that don't know, I've been here for 7. You're much faster than you were then. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was amazing. I am like on a completely different speed, and my volume is so much louder too. So, okay, sorry about that. I just wanted to share that because it made me really reflect how long I've been doing this. It's pretty amazing. Time flies. All right, so we sold Keith Jarrett. Accept had bids. Accept is now at 40. 7 years here on Facebook doing this. Primal's at 5. Teresa wants the Violets. That is sold to Teresa. Primal 6. Janie Green got Wham. That is sold to Janie Green. Rats at 35. And we have Accept at 45. Rats now at 40. And Accept at 50. Rat 43. Accept 55. Rat 45. And we are good to go. So we have Stanley Turrentine. This is a gold stamp promo, $9.99 on Stanley Turrentine. Also, Streets. This is Crimes and Mine. That's a 1985 hard rock album, $9.99 on Streets. And we have Journey. There is a name tag, but a nice another Journey record with the original inner sleeve, $24.99. $24.99. And Nuggets Volume 9, Acid Rock. This is $29.99. Nuggets, Acid Rock, $29.99. Yeah, I used to be on Monsters. Oh, man, yeah. I used to drink 4 or 5 Monsters a night doing these things. Marshmallow Overcoat, The Inner Groove, $19.99. I'll also tell y'all something else. It was hard for me to find a stream that I did longer than 3 hours. I used to go live from like 7 to 10, and if we made it to midnight, it was wild. And now we're doing 8 hours nonstop, so that's something else much different. I'm like, man, I was looking at some of those videos. They're only like 3 hours and 12 minutes. I was like, man, I was a lightweight. 3 hours? I do that in the first 3 hours already. That didn't make any sense. Okay, so first thing we have, any more John Cash? No. A lot of records I was selling to also for $20 or like $100 now. So if you were watching back in the day, you got some really good deals. Rat got a new bid for 46, but I think we already had a bid. No, that's Accept. Accept was at 55. Accept was at 55. Richard Zeinert wants Streets, but before that, Stanley Turrentine was sold to Mark Rendon. Also, Richard Zeinert on Streets, and Slicker Van Slyke wants Inner Groove. Hold on a second. Inner Groove, was that a claim? Or what about Nuggets here? That was Marshmallow Overcoat. Nobody on Acid, and then Journey, and then was there something in here called Inner Groove? Also, we have music from the soundtrack, John Cassavetes Faces, and that is a 68 US, $24.99. And we have Gainland, Trazov, Chekskin, live in Moscow and Berlin, Kon Fuoco, and 81 UK Improv Free Jazz. I think I butchered that. $24.99. $24.99. All right, so Primal Scene, Wildfire Willie and the Ramblers, and let's pause right there. So I've got Boom and Boom, and everybody's getting really nostalgic right now in the comments. I love it. All the memories of early Coletco days. Early Coletco days. Okay, so what happened on the 45s? Let me make sure. I have a feeling Teresa's the high bidder. She usually is. Let's see what's happening on these. The Primal Scene, the last bid on the Primal Scene. Actually, Teresa went out, and that's after Robert bid 6. So I was about to say, or Robert. Robert got that for $6. That is sold. And then Wildfire Willie, probably need to go ahead and do this because there's been a lot of comments and these could be very easily buried. Wildfire Willie may not have got a bid. Let me go back up here to where these were. Wildfire Willie didn't get a bid. So that's a buy now for $5. Wildfire Willie, $5 on that. And now we have Rat. Now let's do a final call on this. Rat is a final call. Rat, R-A-T-T. BJ went out. Brad Waits has it for 46. There is a name tag, but it is OG and nice. $46 on Rat. Lay it down. And we have Accept, Restless, and Wild. And now this is a final call. It's an 83 US original. Accept was Jared Benoit at $55. So that's where we're at. We're about to end those, and then I'll put up new stuff. Let's keep going through this new arrival bin of new pre-owned stuff. First thing we have here is Stephen Stills. This is $14.99. Nice. Clean copy here. Love the one you're with. Jimi Hendrix plays on this album. Eric Clapton plays on this album. That's a nice copy. Also, we have Source of Labor, Stolen Lives. This is sealed for $14.99. And over here, Joshua Days at 60 on Accept. Somebody offered or somebody asked about Nuggets. Nuggets is 60s artist. We've got a whole set tonight of different volumes, or I don't know about a whole set, but we do have different volumes. This is volume 9, Acid Rock. That's Steppenwolf, Strawberry Alarm Clock, Vanilla Fudge, very acid rock Nuggets there. Those are really good, $24.99. And Michael Butler on SS, and that was Stephen Stills. Nice copy on that. So Jared Benoit, you are out on Accept. Joshua has it for 46. One more record here, Marry My Hope, Suicide Kings, an 89 indie promo EP, $9.99. $9.99. Let's go ahead and sell this Rat then, and let's sell Rat. And this is sold to Brad Waits for $46. Yeah, one of those streams, I was scrolling through all of our database. I clicked on one from like 2021. Tanner was here. Ed was here. Seth was all here. They were trying to tag it and put it in alphabetical order. And I was like, man, there's no way we could do that now. We thought we were selling a lot back then. I was like, it would be impossible to do that now. Tanner would have to shoot me before the night's over as fast as I go now. Next auction, it's $7.54. I did tell somebody 8 o'clock. This thing's probably going to be up for a while anyway, so let's go ahead and do it. We have a 1980 US Jacksonville original, steel and shrink wrap, EX condition. This is going to go up for a $55 start. Oh boy. The first Iron Maiden record, and it's original, and it's nice, and it's in shrink wrap, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's a beautiful copy. $55 start on that. Jared Benoit, did you say out on Accept after Joshua bid 60? He did. So Joshua, let's go ahead and sell this to you for $60. Thank you. Now Iron Maiden's up for $55. I did tell somebody I was going to do that at 8, so we better leave that up for at least 6 minutes. So it's probably going to be back there for a few seconds. Let's go ahead and see what's going on in the comments. I see Teresa on Suicide. Let's go ahead and tag that for Teresa. And that Suicide Kings, that is sold. Now, let's see what else I have over here. And we have, let's do some buy it nows right quick, very quickly. I have Suzy Quatro, Your Mama Won't Like Me, in a foreign picture sleeve. That's pretty dang cool. $6.99. The Curly Shuffle, Jump in the Saddle Band, a session with Chad Atkins. That is a double gatefold EP. That's probably a great price at $6.99. Joe Cocker, My Baby, She Wrote Me the Letter. That is, or a letter, the letter. And then Magic Carpet Ride by Steppenwolf. Magic Carpet Ride by Steppenwolf. That's going to go up for bid right now. Magic Carpet Ride, or excuse me, these are all $6.99. I'm about to put this up for bid. But yeah, those are available for buy it nows. Nobody on Nuggets? Are you sure? Next thing we have here is Junior Walker on the All-Star Shotgun. Wow, that's pretty cool. It's a Pickwick press, but it's got a really cool shotgun cover. $9.99. And Journey, there is a name tag. Beautiful Journey albums in here. Don't Stop Believing. There is a name tag on the front, but it's clean. $24.99. Let's go back at the top, and I left off by introducing Iron Maiden, and here's what happened since then. Iron Maiden 56, Iron Maiden 55, Iron Maiden 75, Iron Maiden 80, Iron Maiden 81, Iron Maiden 90, Stacy Metternich on Suzy Quatro. That's so to Stacy Metternich. Iron Maiden 85. We got Larry Smith picking up that nice Chad Atkins. Pam next on Suzy. Jennifer Schrader on Joe Cocker. Great cover of the letter there. Maiden 100. Joe Burson next on Joe Cocker. Iron Maiden another 100. Natasha next on Joe Cocker. Fred next on Suzy Quatro. Joshua Day on Steppenwolf. Iron Maiden 120. Brad next on Steppenwolf. And Gabe wants Shotgun in the bin, so nobody on the Curly Shuffle. I'm going to put that right there. And right now we got Gabe getting that. Here's our next auction. Video Total Punk. Video Total Punk. Join the hate wave and captivity. I don't know anything about that, but it's going to go up for a $5 start. That's why I put it up, because I didn't know anything about it. Nuggets, here's volume 7, early San Francisco, $24.99. Nice. You get the Beau Brummels and We 5 and the Great Society. There's volume 7. And don't forget, we still got volume 9 in here as well. Great stuff in here, Paul's marked. We have what here? I don't know, $29.99. Sealed, the disc is Ecuador import. Sealed disc, Ecuador import. Nanada, Manala, Lala. What does this say? Nadala, Ala, La, Danda, Mandala, Lachi. $29.99. Hope that helped you. Also, we have Survivor, When Seconds Count, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. And the Best of Blondie. Name tag on this one, $24.99. Back up the top, we have Iron Maiden 125. Sleeker does take that Curly Shuffle for $6.99. Video Total Punk has a bid for $5. Maiden 150. And then we have Video at $6. We have Video at $6. Nuggets is Fred Carr Nails at this moment. And Fred, let me know which volume you wanted. Fred, do you want Nuggets? Do you want volume 7, 9, or both? Might as well go ahead and get both, right? So Iron Maiden has a high bid right now at $150. Wow. 1980 US OG on Harvest. It is a beautiful top copy in shrink wrap. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's back to the Priest, and this is Defenders of the Faith. Defenders of the Faith, and this is a 1984 U.S. Pittman original. No condition notes on this, no writing. It is nice. It is clean. The vinyl is exceptionally nice. No condition notes, and this is an OG first pressing with an original inner sleeve. Judas Priest is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. Let's go ahead and keep showing some records in here. Bobby Womack, Someday We'll All Be Free, sealed for $14.99, and The American Breed is in shrink wrap, $14.99. The American Breed, that is in shrink wrap. 1 second here, please. Okay, so Fred Carnell does want both Nuggets. Great decision there. Now Joshua Day has Judas Priest at $45. Video's out. That's a final call to Rebecca for $8. And if y'all don't know, John dropped off today. Before he left, he went up and brought me 4 boxes of 45s. And that's what we've been chipping away at right quick. Let's go ahead and do Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson, Say, Say, Say. I'll put that up for auction. Let's go ahead and do Jimmy Rushing for just $6.99. I'll do that for auction. USA, We Are the World, $6.99. Garth Brooks, Walking After Midnight, Jukebox, Red Vinyl. Journey, Who's Crying Now, and the Everly Brothers, So Sad. There's some good ones there. Those are all $6.99. If anybody decides you want any of those, just let me know. Everly Brothers. Brothers, Journey, Garth Brooks, USA, Jimmy Rushing, and Paul McCartney and Michael Jackson. Say, say, say. Next video out, Judas Priest 45 and Judas Priest 50, Judas Priest 60, Judas Priest 75, and then BW, Bobby Womack is sold to Vintage Vinyl. That is sold to Shane Devers on Garth Brooks. That is sold to Shane Devers for $6.99. Next is Joshua Day on Who's Crying. That is sold to him. Journey, and then Brad Waite's your second. Now, I told somebody I wasn't selling Iron Maiden until 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock right now. It's going once, going twice for a final call, 150. I put it up about 4 minutes too early. Y'all went through that one fast. It got up to 150 quickly, and now it's the final call. And now Judas Priest is at 75, and this video, Total Punk, is sold to Rebecca Howitt for $8. Now we can put up 2 new auctions. And boy, I have never seen this one. That's why I said I'm going to put it up for auction. I have never seen this. John Mayall's Blues Breakers with Paul Butterfield. Have you ever seen a John Mayall picture sleeve EP? Never. I've never seen a John Mayall picture sleeve. This is from the UK. It's an EP and a sleeve. Also a Paul Butterfield. I've never seen anything like that. $7 start. I've had about 10 million of his albums, but I've never had an EP. And then here's the next single that I don't know what it is. It is Sleigh Bells. I've heard of them. Sleigh Bells. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Back to the bin. We got Atlanta Rhythm Section. That's a sealed original. $14.99. Also, we have another one for $9.99. And Ornette Coleman Science Fiction, a 72 Terre Haute, $34.99. Candy Station is sealed. Candy Station is sealed. $14.99. Alrighty, give me 1 second right over here. And done. Okay, so let's see, there's that. Okay, here we go. Now, let's see here. So Journey, and then Judas Priest 85. We have John Mayall 7, Judas Priest 95, Sleigh Bells 5, John Mayall 15, Sleigh Bells 6, and John Mayall 25. So the final call on Judas Priest was 95. Atlanta Rhythm Section sealed. So to Vintage Vinyl, South Carolina. Thank you. And I had 2 copies, right? Yep, I had 2 copies, and he wants the sealed one, or she. Vintage Vinyl. We'll just say Vintage Vinyl. They want it. Next thing is any original Skid Row. Very possible. We do this every single night. $7 a week. 7 days a week. $7 in limited shipping. At least 6 nights a week. That's a good thing. I will be here Sunday doing a coin and knife auction. Mostly coin, silver, gold, currency, that kind of stuff. Quick read through here. Journey, $24.99. We have Teenage Tragedy for $19.99. Van Morrison, Astral Weeks. Susan, Falling in Love Again. Amazing Rhythm Aces, The Who. We have Dale Reeves, Errol Smith, Steely Dan, Billy Cobham, Steve Coleman, Journey, Bob Seger, Diana Ross, Journey, The Crash. What was this one called here? The Marshmallow Overcoat. And we had music from the soundtrack Faces, this very bizarre free jazz album here, Source of Labor, Journey, that record, Survivor, Blondie, The American Breed, Atlanta Rhythm Section, Ornette Coleman, and Candy Stanton. I think I said Station earlier. Candy Stanton. Iron Maiden is sold to Sunday Morning Sessions for $150. Thank you. That is sold. That's done. And we are sold here. Okay, so first thing we have is Slicker wanting Marshmallow. Marshmallow, that is sold to him. And yes, that is sold to him. And then Source of Labor. If y'all heard something you want, that's Seal 14. Chad, is there a name written on the Aerosmith as well as a name tag? Yeah, it is. He's wrote right there. And then there is a name tag on there. Okay, and then Edmund, did I tell you that? I did. And then Source of Labor. And then Bill Stewart, second on Marshmallow. Price on Journey. Okay, they're all $24.99. They all are very nice, but they all have name tags on them. We sold one. There's 3 OG Journey albums left, but they all have name tags on them. They all have name tags, but they're super clean. They're $24.99 each. Slay has a bid for $14. Journey does not have an embossed cover. And then Judas Priest out. Price on Blondie. Bob Blondie was very clean as well. $24.99, but it also has a name tag on it. SB out, and then Blondie. Yeah, Blondie has the name tag. It's kind of camouflaged. Sometimes he wrote it where it'd be camouflaged. It's kind of camouflaged right there in that guy's suit. And Okay, now time to sell some stuff here. Judas Priest, we got new auctions coming up right now. This is sold to D-Kong, I believe it should be. He's had it for quite some time. He's had it for 3 minutes at $95. That was a beautiful top copy. That is sold to him for $95. Bob said he will go ahead and take Blondie, Best of Blondie, because that is at a great price given the name tag on there. And we have this right here. Sleigh Bells, the final call on Sleigh Bells. Let's take a look at that one more time. This is Sleigh Bells, Holly, and Tell 'em. And the last bit on Sleigh Bells, I see an Out and Out, and I think Teresa has that for 14. John Mayall, this is John Mayall's Blues Breakers with Paul Butterfield, and that was a final call for $25 to Michael Butler. So there's that, and there's that, okay? Now, there's this, and there's that, and we're good to go. I think it's time for another crate. Let's do this right here. We have not sold Holy Diver, but we'll do it right now if y'all want to. I'm going to go ahead and put this back in its sleeve. That sleeve's still pretty good. Try to keep sleeves when I can. Some of them are pretty good. All right, so we got some grails here to do. It's 8 o'clock. Let's go ahead and do this, man. So here's probably the top 3 of the night right here that people are waiting on. Those are some big ones. Those are coming up very soon. I'm about to pick one right now. Let's go ahead and do the Nirvana. Let's go ahead and do the Nirvana. This is a big one. This is a 1993 U.S. original Coke bottle clear vinyl. This is Nirvana in utero. Special limited edition Coke bottle clear. The OG press of Nirvana from 1993. Coke bottle clear. It is in VG Plus condition. $275 start on Nirvana. $275 start. $275. There's the Coke bottle clear vinyl. There's the original on her sleeve. And this is a $275 start. Not a bad copy whatsoever. Let's sell these records. Sleigh Bells sold to Teresa, and she got the Sleigh Bells for $14, and Michael Butler got John Mayall for $25. Here's our first stack of sold 45s. I better take these in here before we have a disaster. All right, a lot of 45s there are already sold, but before I do anything, let me move this. There's the tag for Nirvana. Don't want to lose that. Let me get down to the bottom, and let's see here. Okay. And now, let's go over here, and somebody asked for Dio to be ran. Holy Diver is a 1983 U.S. Jacksonville original. It is VG. No writing on the cover. $35 start. Holy Diver. $35 start, Holy Diver. There's the original inner sleeve. It is VG. $35 start on Dio there. Holy Diver. Edmund Estrada wants Source of Labor. That is sold to Edmund Estrada. All right. I do have another crate of new stuff to do, and then we have a new crate of sealed metal stuff. So we have Nirvana for bid. Dio, I'll put some more 45s right now. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. John, Nirvana was a $275 start. $275 start on Nirvana. $275 on Nirvana. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook, like button on YouTube. And, yes, we do this every night. This is done every night. Sometimes on Sundays there's records. Sometimes we do other sales. I was talking about those first live streams that I ever did. Those first live streams I ever did was actually pocket knives and coins. And I did that pretty much for like a year. And then slowly people would get on and start asking more and more for records because they knew I was selling them and they knew I was a collector. And the next thing I know, I was selling records and auctioning them. But yes, that's where we're at right now. We're selling records every night now. So it's went totally records, and all my coin buyers get mad at me every week because I don't do a coin sale at least once a week now. They used to get coins every night. I remember, I think there for a while in 2020, I was selling coins 6 nights a week sometimes. And that was rare. Then I wouldn't do a show for like 5. Could y'all imagine me not doing a sale for 5 nights in a row? That was bizarre. I remember. First thing we have in here is Journey, Strange Days. This is a 2 LP, new and sealed. There was somebody on a waiting list. This is the 45 RPM Analog Productions. This is The Doors, and this is Strange Days. I do have somebody on a waiting list. My laptop's up front, so let me go ahead and set this off to the side. I know somebody was on a waiting list. I have 2 extra copies there if anybody else wants one, okay? Now, first thing I have up at the top, was Nirvana, $275, Holy Diver, $35, 60 on all three journeys. Natasha, if they hadn't sold by the end of the night, I'll consider it, okay? Let me know before you get off. I got to keep everything right now sticker price, but some of those I will possibly discount in the future, okay? Or maybe later tonight. Dio's at $35, Nirvana $280, Nirvana $300, and now Doors is $64.99. We have White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, $38.99. This is White Zombie, Devil Music Volume 1, $38.99. The Doors is $64.99. Extreme 3, 3 sides to every story. That's music on vinyl, $49.99. And Jackal self-titled, $38.99. Jackal, new and sealed, $38.99 on Jackal. We have White Zombie, Astro Creep 2000, $38.99 on White Zombie. There's a different one. Mo-Fi, this is Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. 2 LP, 45 RPM, Johnny Cash, $64.99. Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, More Analog Productions, 100% analog mastering, 2 LP, $64.99. And Hall & Oates, that's Mo-Fi, Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1, which is like their greatest hits. That is $44.99. Dio has a high bid of $40. Daniel Strom wants a Extreme. Daniel, you bought from us before, right? That was my only copy. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Now Nirvana's at $325. Dio's at $40. Joshua's out, going once, going twice on that. Looks like I need some more New Orleans singles, doesn't it? Give me 1 second, and I'm going to see what I can come up with over here, or something in general. Give me 1 second here. Let me grab some stuff right out of here. I know there's some in here. Can't get these records to stay up. Boy, I'm fighting with these things with my life. These thick music on vinyl or Analog Productions jackets, they're heavy, very heavy vinyl. It's like, you know, they're all like 180 or 200 grams, some of them. Incredible. Okay. So here is our next handful of singles. Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. That's going to go up for a $7 start. And let me scroll through some of these. I haven't got to look at any of these. This is Gallon, the Heroin Bench. That looks very interesting. We'll put that one up for a $5 start. Ooh, that's a good one. We'll do that one next. Wow, look at these coming up. Guns N' Roses. We'll do those next, okay? So everything you just seen there is a $7 and $5 start. Back up the top, we sold Extreme, Nirvana $3.25, Nirvana $330. Daniel has bought 4. I thought so. We've had so many new buyers, I just had to make sure. And Nirvana $350. Next is very popular, and this is the one I don't get as often. This is on 100% analog mastering. 100% analog mastering, Second Helping, Leonard Skinner, $46.99 for Leonard Skinner, $46.99, 100% analog mastering. Yes, Nirvana is a 1993 U.S. original on Coke bottle clear vinyl. This is the OG Nirvana in utero, and this has a high bid of $355. We got Gallon, the Heroin Bench, or Galen, G-A-L-E-N, Galen or Gallon. That has a bid for $5. Joan Jett's at $7. I've already done a final call on Holy Diver, and that's sold to Jimmy LaCroix for $40. Thank you, Jimmy. That is sold to you. And now Nirvana is at $355. Some of these have sold for as much as $600. I can believe it. Always a desirable artist there, Leonard Skinner. This Leonard Skinner's the only one that's a single LP. That's why it's $46.99. That's the only one that is $46.99 there. That's Second Helping, single LP, $46.99. Next LP is going to go up right now, and this is Savatage, and this is an 85 U.S. specialty original with the company or sleeve. And it's really nice, and it's going to go up for a $55 star. Savatage, Power of Night. No condition notes on Savatage. It has the original Atlantic Company sleeve and nice jacket. Almost no signs of wear, and there's no writing, of course. Beautiful Savatage, $55 star. Dio info. You got the Dio for $40. It was sold to you. It was a USOG VG. Master of Puppets is going to go up after Nirvana sales. And then after Master of Puppet sales, we're going to do Black Sabbath. That's going to be the order. Nirvana, and then we're going to do Metallica, and then we're going to do the OG Black Sabbath. And then over here, we'll have another album going one after another, okay? So next thing we have is The Doors. That's the self-titled first album. 2 LP, 100% analog mastering, $64.99. Also, a very popular Mo-Fi, the Cars, $44.99, $44.99 on the Cars. Also, the Doors, Waiting for the Sun is $64.99. Miles Davis Bitches Brew is $64.99. And Morrison Hotel is $64.99. Wow, so that's all audiophile stuff from Analog Productions, Mo-Fi, and Music on Vinyl. But, of course, the true audiophile stuff from Analog Productions and Mo-Fi, and a few back here from Music on Vinyl. We did sell Extreme. Can I interest anybody on anything else in there? It sounds like we got the metal heads on tonight and not the audiophile heads on tonight, it seems like. Seems like that's the status right now because all that's still available. So if it's $64.99, it's typically a 2 LP, 45 RPM, and that's with the Doors and Miles Davis Bitches Brew and the Doors. The Cars is a single LP. That's $44.99. Also, the Doors self-titled. This is $46.99. That's the single LP, 33 1/3, Sweet Home Alabama. And if you don't have these and you have the right equipment to play them on, this is the best sounding records you can get by far. Analog Productions, Leonard Skinner's, and the Doors. They're incredible. Which Doors? We got Morrison Hotel, we got Waiting for the Sun, we got Self-Titled, and we have Strange Days. I think the only thing we don't have is LA Woman. We've got all of them except LA Woman. And then we have Leonard Skinner. We've got Hall & Oates Greatest Hits. We got the first Leonard Skinner. We got Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. White Zombies are Music on Vinyl. They don't make those by Mo-Fi. These are Music on Vinyl. Music on Vinyl, 38. Also, Jackal is $38.99, and White Zombies, 38. And then there's the other Doors. So yes, that's all available. Everything in there is new and sealed. I sold Extreme 3 and anybody else. I'm going to swap out crates. I'm going to go ahead and bring over this crate of metal that Laura's marked, I believe. Now, nobody bid on Joan Jett, right? It's a $7 buy it now. Joan Jett was a no bid. It's a $7 buy it now. Update on these auctions back here. Nirvana is now at $390, and Savatage is at $85. Savatage is at $85. Jeff Church does want Jackal. That is sold. Price on Johnny Cash, $64.99. 2 LP, 45 RPM. It's from Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. Mo-Fi. That is sold to Ron Burns. And then if you want one, Nick, there's still one left. And then Joshua wants NJJOJJ. He was trying to get Joan Jett, I think. Joshua gets Joan Jett for $7. Nirvana's at $395. Savatage is a final call. Savatage is a final call to Tyler Uby for $85. Galen is sold to Teresa for $10. That is sold. All right, I'm going to get them to put that in new sleeve. We'll discard that one. And I think we're good to go, right? Here we go. Justin wants the Doors self-titled. Yep, great stuff in here. Fantastic stuff in here. And I did have a waiting list for Strange Days. That's on my laptop. I'm not going to have to go up there and get it. I'll do that later, okay? All right, and Nirvana and Savatage. Nirvana's still getting bids, but we're about to sell Savatage. I think there is another crate of metal back here behind me. All right, those are all still available. And wait till y'all see some of the first crates of other new vinyl. We went through a crate of new vinyl at 5:30 or 6:30, whatever time it was, and it was like a lot of metal that I ordered for tonight, and most of that is still available, and I'm probably going to go through it, maybe even after this crate. But all this is newly priced metal, comp from Discogs, so it should be all at great prices. Here we go. The 3 metal records I can think of Mo-Fi did is, yeah, Judas Priest, that Sam Squatch just mentioned, and they did Megadeth Countdown to Extinction, which is like a $800 record. It's very expensive now. If you ever see Mo-Fi doing something metal, I would be all over it, okay? All right, Laura, we have one problem though, Laura, unless it's on this side. Laura, there's no metal sticker. Oh, it fell off. I was about to say, what happened? Here it is. It fell off when I picked it up. I was like, she forgot her sticker. How could that happen? First purchase gets the Laura sticker. There it is. All right. Okay. Here we go. Savatage is sold to Tyler Uby for $85. Nirvana is a final call. How much was Leonard Skinner? The 2 LPs are $64, which is pronounced. Second Helping is $46. I think that's the two I had in there. Yep, I had Pronounced and Second Helping. Their first and second albums. Single LPs are $46.99. Two LPs is $64.99. Nirvana, once again, is a 1993 clear vinyl U.S. original VG Plus. It is a final call at $400. And we're about to sell it. Let's go ahead and put up something else, and then after that is going to go up Metallica. Let's go ahead and put up Rat. Now, just like Invasion of Your Privacy, this one does have a name tag, but it is nice. It's an 84 U.S. Specialty Original. The vinyl is EX++ near mint minus, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. Look how well taken care of it is. It has the original inner sleeve. There's writing on the label. There's a name written on the inner sleeve. Unfortunately, a name written on the back, and there's a name tag on the front. If you can get past the names, this is a really nice copy of Rat out of the cellar, $45 start, Round and Round. We've got two copies here, and this is called, what is this called? Spirit Possession, unopened, $24.99. Spirit Possession of the Sign, that is $24.99. $24.99. And we have Dokken, Breaking the Chain. Dokken, Breaking the Chains. This is unopened on Go Vinyl. Just $24.99 for Dokken. Two copies available. And the best of Judas Priest. It's called 50 Heavy Metal Years of Music. Judas Priest is sealed on red vinyl, $29.99. Nirvana is sold for $400. And thank you, John Kaiser. That is sold to you for $400. Coke bottle clear vinyl, U.S. original Nirvana in utero, right out of the cellar. And that is a $45 start. Next, this is probably the best sounding copy of Master of Puppets you can get. Okay, this is an 86 U.S. Carrollton Club. Now, like I said, don't let that club distract you. This one has some of the best reviews for sound quality. This is kind of like the version to get of Master of Puppets. This is going to go up for a $325 start. Master of Puppets, we've graded it EX minus technically, and I think that's being conservative, just with like a few like little, just like, I don't want to even call them marks, but man, what a nice looking disc. This is, yeah, and side 2 here, I would grade near mint minus. I mean, this is a nice record, and Metallica is going to go up for a $325 start. It does have the original inner sleeve, Master of Puppets. That's now up for bid. The jacket's around VG Plus, $325 is the starting bid on that. First on the Dokkens here was MT Matt got a Dokken. Chris Jones got a Dokken. Those are sold and sold. Thank you, MT Matt. Thank you, Chris Jones. Solarplex next. Solarplex first, though, on Judas Priest. Final call on Rat. Next thing we have is Tool, Fear, and Inoculum. Boy, I wonder what these are priced. I know what they cost new. They're $54.99. They're $76.99 new. Like wholesale or like retail MSRP. Great price there on Fear Inoculum. Now, probably, I can't believe such a recent album would climb up in my list, but that's probably like in my top 25 of like favorite albums of all time now. It might be in like the top 15 if I had to really put my pen down to the paper. $54.99. That's sold to Sean Holford and Dustin Whitaker. Those are sold and sold. Sean Holford and Dustin Whitaker. Who got the Laura? Yeah, who got the Laura sticker? Sorry, I always forget. Dokken. Who got it? It was the first person here. That MT Matt. Thank you, MT Matt. You get the Laura Hype sticker. Boy, I forget every time on that. Appreciate that. Tool is sold, Tool and sold. Rat's a no bid. Wow, somebody's going to pick that up at a great price just because of the name tag on the front. $45 on Rat. No condition notes, exceptionally nice vinyl. Rat's a $45 start. You're not going to listen to the name tag, right? I hope you don't. You're going to mess up your turntable. You're going to be listening to the nice, pristine disc. Mark Fowling gets that for $45. Metallica is a $325 start. Going once, going twice. I figured this might get near Airhorn. We don't have a bid yet. Melvins, Working with God. Melvins is sealed, $19.99. Special black vinyl, it says. One copy of Melvins. And we have, what is this? Sealed, $19.99. Uh-oh, Lord didn't leave me any cheat notes. The Day of the Beast. I think that's what it says. The Day of the Beast. Indisputably Carnivorous. That is on orange and black vinyl. Sealed, $19.99. Mike Massey on the Melvins and Dokkens. I can get Dokken, but I can tell you right now, that was at a wickedly great price. I didn't ask if anybody was going to go on a waiting list. If I have to order Friday music right now, these are like $44.99 new. I can get you one, but it's at a much higher price point. Those were steals at $24.99. But if you do want one, I can get one. But Friday Music stuff is expensive. Like their minimum retail is like $39.98 or something. And some of them are like $46 and $48. But if you want me to check, I can. We sold out of the tools very quickly. Sean got one, Dustin. I only had 2 Fury inoculums. And those were only $54. Consider that like on sale. We sold the Melvins to Mike Massey, right? That was my only copy. Next was Teresa. Cameron was third. And then we have, we got 2 copies of that. And we got 3 copies of that. We got 4 copies of that. And we have Strapping Gun Lad, 1994-2006 Chaos Years, sealed $29.99. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. And this is your final opportunity if you for sure want Master of Puppets. The disc is beautiful to lock in a bid, $325. If you want in, right now is the time. It's an 86 U.S. Carrollton EX condition record. We are about to make it a buy it now, and then somebody's going to regret not bidding. $325 start, Master of Puppets. Welcome Home Sanitarium. Lita Ford is nice. An 88 U.S. original with the original inner sleeve. No condition notes, no writing. A $45 start, and the disc looks like it was just opened. Near mint minus on the LP. It has a crisp, nice inner sleeve and a phenomenal jacket there. Lita Ford is a $45 star. Strapping Young Lad is sealed, $29.99. And we have Cathedral, The Last Spire. Cathedral is sealed on blue vinyl, $19.99. Daniel Boozaden's on Metallica, $325. Going once, going twice on Metallica. We're about to sell it now since it does have a bid. If you thought you was going to do the buy it now you got to go through Daniel. He's holding it at $325. Our next auction is going to go up right now. I almost forgot about these. Let me figure out what I did with them. Oh, man, I got some great singles here. Y'all ready? Let me figure out what pile I put them in. Hold on one second. Well, I'll go ahead and do this one. Tom Petty, Refugee. Really cool single picture sleeve here. Tom Petty, Refugee. That's a $7 start. $7 start. I'm trying to figure out what I did with that handful of... I bet they got mixed in between some LPs here. Aha. Guns N' Roses, Take Me Down to the Paradise City. This is the original 7-inch single in the picture sleeve. Guns N' Roses is a $7 start. So Tom Petty, a $7 start. Guns N' Roses, a $7 start. And now Lita Ford is the opening bid. Sheldon is $45. $45 on Lita Ford. Next thing, 1, 2, 3. The Best of Crocus is just $29.99. Green and white colored vinyl, unopened. Crocus, $29.99. Black Flag Damaged, sealed at $29.99. And we have Sepultura Revolusongs. Sepultura is an unopened picture disc from Record Store Day, $24.99. So Metallica, $325. Lita Ford, Sheldon, make sure you bid $45. Tom Petty 7, Tom Petty 7, Tom Petty 8, Lita Ford $55. Guns N' Roses 7, Tom Petty 8, Guns N' Roses 10, Guns N' Roses 7, Guns N' Roses 7, Guns N' Roses 7, Guns N' Roses 7, Tom Petty 10. Daniel Boozaden, congratulations on the Metallica at $325. You're going to send us a message whenever you unbox this, and you're going to be like, wow, Chad, this sounds so good. I'm going to have to send you more money. That's so due for $325. Thank you. Appreciate it. Enjoy it. One of my favorites, of course. And Tom Petty, Guns N' Roses, getting lots of bids all of a sudden. It has took off like a rocket ship. Adam Bullock on Sepultura. That's sold to Adam Bullock. Thank you. That is sold. Chuck Yeager wants one of those Crocus. That's sold. Tom Petty. Never seen the picture sleeve, the Refugee. Don't see the Paradise City picture sleeve in that good of condition. And now Lita Ford has jumped up to 55 of MT Matte. That's going once, going twice. Next is Dream Theater, made in Japan, live. Dream Theater covers Deep Purple's live in Japan in full. Sealed, $29.99. Tom Petty's now at 20, Guns N' Roses at 16. I promised, boy, y'all are coming at me at the same time. Y'all make me nervous doing this. Paul's got this like evil look. They're bringing crates. Okay, Paul, that's enough. Okay. Like literally, I just turned around and Laura and Paul started charging at me with crates. They had crates full of metal, and Paul's giving me this like stank eye look. That was a rush of excitement. Boy, look at this Laura Crate sticker coming up on the next one. I saw that from across the room. That's an artistic one there. Okay, sorry. They scared me, and I heard Paul's keys jingle again. There they are. He's like some kind of... okay, moving on. So, boy, we had more inquiries about this than Nirvana or Metallica. And let me show you why. That right there. Oh boy. Here we go. This is a Vertigo Swirl Original, 1970. Just this label is highly collectible. Vertigo, great stuff. Really cool label if y'all have ever watched one spin. It's just an amazing design. Also just a great label for the music. But when you slap it on a Black Sabbath record, Black Sabbath Paranoid, OG 1970 German first press, EX condition, a $95 start. Let's go over this one pretty close in detail. The actual disc is conservatively graded EX. You can't complain about that. As y'all know, Black Sabbath records were party records. Black Sabbath Paranoid, amazing. War Pigs, Paranoid. Planet Caravan, what a song. Iron Man, Electric Funeral, Hand of Doom, Rat Salad, and Fairies Wear Boots. The disc is really nice at EX. The jacket is probably around VG. There's 1X right there on the cover. 1X right there on the cover. Should be a gatefold. Yep, it's a gatefold there. There's Ozzy and Tony and Geezer and Bill. And there's a little bit of wear back here. Okay? And a lot of people would have that on their list as a Black Sabbath Grail. So about a VG cover. Nice disc. And that's up for bid. And of course, those are known for their great sound quality and just highly collectability. All right, so let's pause there. Sorry, there's probably no telling how many comments since all that. But the good news is I got distracted. Paul and Laura just brought up 2 more full crates. So we got a lot to go through. It is only 8:30 and we got 357 people watching. Thanks, everybody. Tom Petty was at 20. Guns N' Roses was at 16. Lita Ford was at 56. Guns N' Roses 18. Tom Petty out. Guns N' Roses 20. Tom Petty another 16. Lita Ford 56, and then a back-to-back 60 and 60. Teresa Brookshire for Black Flag. That is so to Teresa Brookshire. Guns N' Roses 28. Lita Ford 60. Chuck Yeager got Dream Theater. Guns N' Roses 30. Lita Ford 70. Tom Petty 30. Lita Ford 65. Another 65, another 65, and then a 63. And then we have Lita Ford 70. Black Sabbath 125, Lita Ford 71, Black Sabbath 150, Black Sabbath 200. That escalated quickly. Lita Ford 71, 72, 80. We have Lita out, Black Sabbath 201, and Lita out. Okay, I've called off about everything I can see. So Tom Petty's the one. I don't think I've said the words Tom Petty in a while. This is an original 7-inch single to Refugee, and George Jones has that for $30. That's a final call. Guns N' Roses, the picture sleeve to Paradise City. That has a high bid G&R, and that was Mark Fallon went out, and that's after Rebecca Howard bid 30 on that. So both of those are at 30. And then Lita Ford was a beautiful copy. It's an original. It's a top copy. It's clean. It is really nice, and Lita Ford has a high bid with MT Matt for $80. MT Matt has that one for $80, okay? So those singles are final calls for $30. That's $80. And now several questions about Black Sabbath again. This is the German OG. This is the German OG, the German original press of this. German original press of this. And there was another question from John. Does Paranoid have the Big Bear credit in the gatefold? Big Bear credit in the gatefold. Let's see here. Paranoid. I don't see anything about Big Bear and this, but I don't know really what I'm looking for, honestly. By the way, this is the German edition. I don't know. I think I've heard people mention that, John. I don't know if it's on the German or the UK, okay? But that is German. And the new high bid's $235. All right, let's show a few more records in here. And I've got killer picture sleeves coming up for auction. Next is UFO. This is called UFO 1. Sealed $29.99, a half-speed master from Abbey Road. Also, we got 3 copies here. And this is 3 copies of Worm Rot Hiss. grindcore, worm rot. That is sealed for $29.99. Big Bears, the UK only. UK, yeah, that's what I thought. I've heard people mention that before, but that's the UK. And then somebody asked on the inner sleeve, no Vertigo sleeve. I've had Paul. I think I sold Paul a couple Vertigo inner sleeves before. I'm pretty sure like a while back I just sold him, or maybe I gave it to him, a Vertigo. He found one in a jacket. He needed one maybe for a Sabbath. I think that was Paul. I'm pretty sure it was. He's the only other person I really know that collects Vertigo stuff. We have Carnival. This is Carnival, the Mata. This is now out of print. It is sealed at $99.99. And we have 3 copies here of something. And this is sealed for $24.99. Suicide Silence, remember, you must die. $24.99 on that. So Tom Petty is sold to George Jones for $30. Rebecca Howitt got Guns N' Roses for $30. Those are sold. And then we'll be done on Lita Ford, right? The last bid, Jared did go out. Philip went out. MT Matt, that sold to you for $80. Thank you, and that is sold. There's quite a battle going on for Black Sabbath. I figured there would be. Let's introduce a new auction right quick. Nick, you just missed Lita Ford. That is sold, and now let's go ahead and put up Kicks. This is Blow My Fuse. This is an 88 U.S. original Columbia Club copy in shrink with no condition notes. A beautiful copy. In shrink, no writing, superb. A $45 start on Kicks. Very nice, a $45 start on Kicks. The vinyl has no condition notes. It's extremely clean. It is at $45. It's in shrink wrap. Blow My Fuse. Kicks. That's now up for bid. $45 start. Black Sabbath has hit 400 with Michael Butler. We have 1, 2. We got 2 copies of Mr. Bungle. This is Mr. Bungle, The Night They Came Home. That's on orange vinyl, just $19.99. Kicks already has a bid for $45. If y'all thought that Guns N' Roses single was incredible, here's one I don't think I've ever had before. November Rain and Sweet Child of Mine. I don't know if I've ever seen November Rain on a picture sleeve. And this is a UK or German, a UK. Has those injection molded labels. Wow, never had that before. Geffen from the UK, November Rain. $7 start on that. $7 start. I got one Ace Frehley, Origins Volume 2, the picture disc. Ace Frehley is sealed, $29.99. And Pigs times 7. Land of Sleeper. Pigs is unopened, $29.99 on Pigs. Let me jump right over here. And since it's Metal Night and it's prime time, I had a really good customer ask me to reach out on this pre-order. And let me go ahead and share it because this is a great time for everybody to join Whole Lot of Records. And I've got a pre-order up of a record, and I needed to let everybody know about it. So in case you want one, you get in on it right now. I just shared the link if you're on YouTube. This is a pre-order for an out-of-print record by Mark Slaughter. I have this up for pre-order in Whole Lot of Records. Please let me know if you want in on it as soon as possible. I'm going to get these. It's kind of like a warehouse find. They're out of print. I don't think there's any for sale on Discogs. That's Mark Slaughter of Slaughter. It's on silver vinyl. They're sealed, and they're $39.99. So if you do want one, please let me know. Comment, and I've got to let him know how many I need after the pre-order, and I'll probably get some additionals. And he's a longtime viewer, and he has these, and just letting everybody know, you need to let me know. It's not something I can just like possibly easily reorder. And I think when they're gone, okay? So that's kind of like a one-time deal. So if you do want that, I've shared the link. Make sure you join Whole Lot of Records. I'll keep this going here. And if you're over on YouTube and you want one as well, let me know. It's called Halfway There. I will take names on YouTube as well. Okay, I will take names off YouTube tonight for that. And let me go ahead and keep a Whole Lot of Records if I need to approve anybody. Member requests, there's one for Axel Horn. He's not in a Whole Lot of Records. I just approved him right there. So, all right, there we have it. And that's up for pre-order. So if you want in on that, let me know. If you need on, or if you, yeah, whatever I was just trying to say. Just want to say that, and also invite everybody to our group. Okay, so let me go back to the top, and there's a lot of activity. I mean, a ton. I remember the last thing I said was Black Sabbath was at 400, And then I introduced that, and I really hadn't looked up since then. And I'm back up at the top, and Kicks had bids for $45.50, and then Kicks 50, Kicks 55, and then Randy Klein got a Mr. Bungle. And Randy, you've bought from us before, right? You got a Mr. Bungle. Thank you, Randy Klein. Kicks 52, Guns N' Roses 7, Guns N' Roses 10. Kicks is at 50, Guns N' Roses 10. Rick Hall on AF for Ace Frehley. That's sold to Rick Hall. Guns N' Roses 10, Guns N' Roses 10. Kicks is at 65, Kicks is at 60. Mike Torrey second on Ace. Kicks is at 60, Guns N' Roses 15. Kicks is at 56. Russell Flynn got Pigs. Guns N' Roses 15, Guns N' Roses is at 12, and then Guns N' Roses 20, Black Sabbath 425, Guns N' Roses 15, Guns N' Roses 16, Kicks is at 75. How much was UFO? It was sealed for $29.99, I believe. Mike Strauss sealed for $29.99. Guns N' Roses 25, Kicks 62, Kicks 75. Black Sabbath 475, Guns N' Roses 20, Kicks is at 75, Guns N' Roses 20, Guns N' Roses 20, Guns N' Roses 26, Kicks out, Kicks out. Nick Bargeron wants Mark Slaughter. Make sure you comment on the post if you're on Facebook, Nick. Mark Slaughter, make sure you comment on that pre-order post, okay? If you're on Facebook, Kicks 85. And then Guns N' Roses 35, Black Sabbath 500, Kicks is at 90, Guns N' Roses out, Black Sabbath 555, Kicks is at 95. Next is Kicks is at 100, Kicks is at 70, Kicks is out, Kicks 105, Black Sabbath 575. $575 on Black Sabbath. Guns N' Roses November Rain. Guns N' Roses November Rain. The last bid on GNR was Rebecca Howard at $35. Black Sabbath is at $600. We have an out on Kicks, an out on Kicks, an out on Kicks, and that's after Jeff Brindley bid $100. Now Guns N' Roses is at $40. Next record was Titus Andronicus, The Will to Live. That is sealed for $24.99. We have 3 copies of that. Creator. This is Endless Pain, sealed, 1 copy, $34.99. Mike Strauss does want UFO. That's sold to Mike Strauss. GNR 45. Savatage, Fight for the Rock. Savatage, fight for it, $29.99. That's what they're doing right now on Black Sabbath. They're fighting for the rock. Black Sabbath is at $600. Kicks is a final call for $100. Guns N' Roses is at $45. MT Matt wants Creator. That is sold to MT Matt. Also, we have Slaughter the Week, Jungle Rot, sealed on mystery colored vinyl, $29.99. Jeff Brindley second on Creator. Solarplex on Savatage. Solarplex on Savatage. And we have Whitechapel. They're from Knoxville, Tennessee. And they just had a new album come out this Friday or last Friday. We had them in stock. We're sold out, though. $29.99. $29.99. Tennessee plays tomorrow. They play Kentucky tomorrow, right? D. Kong says he's in on Kicks at 105. We're not done on Kicks. We're not done on GNR, and we're not done on Black Sabbath. But I do need to probably go ahead and put up something else for auction. Maybe another 45 because they're in total chaotic battle. Everything right now. There are punches flying. Noses are bleeding. There's open wounds. There's a lot of carnage right now. What does that guy say? The old WWF announcer. There's carnage. My God. What was his name? Haas or somebody? I bought a water. I desperately need this. Thank you. This is sold. The bottle of water is sold to me for $1.50. Wow, that came in at a good time. That was a clutch water delivery from Laura. Okay, Jim Ross, yeah. I need him commentating this right now. He's broken in half. That's when Mick Foley fell off, when The Undertaker threw Mick Foley off. My God, he's broken in half. I wish I could sound like him. All right. Oh man, those were the days. Okay. So let's update right quick. So I was in quite the rhythm there. First thing we had was we sold Savatage, Guns N' Roses at 50, Kicks was at 105, Guns N' Roses 55, Black Sabbath 625, Black Sabbath 666. Wow. That's scary. Whitechapel sold to Cameron Porter. Sorry, I had to swap out my crate. Next is Jeff Brindley. Do you want backing on Kicks? Jeff Brindley, do you want backing on Kicks? Black Sabbath, $675. Black Sabbath, $777. We have SP, and this is unopened, $24.99. That was called, what was that called? It was called Spirit Possession. I've got two of those, $24.99. We have Judas Priest, 50 heavy metal years of music. Judas Priest is sealed on red vinyl, $29.99. Also, this is The Day of the Beast, and that is sealed for $19.99. The Day of the Beast. Strapping Young Lad, 1994 to 2006 Chaos years, $29.99. Did Jeff Brindley come back in on Kicks? D-Kong had it for $105. I got to make sure Jeff Brindley's done, but it's now moving to a final call. What about GNR? Shane says he's done, and that's after Rebecca, I believe, Rebecca Howitt bid $55 on GNR. That's going once, going twice. November Rain. I got 2 copies of Strapping Young Lad. Also, 2 copies of Cathedral, The Last Spire. Those are just $19.99. 2 copies of The Best of Crocus, unopened, $29.99. This was Wormrod Hiss. This was sealed for $29.99. 1 copy left of Carnival, The Mata. That is sealed for $99.99. And we have Suicide Silence. That is sealed for $24.99. Mr. Bungle sealed, $19.99. Titus Andronicus. That is sealed for $24.99. Also, Undeath on red vinyl. Undeath was $19.99. Jungle Rot was sealed, mystery color, $29. And 1 copy left there, orange, $29.99. Daniel Buzine does want that Judas Priest best of. Thank you on that. And we have Guns N' Roses. That is officially sold then, the Rebecca Howitt for $55. Did I lose Jeff Brindley on that? Let me scroll through here one more time. And when I swap out crates, John Kaiser's out on Black Sabbath. What a price. 777s. Las Vegas. Final call on Black Sabbath, $777. I've been doing this for 7 years. I've never had something sell for $777, but there's always a first time. And when I come back, I'm selling Kicks for $105. Let me swap out crates, and how about we go ahead and knock out, since it's metal and we're right in prime time metal. I don't know if all this is metal, but Laura did bring another crate. It probably is. And let's see what we have in here. And there's a very cool Laura sticker. Wow, very metalish. This is amazing. I love this sticker. I might want to keep this one. Oh my gosh, I can't get over here to it. Okay. Kicks is sold to D-Kong for $105. Thank you. That sold to him for $105. And now we had Chuck Egger. You were second on that Judas Priest. We had 2, right? We had 2 earlier. Somebody else bought 1 earlier. Adam Bollock on Suicide Silence. Now, what did I do with that crate? It's right here, isn't it? Let me figure out which one that was. This one right here. Yep. This is sold to Adam Bullock. Thank you, Adam. And then we're done. So time to bring out the air horn. What a Battle sold 777. And this is done to Michael Butler. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let me find my air horn. And this... Can I listen to it, Michael? Man, I mean, does everybody have this record, right? I mean, I need to bring out some reissues, make sure everybody has at least owns a copy, okay? I mean, you got to own this in one way or another, okay? And you've got to listen to it. How many people? We got 358 people on. Has everybody listened to this album, right? All 358 people. Everybody's listened to this at least once from beginning to end. If not, then just go leave the chat and go listen to it right now. Thank you, Michael Butler. 100 times. Probably me too, Chris. What you gonna do? Nice. New crate, new auctions. Let's do it. What a lore crate sticker. Pretty amazing. All right. There's been quite a battle for Guns N' Roses, so let's do this right here. This is a 1987. This is 1987 OG, just not the first jacket. Still in the shrink wrap. EX edition with Hype sticker. A $55 start. An 87 U.S. specialty Guns N' Roses Appetite for Destruction with Hype sticker. Includes the hit single Sweet Child of Mine, Welcome to the Jungle, as featured in the Deadpool. Contains language which may be unsuitable for some listeners. And when they put that on there, that's when kids wanted to buy it. That's right there. That's why they did that. We have this going up for a $55 start. $55 start. This is now up for bid. There is the LP. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the shrink. There's the Hype. That's a $55 start on GNR. Where do we go now? And let's go ahead and throw up a Wasp live in the raw. And this is a top. Laura read my mind. Take a look at this. A 1987 U.S. Carrollton Original Club, still in shrink, super clean, near mint. Top copy. Top copy. A $55 start. $55 start. This is Wasp live in the raw. It's an OG top copy. A $55 start. There is the disc. There is the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink. You know what it looks like? It looks like somebody just opened it. That's what it looks like. That's now up for bid, okay? That's up for bid. Now, for anybody watching new, this is the two items back here are auctions. You bid in the comments. For anybody watching new, you bid in the comments back here. These are all straight price. They're buy it nows, first come, first serve. These are first come, first serve, buy it nows. These back here is auctions. Now, here's how things go if you're new. If you're new, we show whatever's in the crate. No request. We can't do that. We just show whatever's right here and whatever's being auctioned back here. Also, I'm seeing a lot of new names pop up. If you buy something or you end up buying a lot and you're a first-time buyer, we may need to go ahead and ask you to prepay, okay? We've had a couple new people this week buy quite a bit, or they're relatively new and they've bought quite a bit, and we're trying to go ahead and secure some payments, okay? So you're welcome to buy as much as you can. Invoices go out on Monday. But also, if you're new and there's a lot of crazy bidding going on, if you end up winning something, be prepared. We may go ahead and ask you to pay for it tonight, okay? We've had to do that a couple times already this week. So far, we're about 3/4 there getting money from people. There's still some big first-time purchases that hadn't got paid for. So my fingers are crossed. We're in communication with a few people. But just so you know, you can buy and bid as much as you want. But if things start getting crazy and you're relatively new, we may ask to go ahead and see some cash on the barrel head, okay? Because otherwise, it's a red flag for us. Just saying. Just saying. Here we go. First thing, these are all new and sealed and priced as marked. Mudvayne, the end of all things to come. Mudvayne is limited edition to $1,500 on purple vinyl. Mudvayne is $44.99. The end of all things to come, limited edition $1,500 on purple vinyl, $44.99. We have one copy here of Spirit Adrift, the new album, is what the Hype sticker says. I don't know when exactly this came out. Included a 12-page lyric and artwork booklet, Ghost at the Gallows. That is $24.99. Now, here's an update on our auctions. Right now, Guns N' Roses does not have a bid. We're looking for a $55 start. Wasp has bids for $75 and $100. What was the pressing information? The pressing information is right here. And this is... let's see here. This is, hold on a second. I got the sticky note right back here. This is a 1987 U.S. Carrollton Original Club copy. It's an 87 U.S. Carrollton Original Club copy, and that has a high bid of 100. Guns N' Roses has a bid for 55 with Justin. He also has Wasp for 100. Okay, now the first thing we have here, okay, by the way, that's a Laura Crate sticker, and I think it goes to Adam Bullock, right? That was the next first comment. Adam Bullock gets Mudvayne. That's so to Adam Bullock. Thank you. Kristen Driscoll put safety, and that was for maybe Spirit. Let me know what that was. How many copies of that I have? I only got one. Kristen, let me know what safety was, or maybe you put safety and then 55. Okay, I'll skip over that for right now. Jason Widener gets Spirit. Dean Tedford also on Mudvayne. Guns N' Roses got a bid for 55. And then we have another 55 on Guns N' Roses, and now 60, now 60, and now 60. Okay, so there's one Mudvayne left, and we got 2 copies of Dawkins' Greatest Hits. That's on blue splatter vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Dawkins' Greatest Hits. Blue splatter, $29.99. And then Judas Priest. This is Hero Hero. First time embossed. Record store day. Red and blue vinyl. Judas Priest is $29.99. Wasp is a top copy for sure. And we just have a new bid for $105. Now Guns N' Roses 60. Now Guns N' Roses 60. Now Guns N' Roses 61. So Guns N' Roses is OG, but Guns N' Roses is OG, but of course it's not the first cover. They pretty much always have the same disc. If you pulled out a robot cover and that disc, they pretty much look identical. They were just putting them in different jackets. Okay, then we have Gregory Roberts on D for Dokken, and next was, okay, so D for Gregory Roberts and D for Solarplex Studios. Those are sold and sold. D for Dawkins. Don Harrison was next. Angela Lewis was next on Dokken. And then we have 1 copy of Tool Undertow. This is new and sealed for $29.99. Great price on Tool Undertow. We got 3 copies for Tool, $29.99. Also, somebody asked, could we do a waiting list on Fury Inoculum? Not at that price of $54.99. I think I have Fury Inoculum in stock. It's actually right here. I have one right here. The MSRP, the new final price is $76.99. So we sold 2, and then we had a lot of other requests. But this is stuff we've got where we can sell it much cheaper than typical MSRP. So if you do want one, I have one right over here. Same thing for these. These are the only 2 or 3 I have at $29.99. Chad wants one. MT Matt wants one. Next thing, I have 1 copy here. We have Melvins, and this is sealed on red vinyl. Nude with Boots on Apple red vinyl, $24.99. We have Guns N' Roses at $52 with Kristen Driscoll. So Guns N' Roses is still getting bids, and now Wasp is at $105. And who was the first person? Justin Deckelman. So Justin, you're out on Wasp, just so you know. And Joshua wants Melissa Howard Patton. You know what he was trying to do? He was trying to buy the Melvins, I bet. he missed out on the other one. And this here is Carnival A Symmetry. That's sealed for $29.99. Jason discarded their Spirit. Okay, so nobody claimed Spirit then, right? There was a little bit of confusion there. There was a claim for Spirit and then safety. So this is going back in the bin, and as of right now, no one got Spirit Adrift. It's sealed at $24.99. Okay, so Guns N' Roses 52. Joshua was first on the Melvins. Cameron Porter second on the Melvins. Tristan Driscoll, an O comment. Kristen, you're throwing me some random letters. I'm thinking you're buying stuff. Joshua Cross says he'll take Spirit. And then 50 is supposed to be 55 for Guns N' Roses. Okay, well, the problem is I think you've already been outbid at 50. Oh, boy, what's happened here? The bid's already at 61. Then you bid 60. Then you bid 52, 55, and then you're saying your 55 was supposed to be 50. All that is null and void because Justin has it already at 61. And then Justin, I haven't heard back from you on Wasp. You haven't set out, but you also hadn't bid again. I'm about to sell it for $100. And then Joshua got Spiritwood. Mark Riley got Carnival. That is sold. And Amanda Overton put 70. Now, also, if you're making sure if you're bidding on something, you let me know exactly what you're bidding on. Did we give up on the 45s? We didn't give up on the 45s. The problem is there's so much going on right now, I can barely keep up with the two auctions. I have bid confusion, bid retraction, unknown bidding, and a lot of questions. Next record is Celtic Frost into the Pandemonium. This is sealed $34.99. This would be a great night for me to have 4 arms and 2 brains. If I had 4 arms and 2 brains and 2 mouths, we could get a lot done. Also, I have Creator. I've got 3 copies. Under the Guillotine. Creator is sealed, and that is $24.99. But I am cracking the lid open of a box of new 45s right now. Let me do that right now. I'm cracking the lid open of a new box of 45s right now. Let's get started. I'll try my best to keep up with the bidding and the claims and the buy it nows. I'll do it right here. Okay? First thing we have is an update of what's going on. So first, we have Matthew Sebastian. We got to ignore the bids from Amanda. I'm not for sure what any of those mean at all. So we're going to go back and go to the next actual comment, which is Matthew Sebastian on Celtic Frost. And then Guns N' Roses has a new bid for 65. And then Jeff Brindley on Creator. That's so to Jeff Brindley. Justin Deckelman, you are outbid on Wasp. The high bid is $105 of Gregory Roberts. I haven't seen you bid again, and I haven't seen you set out. Gregory has this at $105. It's a final call. I'm about to sell it to him. This is a final call. This is an 87 U.S. Carrollton Original Club. It has the original inner sleeve. The cover's in shrink wrap, and it's near mint. It's a final call to Gregory at $105. 105 on that. William Warner wants Creator. That is sold to William Warner. And now, I think we've got about 5 active bidders on Guns N' Roses. But what happens, I think, by the time somebody gets their bid in, somebody already bid higher, and then they've been out of place for about 10 minutes. But we have a new high bidder on Guns N' Roses. At this moment, at 9 o'clock, the high bidder is at $65 of Mike Allspaw. $65 of Mike Allspaw. Now Justin's at 106 on Wasp, and that means everybody except Miles Allspaw is also out on Guns N' Roses. Plus, this feed has been shared or being promoted somewhere very weird. There is so many just like new people hopping on and asking random and doing random stuff. I don't know how that happens. It's happening more than normal, so there's a lot of, it happens a lot this week. There's random just people hopping on, which is making it very difficult. Let me pull up this right here. There's a lot of new people, random people. I don't know what Facebook is doing or where this is being shared, but if you're new and you're legit, I don't mind you taking bids, but there's just a lot of randomness going on right now, okay? I don't know how it's been happening the last few nights, but it does. It just randomly happens. There's people I don't know. There's people I've never seen. I'm clicking on their profiles. They're new followers or they're not even following our page, so I don't know how that's happening. But I'll try to filter and take what bids I can. Wasp is at 110. Guns N' Roses at 70. First thing we have is Black Flag. Who's got the 10.5? Black Flag is sealed, $29.99. Black Flag is $29.99. And Sepultura, Beneath the Remains. Sepultura is sealed, $29.99, Beneath the Remains. And Dream Theater, Lost Not Forgotten Archives Live. This is sealed, $29.99 for Dream Theater. And we have Unto Others, Strength. Unto Others is sealed, $29.99. Wasp is a final call because Justin Deckelman's out at 110. And then we have a new bidder on Guns N' Roses from Irene I Fall. Now, Irene, I will take your bid on Guns N' Roses, but before you bid, go ahead and send us a message right now with your email address, your mailing address. I want to try to get your information before I take a bid from you, okay? So if you want to go ahead and bid, just go ahead and send us a message, all right? Now, let's go back, and so we'll say Guns N' Roses at 66 with Justin Deckelman. Irene, if you want to bid, just send us a message right quick of your information. Come back and say message is sent. I'll check on it. I'll look at your profile, and then I'll let you bid, okay? And then We have John Oliver, On to Others. That is sold to John Oliver. And then Sunday Morning Sessions on Sepultura. But before that was Adam Bullock. Adam Bullock was first on Sepultura. That is sold to Adam Bullock. Sunday morning was Sessions. John Oliver got On to Other. And I have another copy of that if anybody else wants one. Now Guns N' Roses at 71. One of our feed gets recommended. Yeah, I think that's what's happened the other night. I think Facebook has been promoting our feeds for free. If y'all ever scroll through like live feeds and then it like recommends one after another, like Laura just said, I think that's what's happening. So people just randomly find us and start bidding and commenting, which if you're new, you can buy, but also we're conducting business here. So it makes our job very difficult unless you're actually buying or bidding on something. Next thing we have here is this is sealed. It's called Wolf. I don't even know what to call records anymore. I'm just picking them up and go, we got this for $19.99. Wolf, Shadowland. Wolf is $19.99 Shadowland. And we have 2 copies here of Sunzar, Bearer of Light. Sunzar is sealed on orange vinyl, $19.99. Sunzar, sealed orange vinyl, $19.99. We have Montrose now playing. Montrose is sealed, $19.99. Guns N' Roses has a new bid for $71. Guns N' Roses at $71. Okay, well, I have a message, but you didn't give me your address or your email address, so I can't take a bid. You've got to send me your address and your email address. Next thing is Guns N' Roses at $71. We can go ahead and sell Wasp for $110 to Gregory Roberts. That was just really between him and Justin, and that sold for $110. So Justin Deckelman's back in on Guns N' Roses for at at $72. This was sold. And we have Montrose. So let me confirm that. Wasp was sold for $110 to Gregory Roberts, confirmed. Matt Lawson on Montrose and Dave Soretin on Montrose. Those are sold and sold. Now, we did a new auction. This is Ozzy, the Randy Rhoads Tribute. Surprised more people hadn't asked for this. This is an 87 U.S. Carrollton original with the original under his sleeve. And this is an 87, the only time it's been pressed. Except for, I guess, the Ozzy box set. We had that discussion last week. This is the Randy Rhoads Tribute album, VG++ EX, and this is going to go up for a $65 start. Ozzy Osbourne, the Randy Rhoads Tribute album. It's a nice copy, VG++ EX. It's going to go up for a $65 start. I've got 1 inner sleeve. I've got 2 inner sleeves. I have a gatefold here. Nice, just a little bit of cover wear, and that's going to go up for a $65 start. Guns N' Roses is at $72. That's with Justin Deckelman. So it's really just up to Mike and Justin unless another verified bidder gets in, okay? Next record in here, I've got 3 copies of Lunatic Soul, not Lunatic Soul, yeah, S-O-U-L, Through Shaded Woods. That's sealed, $24.99. All right, let's do some buy it nows. These are all $6.99. I've got Dwayne Eddy, the son of the Rebel Rouser, $6.99 on Dwayne Eddy. Quarter Flash, Find Another Fool. Eric Clapton, Forever Man. We'll do that for auction. We'll do that for auction. Cliff Richard, We Don't Talk Anymore, the picture sleeve. Elvira, the Oak Ridge Boys. And we have, that's going to be an auction. And I'm probably going to put this up for auction in just a second, okay? There's that. And we have Ozzy at $65, Ozzy at $75. These are all $6.99 here, okay? Winnie the Pooh we had a copy we auctioned earlier. We had 2. If anybody else wants one, it's $25 on that. $25. Now, Mike's out on Guns N' Roses, so I think you may be getting that, Justin, for $72. Final call on that. Next is Between the Baird and Me, The Great Misdirect. Between the Baird and Me is sealed at $29.99. Between the Baird and Me is $29.99. And we got 3 copies here of Jungle Rod, A Call to Arms. Jungle Rod is sealed on red vinyl for $19.99. All these singles here are $6.99, which was Oak Ridge Boys, Cliff Richard, Eric Clapton, Quarter Flash, and Dwayne Eddy. If anybody decides you want anything in there, let me know. Next is Druids, Cycles of Mobium, that is unopened, $14.99. Druids, and I've got 2 copies here of Thunder Mother, black and gold. Thunder Mother is unopened on gold vinyl, $19.99. Aussie is at $80, Aussie's at $85. Now we can sell Guns N' Roses. This is officially sold to Justin Deckelman for $72. $72. That is sold. Okay. Well, the 2 people that were bidding on that never did really send me legit information. That's why I didn't take their bids. I usually can pick up pretty fast if we actually have a legit new customer or not. Jeff Brindley on Thunder Mother, that's sold to Jeff Brindley. Record Guy also wants a Thunder Mother. That's Record Guy. Dwayne Eddy was the Rebel Rouser. Dwayne Eddy, the son of the Rebel Rouser. $6.99 on that. All right, now G. Bebco wants the Eric Clapton Forever Man. That was $6.99. $6.99 on that. That is good to go. And we have a new auction going up right now. And that next new auction is going to be Iron Maiden Live After Death. Iron Maiden Live After Death. Let's go ahead and put this up right now. And Iron Maiden is a, give me 1 second here. Mad Season. I don't think they've been released yet. I don't think it's come out yet. Iron Maiden Live After Death. This is a 1985 U.S. Jacksonville original. It's a 2 LP. The overall condition, conservatively graded, is VG condition. Let's put 1 LP up. There's 2 LPs up. It does have the book with it. Very cool. It does have the book with it. Iron Maiden Live After Death. There is the 2 original under sleeves. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Iron Maiden Live After Death. Ozzy, the most recent high bid on Ozzy was John Kaiser at $85. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid. Let me know if you want back in Nick Bargeron. Jeremiah Stasich on Druids. That's sold to Jeremiah Stasich. Also, we have Clevertack Endling. Clevertack is sealed on orange vinyl, $29.99. Our next 45 auction is The Police. Don't stand so close to me. The Police is going to go up for a $7 start. We have 2 copies of that Clevitar, or however that's read, Clevertack, sealed on orange vinyl for $29.99. And Space Chaser. Space Chaser is Thrash Neon Yellow unopened, $14.99. $14.99 on that. Neon Yellow, $14.99. We have Winger 7. I don't know if I've seen that one before. Sealed, $39.99. Winger 7. I know that's not in print, or not in stock, I should say. UFO, Mother Mary, The Kids. That is sealed, $14.99. Now, I never did hear back from Nick Bargeron on Ozzy. So, John Kaiser had it for $85. Let's scroll through the comments, make sure I didn't miss anything. We sold out Eric Clapton. Jeremiah got Druids. Iron Maiden has opened for $35. Now there's a new bid on Ozzy for $95. And now $100. And then BJ wants Space. And that was Space Chaser. And that's sold to BJ. Sunday Morning Sessions was second. Police is a $7 start. Don't stand so close to me. Wow, only 1 bid on Iron Maiden. Randall Garwal, 1 bid for $35, going once, going twice. And Ozzy is OG, of course. It's never really been reissued individually. It's never seen a modern reissue. The day that happens, it's going to be a big deal. That might be one of the biggest pre-orders ever for Coletco, the day that happens. Nick's out. Now it's down to John and Rebecca. And I'm about to bring over a crate of new stuff. And then what's Winger at? UFO. Winger is a buy it now. It's called Winger 7, sealed, $39.99. So we had Winger, we had UFO. UFO is also sealed for $14.99. And we have that record. And then Jungle Rot, also Between the Baird and Me. Lunatic Soul. We have Sunzar. We had Wolf, Unto Others, Dream Theater, Black Flag, Creator, One Tool, a Judas Priest, and Mudvayne. Let me show those right there at the end, because those are some I'm pretty sure really surprised I didn't sell. Lunatic Soul is sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you. Unto Others, we sold 1. There's 1 left. Those are sealed for just $29.99. Dream Theater was Images and Words live in Japan for just $29.99, 2 LP sealed. Black Flag was $29.99. Creator, Under the Guillotine. Creator, Under the Guillotine, The Noise Anthology. That is on silver and red, $24.99. Tool Undertow, that is $29.99. Just one copy. We sold two. I still got Judas and Priest, Hero on red and blue vinyl for $29.99. And we have Mudvayne, was unopened, $44.99. Iron Maiden, overall, a conservative grade would be VG condition. Ozzy's at $125, now $130, and to my knowledge, Police just got that one bid for $7, and we're about to sell it. Okay? And then what was the UFO? This was a Record Store Day 10-inch of Mother Mary the Kids, Strangers of the Night studio versions, clear vinyl from Record Store Day, sealed for $14.99. All righty. Now, I want to go to a new crate, and I think Paul dropped off. There's 2 more crates of new stuff from Paul. I hear possibly the pricing gun back there of Laura. And I went through new vinyl relatively early tonight. So I need to run through one bin because I did order some metal to show. And I think when I was going through it, there was 141 people watching. Right now, there's 389. And UFO, okay, we got to get somebody bought in on UFO. I'm going to leave it out. Somebody's got to buy this. It's a sealed 10-inch from Record Store Day. Mother Mary's the Kids, 14. Who is going to buy that? Somebody's got to buy it. That's the 6th time someone's asked, what is UFO? Wow, somebody's got to get that. Now, that's like got the kiss of good luck on it. 6 people, it's got to be sold now. Anthony Riddle on Judas Priest, Ozzy 140. So Anthony Riddle got Priest, Ozzy 140. What was Between the Buried and Me? That was the Great Misdirect, the 10th anniversary edition, newly remixed and remastered 2 LP, sealed $29.99 on that. And then what was Sunzar? Sunzar was right here. Sunzar was called Bearer of Light. That was on orange vinyl, $19.99. And then Talks with Ravens wants that copy of Tool Undertow. And then Ozzy at $150. Laura has another crate of metal coming. Michael Wood says he'll take the UFO. Awesome. Chris Lidland says he'll take the Winger. Awesome. Now, if anybody wants Sunzar, Between the Buried and Me, they're right here behind me. And then the Police, let's go ahead and sell that for $7. And that's sold for $7 to Natasha Pickett. Are we still bidding on Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden, the last bid on Iron Maiden here was Randall Garwal with 38. No, we already have bids for 40 and 40. Derek Gunn and Paul S. Derek Gunn, y'all been tied. No one has said anything. That's weird. Derek Gunn has it for $40. Everybody else is out. $40 on that. And then I don't know how this feed has been shared. Just like I don't know. I'm gonna have to like. So there's a way you can verify your Facebook page, and it's cost our page. It costs $575 a month to verify your YouTube page or your Facebook page, but you get like a free phone call a month, like a real technician at Facebook that will work on your page and do stuff for you. And it's worth it just for that. Like you get one phone call a month. I know that sounds crazy, but I don't know if y'all know this, but you really can't talk to people at Facebook. There's no phone number. There's no 1-800 number, but you can verify your page and like they'll like help you with security and stuff like that. And I think I'm going to do it tonight, just so we can get that verified status and I can figure out and talk to somebody why our feed gets these bots. They've been getting all these bots because we got to clear all this out. Let me block this guy. But yeah, like I'm watching over here as Chad Williams and like all these is random, just like, I don't know where this thing's being promoted or shared at, but it's really killing my flow. And it seems like it happens on Thursday nights because this video is getting a lot of interaction. It's getting a lot of interaction. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey is a $25 bite now if anybody wants it. Hiram wants a Sunzar. But yeah, very bizarre. But I love how Facebook does. Like you get one phone call a month with a real person at Facebook. And I was like, wow, that's incredible. Because I'm telling you, you can't get anybody on the phone on Facebook. Now, I have talked to people, but they're marketing strategists. They're marketing strategists, and they will tell you about ads and stuff. But to actually talk to somebody about like an issue, you can't talk to anybody on the phone. You have to email them, and they're never going to speak to you on the phone. But For $575, I would pay that for a real phone call. It may sound crazy, but if they can help you fix your page and do stuff, like, I would be like, yeah, I'm in. So, yeah. Okay, let's go back up the top and figure out what's going on. So the last thing was Iron Maiden at 42, 45, 42.50. And that's, I think it's cheaper if you just do Facebook. That includes verifying Instagram too. I think I can verify our Facebook page for like $300 a month or something. Or I don't know what it is. It's expensive though. But it's probably going to be worth it to take care of all this craziness. So Hiram got a Sunzar. Joshua also wants a Sunzar. That is right here behind me. Let me go ahead and do that. Those are right here behind me. Let me find those last Sunzars. And let me do this right here. Okay. And Hiram got Sunzar. And Joshua got a Sunzar. Okay. Spirit Possession from the previous crate. Spirit, was that the one I just took off the table? Or was that the metal crate? Spirit Possession. Let's see. I don't think, unless that was in a, was that in the crate I just had up here or not? So, Adam Bullock wants Between the Baird and Me. Okay. I think if I bring over that crate and go through it again, we might sell everything in there because we're still selling stuff from the last crate. I was wondering, and some of those earlier crates, I was like, man, why hadn't some of this sold? I think the auctions have just been so crazy in the comments, it's hard for people to pay attention. It makes it, like I said, I can tell, it makes it difficult for everybody to pay attention. There's so much going on in the chat with these bots and stuff. Adam Bullock got Between the Baird and Me. And I honestly don't know where these auctions are at because I've been so confused and distracted. So let me go back up here and try to find an Aussie bid, okay? I know it was between John Kaiser and Rebecca. Rebecca just said out. So John Kaiser has this for $160. $160, okay? That is a final call, $160 with John Kaiser. I'm going to go ahead and get it in the sleeve. Thank you, John. And that's a final call to him. Venus and Mars. I should have one left, Jerry. I should have one. Okay? I should. And then Iron Maiden. Somebody said the Spirit sold. Okay? And then Iron Maiden, the last bid I see on my screen, and if you were in higher or you want to be in higher, the most recent bid, I don't know if it is the highest, but I see Paul S. at $52. So if you think you already bid 52 or you want to bid more than 52, he has it for 52 and you got to go through him. Final call, okay? This is sold to John Kaiser for $160. Now, let's go ahead and sell the next Aussie. Ultimate Sin. Here we go. A 1986 U.S. Carrollton. And this is a top copy. Super clean. $125 star. Now, Laura didn't put top copy. However, if it had shrink, it might. The disc, though, is near mint. I mean, it's beautiful. $125 start. These have been really crazy here in the last couple of weeks. Super high desirable. Super high desirability level, I think would be a better terminology. $125 start on Aussie. Okay? Now, Iron Maiden was at 52 with Paul S. I'm down to the bottom. There says 36.40. The bid was already 52. This is sold to Paul S. for $52. Spirit Possession was 2 crates ago, different spirit than what's sold. Okay. Let me try to figure out where that is in relation to where I'm standing. BBM is the remix, and so if I'll take it. Between the Baird and Me has already sold. Between the Baird and Me has already sold. Iron Maiden's also sold. Kristen Driscoll, if you can hear me, I think your feed is pretty far behind. Iron Maiden is sold. Ozzy's $125 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it is Keel, the Final Frontier. It's a 1986 U.S. original, VG Plus condition, a $15 start. Keel, the Final Frontier, VG Plus condition, a $15 start. We have Van Halen, Women and Children First, MoFi. I've already read through these. I'm going to read through them again one more time quickly. This is the new MoFi box one step from Women and Children First. Van Halen, $134.99. Dio, Holy Diver, 2LP Joe Barresi remix, $44.99. King Diamond, The Eye. King Diamond's on purple and black, $36.99. Purple and black marble vinyl. Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. Nickelback is $33.99. Forbidden Evil, $33.99. Brooks and Dunn Reboot, $33.99. We're about to do a Paul Crate next. Brooks and Dunn is $33.99. Iron Maiden Japan, 1981, $44.99 on Iron Maiden Japan. There's 4 copies. It's a new seal, 2LP, live Iron Maiden unofficial, Japan, 1981. Napalm Death, Harmony Corruption, Napalm Death, $38.99. Stormtroopers of Death, Speak English or Die, $33.99. There's no bid on Ozzy. It's a final call, $125 start, going twice, going 3 times. No one has bid on Ozzy. Final call. If you want it, I would lock it in right now. George Jones is in. Nico has Keel at $15, going once, going twice. We have Wasp live in Japan. Excuse me, I was reading Iron Maiden on the comments. Wasp live on the Raw, 2LP, new and sealed. We just sold an OG for $105 or $110. New and sealed, $44.99. Now we have Ozzy at $125. MT Matt wants an Iron Maiden in Japan. Sold. Nick Bargeron wants a Brooks and Dunn reboot. Sold. Teresa wants an Iron Maiden Japan. Sold. Ozzy is a 1986 U.S. original, super clean. No wear on the jacket. The vinyl's near mint. It has the original inner sleeve. One bid for $125. Next, Ozzy is a U.S. Carrollton original. Yes. Keel has another bid for $20. Another bid for $20. I got 2 copies of King Diamond, The Dark Sides, orange and white marble vinyl. King Diamond, Dwight Yoakam, Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. Blue vinyl, $33.99. Forbidden, Twisted into Form. Forbidden is $33.99. And the best of Wasp. That is $44.99. $44.99. So here's where we're at. Keel is tied at $20. Nick, you're out. Brad already bid $20. The first bidder of $15 is also out, Nico Capolanis. So 2 people's out. We have Ozzy, a final call at $125 of George Jones. Here's what was left in here. Wasp, Forbidden, Dwight Yoakam, King Diamond, Wasp, SOD, Napalm Death, Iron Maiden, Brooks and Dunn, Forbidden, Nickelback, King Diamond, Dio, and I got the new MoFi, Van Halen, Women and Children First, $134.99. MoFi one steps. And the Cradle will rock. I'm going to put this crate over here. That was a crate of new vinyl we went through tonight. And I had another one, but I'm going to go ahead and try to knock out this crate of new stuff that Paul's marked. I'm going to start throwing up some 45s. There's new bids on Ozzy. And I think we're still tied on Keel. Let me walk around here and get this other crate. I got to take the long way. The long way. I have boxed myself in. Let me see what kind of crates Paul has here. He's got this kind of crate and he's got that kind of crate. Which crate shall we do? Let's do the one that's got more in it. And this is the second one he brought up here. Yeah, so this has got a lot of vintage and OG type stuff in it. Let's see what we got. And let's do it. All righty. Here we go. All right, so Ozzy, 127. What was the Dwight Yoakam? Keel, 27. Ozzy, what was the Dwight Yoakam? Ozzy, 130. Ozzy, 140. Ozzy, 140. So Keel, 20. Keel, 27. Ozzy's tied at 140. George Jones was in first. George Jones was in first. There we have it. Before we go anything else, let's try to chip away at some more 45s. That way I might find some more auctions over here too. Here we go. Pop Music M, $6.99. That'll be an auction. Rumor has it, Reba McEntire, Whitney Houston, For the Love of You, Gordon Sinclair, The Americans, A Canadian's Opinion, Bill Haley, Yeah, She's Evil. Steve Winwood, Higher Love, the picture sleeve. Mick Jagger, Just Another Night. And Shaka Khan, I Feel For You. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 there. And I got us a good single here probably to put up auction next. Okay, so Ozzy 140, Ozzy 140, and then we have, these are all $6.99. Paul S. wants pop music, and that leaves Shaka Khan, Mick Jagger, Steve Winwood, Bill Haley, Gordon Sinclair, Whitney Houston, and Reba McEntire. Nick Bargeron wants the Mick Jagger. That's so to Nick Bargeron. Now we need a final call on Ozzy. We're still tied. I haven't heard back from Eric Dalby. Eric, about 2 minutes ago now, you bid, but you tied George, so that means you're out. Final call. Nobody else has been on Keel. Haven't heard back from Nick Bargeron or anybody else, and that's a final call. And here's our next auction. Roger Waters from 1992, From Amused to Death. From his 1992 album, Amused to Death, What God Wants, Part 1. And that is a $7 start, okay? Let's go through some new arrivals. Paul's marked these. There should be great records in here. And tonight's probably going to be a big recap night because I feel like we've went through some stuff early. And maybe when things kind of slow down a little bit later, we'll be able to go through some of this stuff again, okay? So, first thing we have is Yes Relayer. Yes is EX Condition, $12.99. EX Condition, $12.99. Cough, Spirit Possession Cough. Give me 1 second. We have Blondie EX $22.99. Rainbow EX $22.99. That has a name tag. Blondie has a name tag. No name tag on Yes. Also Heart. Heart is VG $9.99. Dreamboat Annie. Heart VG $9.99. And ZZ Top Eliminator EX $22.99. All right, Roger Waters $7 start. Keel has a new bid for $27. It was already at $30. It was already at $30. Already at $30. Already at $30. It was already at $30. I never did hear back from Eric Dalby, and that means Ozzy is sold to George Jones for $140. That is sold for $140. That is sold. Thank you, George. That's gone to you. All right. I did hear an out from somebody, but I lost 2 other people on that one. That's unfortunate. Roger Waters is a $7 start. And then D-Kong wants Blondie. So to D-Kong, MT Mac got ZZ Top. And Chris Frazier was 3rd. Joshua Day was 2nd. New bid on Keel for $32. ABBA Arrival, VG Plus $14.99. Canned Heat, VG Plus $14.99. Yeah, this has the blacked out cans. Some of those aren't blacked out. Some of them are. VG Plus $14.99. All right, so first thing we have here is our next auction, Black Sabbath. This is the 1970 U.S. original Terre Haute pressing, the U.S. original first press for Black Sabbath's first album. VG Plus, which is not bad, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. Black Sabbath, OG first label, $45 start for Black Sabbath by Black Sabbath. It has the original inner sleeve. The first song is also called Black Sabbath. It does have this little tag up here on the front. We'll call the cover VG, just a little bit of wear down here. Other than that, it's not bad, and that's going to go up for a $45 start. Yes, that is a green label. Now Keel's at $32. If anybody wants Roger Waters, he's a $7 buy it now. Combo for the last 45s. So if you buy all these here, instead of $6.99 each, I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll do them at $5 a piece if you take the rest of them, Natasha. Black Sabbath has a bid for $45. We got Jimmy Buffett, Margaritaville. The name of the album is Changes in Latitudes, Changes in Attitudes. That does have Margaritaville, EX $22.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Trilogy, that's EX for $12.99. And Yes Drama, Yes Drama, VG Plus $11.99. Yes Drama, VG Plus $11.99. And The Cars is VG $11.99. I've lost Nick Bargeron on Keel. Brad Waits has it for $35. Natasha takes these singles for $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, and $5. Those are sold to Natasha. Thank you. Those are done. Now Black Sabbath has took off like a rocket ship. We have Roy Buchanan, You're Not Alone. That's VG Plus $12.99. And the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, VG Plus $11.99. Let's do some more singles. First, Jeff Brindley takes the Roger Waters for $7. That's sold. Next is Pete Seeger, Waist Deep Up in the Big Muddy, $6.99. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Baby's Got a Hold on Me. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, Working Man, Nowhere to Go. The Great Al Hibbler, Unchained Melody, $6.99. This is Charlie, Picture Disc, $6.99. Mark Allman, Tears Run Rings. Tears Run Rings. Tears Run Rings, $6.99 on that. Also, we got Black Sabbath at 70. We got Keel, and that is sold. And let's officially sell Keel to Brad Waits for $35. That is sold. And then what? Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Emerson, Lake and Palmer was known as Trilogy. Oh, no. EX12. I'm just seeing everybody's comments. Laura's telling me right now about the freeze framing. It dropped a little. I think it was a minor glitch. We're live right now. It was a minor glitch. It was a minor glitch. Hold on a second. Yeah, we're good. It did drop a few frames there. Yeah, it did. Okay, let me pause right there. Let me let that reset. Oh boy. Okay, let me monitor it over here for just a second. We'll have to everybody have to swap off and swap back on right quick. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good here. Yeah. All right. So when I left off, we sold Keel, and Keel was sold for $35 to Brad Waits. Black Sabbath got bids for $45, $45, $50, $65. Natasha got the bundle deal. Black Sabbath $55, Black Sabbath $80. Jeff Brindley got Roger Waters for $7. Joshua Emerson, Lake and Palmer was called Trilogy, EX $12.99. Black Sabbath out. Then we had Freeze, Price on Cars. The Cars album back here. Dennis Daly was VG $11.99. VG $11.99, Dennis Daly. And then Glitch, and then we have Glitch, and we have Glitch, and then Glitch, and Dustin Hodges wants Mark Almond. That's sold to Dustin for $6.99. Janky, Who the Heck is Charlie? Stream, Choppy, Video, Glitchy, Choppy. Edmund Estrada, you were second on Mark Almond. Video. Joshua does want Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That's sold to Joshua. Sound is good. Video's Glitchy. And then we're back. Black Sabbath 85, and then Talks of Ravens wants Bill Haley. Bill Haley is long gone. That was in that last bundle. I've already sold that to somebody. And then Angela, then Knock Knock, Drink Break. And then All Good Now. And then we have Where's the Black Sabbath, LL, Much Glispa, Tipper Gore. Okay, so the last thing that happened on Black Sabbath, this is an OG VG Plus Green Label Terre Haute Original. The highest bid I see, and hopefully if they can hear me, they'll bid again just so it's back at the bottom. Mike Burson, you still have it for $80. Now, since then, there was a bid for $85 with Philip Holt. So Philip has it for $85. Philip has it for $85. That's the high bid right now. And then I laid down a bunch of 45s, which was Charlie, the Great Al Hibbler, Nitty Gritty, and Pete Seeger. And those are all still available for $6.99. Dennis Daly asked about the Cars. It was VG condition, $11.99. Also, we have Eagles, the Long Run. This is EX $22.99. New bid on Sabbath at $90. We have Lady Day by Billie Holiday. That's a 58 mono. EX condition, $17.99 on Billie Holiday. And Solo Flight, The Genius of Charlie Christian. That's VG Plus $14.99. Now Black Sabbath at $95 with Philip Holt. And now let's put up a new auction. And that next new auction is crazy. Well, that's how it goes. This is Ozzy's debut solo album, Blizzard of Oz, an 81 US Terre Haute original with the original inner sleeve. The vinyl's a nice EX. And this is a $35 star. Ozzy, $35 star. Mr. Crowley. What went on in your head? Mr. Crowley, did you talk with the dead? That is Ozzy. Blizzard of Oz, $35 star, now up for auction. 81 US Terre Haute original. Sabbath, 90. Sabbath, 95. We got Ozzy, back to back right here. Next thing is the R.D. Cornfield Tree, A Time to Remember. VG Plus $14.99. Tony Freeman put C. That must be for the Cars. That's sold to Tony Freeman. Black Sabbath is now at $100. And we also have Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards. Uriah Heep is in VG condition. $9.99 on Uriah Heep. And Deep Purple in rock. Deep Purple is a 1970 club copy, and that is EX condition, $27.99. Deep Purple, EX $27.99 in rock. Child in Time. We got Art Ensemble of Chicago. This is a strong VG, a 69 French import, $34.99. AACM, Great Black Music, Message to Our Folks, Art Ensemble of Chicago. Up at the top. His C comment was not for Cars. It was for the Charlie picture disc. He doesn't want the Cars. His C was for Charlie at $6.99. That is sold. So Black Sabbath at 100, Ozzy 40, Ozzy 40, Ozzy 55, Ozzy 48. Phillips out on Black Sabbath. No Charlie. Ozzy 55, Ozzy 67. Russell Flynn wants Deep Purple. All right, so Russell Flynn got Deep Purple, and that means the Black Sabbath OG is now final call. Mike Burson has it for $100. Ozzy's at 67 with El Territorio. We have Steely Dan counting down the ecstasy. VG minus condition. $9.99. VG minus condition, $9.99. David Hoy on AEOC. That is sold over here. That is sold to David Hoy. Also, Hank Jones, Ain't Misbehaving. That's EX, $12.99 for Hank Jones. And Premiata Farinia Marconi, Photos of Ghosts. That's great Italian Prague, is the note on the back from Paul. VG Plus, $14.99. I need the Iron Maiden from the Last Crate. Are you talking about the Iron Maiden 2LP live in Japan? Now, there's something else that Sean Fairweather wanted. What was that thing Sean Fairweather wanted? Something to do with catching spirits, flying ghosts. It was something he wanted, catching something like that. Let me see if I can find that for him. Spirit possession. Okay, not catching ghost. I'm going to find it for him. But first, I'm going to pull Hendry, this Iron Maideth. That is sold. So that was the next comment. I have one left if anybody wants it. Iron Maiden Japan 81. That is sold to Hendry. Jimmy's out on Ozzy. Natasha wants SD for Steely Dan. And thank you, Spirit Possession, Ozzy. Rob Fordham on Marconi. That is sold. Very French name there, or Italian. And then we have Slicker on Corn-Fed Tree. Cornfield Tree. That is sold to Slicker Van Slyke. And then let's go ahead and sell Mike Burson, Black Sabbath for $100. Thank you, Mike Burson. That is sold to you. And now Ozzy. The high bid on this is now a final call. It's a clean copy, an 81 U.S. Terre Haute original. 81 U.S. Terre Haute original. The high bid is El Territorio at $67. Spirit Possession with a Drift Ghost. Okay, I just got to figure out what I've done with that crate. And I think there was a note on the back of it for me to pull that record and sell it. You have to purchase a Led Zeppelin record. So I don't know what's up with that, but we'll see what happens. Let's sell this to Chris Gardner. I think that's what Paul wrote. To buy this album, you must admit Led Zeppelin is in your collection. I don't think that was in Paul's crate, though, right? I think it was it was definitely a record Laura marked. Okay, so it's not right there. And it's not in that one. It's not in there. What have I done with all this stuff? I bet it's right here. Valley, Jungle Rot, Titus, Mr. Bungle, Carnival, Crocus, Cathedral. Aha. Spirit Possession, yeah. Yeah, Laura left a note on the back. To buy this, you must also purchase a Led Zeppelin record. Wow, that's a weird thing to put, but it says to purchase this, you must also buy a Led Zeppelin record. So, Sean, just let me know which album you want. I'll go ahead and sell this to you for $24.99, but it also says you must buy a Led. That's a weird, odd request to see on the back of a record, but that's what it says. So, I mean, I have to go by that. Last thing is Ozzy had a new bid for 70 and now 79 with El Terrible Torio, okay? We are good to go. Now, this crate over here has gotten really full, but before I swap, I'll keep showing a very bizarre record here. This is Strawler 80 Nuth, and this is a 1998 Australian Punk EX1299. Looks like a Devo cover or something. EX1299 Australian Punk American Flyer Spirit of a Woman EX Edition 999. Final call on Ozzy for 79. Now I'm going to swap out crates because this thing has gotten really full. And now let me go ahead and stack it over here. That's our fourth full crate, I should say, tonight. Fourth full crate. Give me 1 second over here. Getting a new empty crate. All right. And here we go. We got Greg Allman Laid Back, EX Edition 2299. And everything is A-OK, the Astronauts. 64 mono, VG minus $9.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. And we got old Brittany Fox. And this is an 88 U.S. Carrollton original. The note on the back says super clean. $55 start. Brittany Fox. Original on her sleeve. Super nice. Near mint. $55 start. There's the original on her sleeve. There is a piece of clear tape on those three edges. Jacket is really nice. A $55 start. Brittany Fox. This is sold to El Terrible Torio for $79. That is sold. Let me put this in here. Let me put this over here. And let me put this over here. Brittany Fox, that was fast. 55 out. Nico Capolanis has it for $55. Going once, going twice. And then Teresa wants the Strawler here. That is sold to Teresa Brookshire. Also, we have 29 with Lenny Wright. And that is EX1299. EX1299. And Ubiquity Star Booty. Ubiquity Star Booty. VG Plus, $14.99. The Astronauts, everything is A-OK. Is VG minus. RCA, VG minus. Mono, 64. Original, $9.99. Australian Punk has already left the auction block. Or actually already left the crate, I should say. That's already sold. But here is our next album going up right now. This is Yngwie Malmsteen's Odyssey. And Brittany Fox is an 88 U.S. Carrollton original. With the original on her sleeve, no condition notes. Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force, Odyssey, an 88 U.S. specialty original. The label is marked promo. Promotion copy, not for sale. And it is super clean. It is near mint minus, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the original on her sleeve. There's the gold stamp promo. Beautiful copy of Odyssey. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Now, Brittany Fox has a new bid for $60. The Greg Allman, yes, this is his solo album, Laid Back. It does have his version, his solo version of Midnight Rider and the very great song, These Days, the Jackson Browne song. EX2299 on that, Lanny. Also, we have J.J. Johnson with Clifford Brown, John Lewis, Charlie Mingus, and Kenny Clark. That's a Blue Note original VG 174.99. An original 1955 U.S. mono. An original 1955 U.S. mono. J.J. Johnson VG 174.99. It has the ear and the dead wax and Roy Van Gelder. That's VG 174.99. That is available. Just saying. It's in there. We have Nuggets, Volume 3. Here's Volume 3. We had a lot of other volumes. VG Plus, $19.99. Also, National Lampoon's Animal House. VG Plus, $14.99. Animal House. And Superman 2, EX, $17.99. Check out the disc. Check out the vinyl. laser etched, crazy, wild, cool, Superman 2, EX 1799. Now, Ingve had bids for 35, 35, 35, 36, and then Chris Frazier on Animal House. Are we done on Brittany Fox? I've got to hear back from the very first bidder. They hadn't set out. Nico Kapalanis. It's up to you. MT Matt's had it for 3 minutes now at 60. Final call. Next is the Temptations Greatest Hits, Volume 2. VG condition, $9.99. The Temptations Greatest Hits, Volume 2. VG, $9.99. The JDC Mixer, Volume 3. Italian Disco, VG Plus, $12.99. High NRG. High energy. That's what... Is that supposed to mean something, or is that supposed to be like, it says HINRG. It sounds like high energy. Am I missing something there? Or am I just having overlooking the obvious on something? Kenny Rogers, the gambler. You've got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. VG Plus, $12.99. And we have Ingve getting new bids. It's now at 40 with MT Matt. Nico's out on Brittany Fox. Ingve's at 45. Superman, Adam was EX, $17.99. Trina Long wants the Temptations Greatest Hits Volume 2. High energy. Okay, it sounds like you're saying high energy, right? Like HIGHENERGY. That's a cool abbreviation. High NRG. That's pretty cool. All right, let's go back here to Rye Cooter into the Purple Valley. VG Plus, $14.99. And Rick Ocasek from the Cars, his solo album Beatitude in Shrink and Hop. VG Plus, $14.99. All right, Brittany Fox is done. And this is sold to MT Matt for $60. And by the way, I have these in stock. They're new for this Friday. White vinyl, limited edition for $39.99 from Music on Vinyl. So if you want a new sealed Brittany Fox, I got them. I have them. They're $39.99 if anybody wants them. Just so you know, the OG there just sold for $60. Edmund Estrada wants Rick Ocasek. So to Edmund Estrada. Next is Nancy Sinatra. How does that grab you? 66 German import in VG condition. $19.99. Nancy Sinatra, VG, $19.99. Paul Revere and the Raiders, Revolution, VG, $9.99. Trapeze, You Are the Music, We're Just the Band, VG, $9.99. Antonio K, VG Plus, $9.99. And The Wonderful World of Antonio Carlos Jobim in Shrink, The Brazilian Mood, $17.99. What about Ingve? Stuck has it for 45, and it's been stuck at 45 with Stuck. He's had it for 3 minutes. It's a final call for $45. Sorry, Adam. The feed has been choppy a little bit tonight. This is EX, $17.99. The high energy record was VG Plus, $12.99. Jared Inc. wants Antonio Carlos Jobim. That is sold, and now we need a new auction going up. And the next new auction is Motley Crue Theater of Pain. This is a 1985 U.S. Specialty Original, VG Plus condition, a $35 start. So the disc is not bad. There is some writing on the labels. We have the original merchandise insert. We have the original inner sleeve. There's a name written on the back, and a name tag on the front, and a name on the front. It also has a solicitation card. So you got a solicitation card, an inner sleeve, and a merch insert. $35 start. Now, Ingve got a new bid for $47, and now $50. Adam Bullock does want Superman 2. Ingve's at $50. El Terrible wants the JDC Mixer. Now we have an out on Ingve. Now definitely a final call. However, the Jason hadn't set out. Jason hadn't set out, so that's a final call to him. All right, let me grab another handful of 45s over here. Great time to do some of those, and I'm about to put up a fresh new crate of something. Okay? And we have Billy Ward and the Domino, Stardust. The Carpenters yesterday once more. Shakin' Stevens, Justine. Icehouse, Crazy. Captain and Tennille promo, Shop Around. The Commodores, There's a Song in My Heart. Deep Purple, that's an earlier one there. River Deep, Mountain High. And Listen, Learn, Read On in the Tetragrammaton sleeve. Those are all $6.99. Okay? Next comment was Jackie Reynolds on Trapeze. Jason's out on Ingve. Brian Call got Icehouse for $6.99. Ingve Malmsteen is sold. Ingve Malmsteen is sold to Stuck for $50. And I think Motley Crue just has one bid for $35. And that's a final call. That is a final call. Nico Capellane's $35. Next is going to go up right now. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. This is a 1983 U.S. Pittman original. It does have the original inner sleeve. It's a $35 start. It does have a corner clip. It's going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl's really nice at VG Plus. I should say it's nice for a VG Plus copy. The sleeve does have a pretty wicked corner clip. It was a cutout record. The inner sleeve's also been clipped. It is OG, a $35 start. Motley Crue has a new bid. Anybody else? Deep Purple, Commodores, Captain and Tennille, Shakin' Stevens, The Carpenters, Billy Ward. Those are all going to go right over here. If anybody changed their mind, let me know. Okay. Think we're ready for something new. So, now Laura is marking new metal right now. I have got a... actually, I hear her approaching. She just approached with metal. The great timing. Let's go through a new crate of metal. Perfect timing. I was about to go through another bin of new vinyl that was gone through earlier tonight, but perfect timing for a crate of new metal. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to swap out these crates, and let me put this right up here. I'll go ahead and show y'all what's coming up. She has priced another full crate of M-E-T-A-L. M-E-T-A-L. Nothing about the David Lee Roth. No any more Ozzy autographs. None that I'm willing to tell you about. None that I'm willing to tell you about right now. Okay, so those are up for auction. I've got I'm going to step up front and grab a V8 right quick. I'll be right back, and give me 10 seconds. You probably don't want to miss any of this metal because I'm going to start showing as soon as I come back. I didn't get a V8. I had to put more ice. As soon as I said that, I forgot about my drink over here I need ice with. So, sorry. Trapeze is long gone. Here's what happened. Well, here's what happened. So we sold Trapeze to Jackie. Russell, you were second. Brian Call got Icehouse. Motley Crue got a new bid for 40. Motley Crue 45. Ozzy has a new bid for 35. And that's a final call. And I think that's a new bidder. That is Corey Ross. You have Ozzy for $35, going once, going twice. I'm about to sell it to you And now Motley Crue is a final call for 45. I got to hear back from Lanny. Lanny says he's out. New records, all new, all sealed, first come, first serve. If you're new and you seriously actually want to buy something and you seriously actually have money to pay for it, $7 in limited shipping. As much as you want to buy, we do this every night. We have Spellbook, Deadly Charms. Spellbook is sealed, $19.99 on Spellbook, Deadly Charms. Ken, Whitechapel. Ken's on black with white splatter. That's a 2LP, new and sealed, $29.99. Ace Frehley, Spaceman. Ace Frehley is sealed on purple vinyl, $24.99. And we got 2 copies here of Catatonia, The Great Code Distance. This is a half-speed master, sealed, $24.99. Motley Crue is sold to Nico Capolanis for $45. Thank you, Nico, on that. And let's put that away. Ozzy has sold. Yes, we've already sold Ozzy. Ozzy is done. Okay, lots of stuff to go. We're going to have a great recap night and just going back through more bins. Incredible. First is Cameron Porter on Whitechapel. That is sold to Cameron Porter. That was right here, or did I already pull that out? No? What happened to it? Right here, Ken, Whitechapel. Cameron, thank you. I'm going to put the Laura sticker right in here. Appreciate that. Thank you. That's sold to Cameron Porter. And then El Terrible Torrio on Ace. Let's sell that to him. And then I think we have a new buyer. Now, what I'd like to welcome you to Collectco, Corey. This is sold to you for $35. But also, since we've had a pretty wide, crazy night with new commentors, if you don't mind to go ahead and message our page, which is Collectco, send us a message with an email address and mailing address. And we've got to get that from you tonight, right now, if you don't care, so we can continue. I had somebody else bidding earlier, and they basically sent me a message and said, here's my name, but I won't send you my information. So I was like, well, I can't sell you any records. So make sure you send that to us. I don't, and then somebody else said something else pretty crazy. They said, I'll send you my information if I end up buying something. I'm like, well, I kind of want you to do that right now. So that's so to you. Thank you. And then we have, we're good to go. Also, we have Saxon. The Eagle has landed live. Saxon is sealed for $24.99. So please make sure you do that. We've had a pretty weird night for first-time buyers. So I need your information as soon as possible, okay? As soon as possible, okay? And first thing is new auctions, but let me go ahead and show you that I've got 2 copies of Saxon, okay? Next is Anthrax, and I'm got to do a lot of 45s here. This is Anthrax. This is Fistful of Metal. This is a 1984 US Hot Pog original VG condition. Fistful of Metal is a $45 start. This is an 84 US Hot Pog original, a $45 start. That's now up for bid. Anthrax, Fistful of Metal. Brian Call wants a Saxon. That is sold to Brian Call. What was the first album in this bin? This was called Spellbook. This was Deadly Charms. Spellbook is sealed, $19.99. I've got 3 copies of Spellbook there. It's sealed, $19.99. Let me grab a new handful of 45s right back here. Let me put this right there. And we have a new handful of 45s right here. First thing we have, this is Eric Clapton. This is I Can't Stand It, $6.99. The Ventures, Walk Don't Run. We have Roy Head, Treat Her Right. Also, we have, I'll put that up for auction, ELO, Rock and Roll is King. An early Charlie Rich there on Groove, a promo. That's pretty cool, nice and easy. That is $6.99. $6.99. That is all available for buy it nows. That was Charlie Rich. We had ELO, we had Roy Ed, we had The Ventures, and we have Eric Clapton. $6.99. Those are all available. Also, we have Catatonia. Catatonia, that is sold. And then we have Brian Call wants ELO, Rock and Roll is King. Thank you, Brian. That is sold to you. Rock and Roll is King. Haven't heard back from Corey. Corey, let me know if you've sent us your information yet. Haven't heard back from you yet on the Ozzy, just saying. So let me know if you're on there, please, or if you still can hear me, Corey. Give me 1 second. And then Teresa also wants the Ventures. Thank you. That is sold to Teresa Brookshire. That is sold. And we have Asking Alexander, Life of a House on Fire. Asking Alexander is on blue, pink, and gold colored vinyl. $34.99 on Asking Alexander. This is also Crown the Empire, The Fallout. Crown the Empire, Fallout. That's on clear, orange, and black colored vinyl. And that is $34.99. $34.99. That is Crown the Empire, clear and black and smoke orange colored vinyl. $34.99. That is available. Okay. Take this. All right. We also have Evil Invaders, Shattering Reflection. This is sealed for $24.99. And thank you. And I have... I think I've blocked 7 people tonight, which is Corey Ross. Thank you. Now, I don't have your address. I have an email address. I don't have your address. Make sure I get that as well, okay? Next thing we have is Faith No More, Who Cares a Lot, The Greatest Hits. Sealed for $29.99. That's available. And Judas Priest, Screaming for Vengeance, sealed $24.99. People I usually block on nights like this is the bottom, what I call the bottom 1%. They're the bottom 1% of probably Earth. We have Anthrax, a $45 start. As of right now, it doesn't have a bid. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And this is an 87 U.S. Specialty Original. And this is going to go up for a $35 start, a 1987 U.S. Specialty OG, no condition notes, a $35 start. There is the original on her sleeve. There is the jacket. Now, C.R. Connery did write his name on the bottom right and back here as well. That's going to go up for a $35 star. That's Whitesnake. Now, Anthrax does have a bid for $45. Melissa Bailey got Faith No More. That is so to Melissa Bailey. Justin Deckelman was second. Brian Riley on Judas Priest. And then Brian Riley got Judas Priest. Corey, you were second. Javi next on Faith No More. And I have Tool Lateralis. Sealed, $54.99. Sealed is $54.99. Tool Lateralis. And the Melvins, this is sealed on blue vinyl for $34.99. Whitesnake is OG. Unfortunately, Connery wrote his name on the cover there. Final call on that. Okay. Corey, I've got your address now. You're good to go. Okay, now we'll invoice you on Monday. Thank you and welcome. Make sure you check your email on Monday. That's when we send information out to you, okay? Thank you and welcome to Coletco. $7 in limited shipping. That's as much as you want to buy. Thank you, and sorry I'm having to really monitor not only the comments tonight, but the messages. Make sure if somebody is new, we've got all their correct information. Next is Cattle Decapitation. This is sealed for $29.99. That's a 2 LP. Let's go ahead and sell that Anthrax. I think this is the second week in a row Anthrax just got one bid. This is sold to MT Matt for $45. MT Matt, thank you. And Whitesnake's a $35 start. $35 start on that. The name of the Melvins, Tim Colino Jr. The Melvins is called Senile Animal. That's sealed on blue vinyl. $34.99 on the Melvins. Whitesnake does have a bid for $35. Let me grab a new handful of 45s right over here. 45s right over here. And this is Ray Charles. This is Just Because, $6.99. We have Mike and the Mechanics, The Living Years. Loretta Lynn, Hearts Don't Do This to Me. Heart Don't Do This to Me. Rod Stewart, Infatuation. Also, we have Paul Simon, Late in the Evening. And I don't think I've seen a picture sleeve from them before. The Brothers Johnson, I'll Be Good to You. Those are all $6.99. Those are all still available, or they are available. They just became available. And then the next comment was, Teresa does want the Melvins. Let me make sure that this is actually Tim Colino doesn't want this. I'm going to go ahead and hold on a second. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Teresa. She was first, right? Yeah, Melvins. And then Mike, that's Mike and the Mechanic, sold to Regina. Brian Call second. Chris Frazier third. And then Javi Soto was fourth. A lot of people on that one. So we got Brothers Johnson, Paul Simon, Rod Stewart, Loretta Lynn, and Ray Charles all still available there. Let me put those right back there. Next, I've got one copy of Creator. That is the picture disc, sealed $19.99. Whitesnake price, it has one bid, was stuck for $35. And it's a final call to them. Yep, one bid for $35. Final call on that. Next is Sepultura. This is called Against. Sepultura is sealed, $24.99. And Dream Theater, the Number of the Beast. Dream Theater covers Iron Maiden's Number of the Beast on yellow vinyl, sealed, $24.99. So Tim did pass on the Melvins, and then Talks with Ravens wants that other tool. That goes to you. Thank you. Ivan R is Ivan R on K for Creator. Hiram Aponte wants a spell book, and I think that was right back here, right? Saxon Ken spell book right here. He says that sounds like Aussie era Sabbath with cowbells. Wow, that might get some other people bought in. Dream Theater sold to Chris Ridlings, Rob Fordham second. New bid on Whitesnake, and Sepultura sold to MT Matt. All righty, let me put these right over here, and now let's put up a new auction. Okay, now. First thing we have is Great White, and this is called Once Bitten. This is an 87 U.S. Specialty OG, and Laura has graded this EX+++++. EX++++. This is called Once Bitten, and wow, EX+++++. That's a lot of pluses. You could say near mint minus. There is a name written right here on the cover. Great White's going to go up for just a $35 start. $35 start on that. Next LP, we got 3 of it. UFO. UFO Force It. UFO is on clear vinyl. A 2 LP, just $24.99. Is it Headbanger Night or something? That's a good way to call it, Headbanger Night. We call it Metal Night, but yes, Headbanger Night. That is tonight, and that's most of the auctions are going to be headbangering. We're going to be having a lot of headbanging auctions, but we also got a lot of other stuff for $6.99 here in the 45s, like Zager and Evans. I've never seen anybody bang their head to in the year 2525. That's Zager and Evans, $6.99. Charlie Rich, Behind Closed Doors. Danny O'Keefe, got Good Time Charlie's Got the Blues. Voyeur, Trick Baby. And that's a double-sided promo. Ooh, here's a cool one. The Rolling Stones, 2,000 Light Years from Home. And Air Supply, Lonely as the Night. And then I found our next 45 auction. And I thought I had another one right over here that was a really good one I wanted to put up for auction. Let me see if I can find it again. I don't know what I've done with it. Yeah, this right here. Okay, got a couple good ones here. All right, so let's go back to the top. And the last thing that I had was Whitesnake did get a new bid for $36. Several people on the Sepulturas. And then first was Javi Soto on Rod Stewart for $6.99. Was there a Rod Stewart here? Rod Stewart? Where was Rod Stewart at? RT, Rod, ST. Rod? Is that in here? Maybe. Rahavi. And then Whitesnake got a new bid for $40. And then Brian Call did get a UFO. That's so to Brian Call. Thank you. And Michael Snared on UFO. Thank you, Michael Snared. And we have Brian Call on Sir S. Now, that's got to be something in here, right? Sir S. I might be... Okay, what was Sir S? He might have meant Rolling Stones. No, he wanted Air Supply. Okay, so Brian Call got Air Supply. Shane got Rolling Stones. And then we have, there we have it. And Great White has a new bid for $30. Okay, so the problem is, here's a couple problems. The first problem is Whitesnake, the high bid on it. We got some bids out of order. Whitesnake's at $40. And that means Edward Tanagi, you're out. Whitesnake's at $40. Great White does not have a bid. We're looking for a $35 start. $35 start on Great White. Now, there is somebody that put 30, Corey, but the starting bid was 35, okay? There's one UFO left. I also have Sacred Outcry, Towers of Gold. That's unopened, $29.99. Sacred Outcry. 2 copies here of Baroness, purple. That's sealed, $29.99. Baroness Purple, $29.99. And Jungle Rot. Jungle Rot is sealed on mystery color vinyl. I knew that we had something, Rod Stewart. Yeah, it was Infatuation. I figured it was. Thank you, Javi. That's sold to you for $6.99. And then Great White has a bid for $35. And then we have this, which is Kardashev, The Bearing of Shadows. And that is sealed on peach colored vinyl. $19.99. All right, here's our next 45 auctions. I've got Van Halen, Why Can't This Be Love? Nice, from 5150. Van Halen is in like VG Plus condition. It's going to go up for a $7 start. And Walt Disney, no, excuse me. I thought this, I was about to say this, I saw this earlier and I glanced at it. I thought it was a Walt Disney record. I was like, I've never seen this before. It says Walt Disney presents the Enchanted Tiki Tones. How about Walt Disney for a $5 start? That's up for bid. Great White has new bids, 35, 35, and now 38. Also, Witchcraft, Nucleus. Witchcraft is on green vinyl, $29.99 for Witchcraft. And we have Altar, Sun, and Boris. And that is on red vinyl, sealed, $34.99. Van Halen is in VG Plus. Why Can't This Be Love? And Walt Disney is a $5 start. Whitesnake has a new bid with Nico Coppolanis for $45. That means the longtime bidder of Stuck is out. New bid now. And also Edward Tenagi, if you're still around, you've been outbid. Jeremiah Stasich got Witchcraft. That's sold to Jeremiah Stasich. There's one copy left. Also, Rancid is on limited edition colored vinyl, Eco Mix, $24.99 on Rancid. And Lunatic Soul. We sold one of these earlier, Under the Fragmented Sky. That's unopened for $24.99. Russell Flynn also on a Witchcraft. I think I've listened to some of their stuff before. And we have Undeath, It's Time to Rise from the Grave. And that is on Oozing Bruise colored vinyl, $24.99. They get creative. It's not purple, it's Oozing Bruise, $24.99 on that. I'm going to take a drink of this very delicious thing. All right. So here's where we're at on all of our auctions right now. And by the way, there's still a new Paul crate to go through. Yeah, there's another new arrivals crate from Paul to go through. I'm about to grab another handful of 45s. But before I do anything, both Witchcraft are sold. Russell, you were the last one to get one. We can go ahead and sell Whitesnake for $45 to Nico Coppolanis. All right, let's put that away. Teresa does want a Rancid. Let's give that to Teresa. Okay, which is right here. And then Great White. The last bid on Great White was 38 with D Kong. We're about to sell it. And then Van Halen 7 and Tiki Tones for 5. Let's put up a new LP. And Moses also wants a Rancid. Did we have 2? We did. So now Moses gets one as well. Moses E. Thank you. And now our next auction is Judas Priest Stained Class. Judas Priest is a 1978 U.S. Terre Haute. It is in EX condition, and it's going to go up for a $25 start. Stained Class, Judas Priest. This is going to go up for a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Nice vinyl, no writing, VG Plus cover. And now the Tiki Tones is sold to Talks of Ravens for 5. And then our new buyer tonight, Corey Ross, got the VG Plus Van Halen. Why Can't This Be Love for $7. Thank you. Now, before I do anything else, we have been chipping away. We're only halfway through our second of 4 boxes tonight of new singles. Halfway through the second box of 4. So, here we go. Captain and Tennille, $6.99, The Way I Want to Touch You. Herb Albert, Keep Your Eye on Me. Kool and the Gang, Holiday. The Stranglers, Golden Brown. I don't know what that is, so I better wait. Bruce Springsteen is $6.99. Rick Dees and his Cast of Idiots, Disco Duck. And Aretha Franklin, Freeway of Love. Those are all $6.99 on that. We have a challenge flag thrown on Van Halen. Challenge flag thrown on Van Halen. There was a new bid on Van Halen. I missed it. Brandon Lack bid $8. Corey, somebody had outbid you as soon as you bid 7. I never did see it. Brandon bid $8 on Van Halen. So if you want back in, let me know. You got to bid 9 or more. If you're done, just say out. Also, Tiki, I didn't realize Teresa had also bid 5, but y'all were tied. Talks of Ravens bid first, so I completely missed that too. Judas Priest got a bid for 25. Brent put S, and let's go through here. That's probably for the Stranglers. If that's not right, let me know. Pam Murray on Aretha Franklin. Great White has a new bid for 50. Regina's in on Bruce for $6.99. Tim Volness wants Disco Duck for $6.99. And Coin the Gang, Herb Alvin, Captain Neil. Teresa, you were tied with Talks of Ravens at 5 too. So Corey, you're out on Great White. You're also outbid on Van Halen. And Judas Priestess has one bid for $25. Now, that's a 78 original. I'm going to read through these records one more time right here, just quickly. And if you see something you want, just let me know. Or if you need information. We had Spellbook. We sold one. There's 2 left. Whitechapel Ken. Also Catonia, Saxon, Asking Alexandra, Crown the Empire. We had, I wasn't for sure on this one. This was Evil Invaders. Also Cattle Decapitation. 2 copies of that. UFO Force It, we sold 2. Now there's 1 left, $24.99. Now new bids on Van Halen. Now new bids on Judas Priest. But we have a final call on Great White. And Corey, you've been outbid. Let me know if you want in for more than 50. If not, just say out. Also, we have Sacred Outcry. Sacred Outcry. Baroness is available. Jungle Rot. Also, Kardashev. That's sealed on peach vinyl, $19.99. Altar, Sun, and Boris. Lunatic Soul. And this last one was Undeath. Undeath. Okay. Let's go through a new Paul crate. Still got new arrivals to go through. And then I think after that, it's probably going to be about time for me to do a major purge clean behind me and figure out what's the next discount bins to go through for the rest of the night. So Corey says he's out on Great White, so that looks like that's going to be sold. They're still bidding on Judas Priest. I'm going to have to take the long way over here to get to these crates. Let me go ahead and do that right now. And let me, or I should say crate from Paul. Is this it right here? Yep, looks like he's got more very interesting stuff marked here. Yep, this is the crate. I take a double take at first. This is it. This is like the Kenny Loggins song. This is it. All right. So here's where we're at. Also, somehow, what did I start Judas Priest at? I don't know what I started it at. I thought this was the tag, but it's not. So I was about to say, I thought I started it at $35. It's only at $35 now. I'm not sure how that happened. Anyway, Great White. Let's go ahead and sell this. Great White is sold to D-Kong for $50. Thank you. And let's put that away. Now, Judas Priest has just hit 35. Don Harrison, you're out. James Bragg's out. James Bragg also just bid 35. You tied Corey. Corey has Van Halen for 12. Brandon says he's done. So now, a final call again to Corey. And before we go any further, let me grab this handful of singles right here. And these are all $6.99. The first thing we have is Garth Brooks on red vinyl. It's a jukebox single, Walking After Midnight. Chicago, Call on Me. Too Shy by Kaja Gugu. David Cassidy, How Can I Be Sure promo. If You Love Me, Let Me Know, Olivia Newton-John. Johnny Horton, Sink the Bismarck. And When It's Springtime in Alaska. Also, Stevie Wonder, Go Home. Johnny Nash, As Time Goes By. Poco, Heart of the Night. And Jimmy Clanton, Go Jimmy Go. Those are all $6.99. Death Symbolic is on pre-order. Yes, I've been aware of that. I got to get that posted very soon. Michael Ruttman on Garth Brooks. That's sold to Michael Ruttman. Also, I got Jimmy Clanton. I got Poco, Johnny Nash, Stevie Wonder, Johnny Horton, Olivia Newton-John, David Cassidy. Kaja Gugu's a cool one. And Chicago, Call on Me. If anybody wants anything in there, just let me know. All right, so Van Halen is officially sold, and that's now sold to our new buyer tonight, Corey, for $12. James Bragg is on Judas Priest at $41. Robert Matthews wants Too Shy by Kaja Gugu. New arrivals here from Paul. Let's see what's in here. This should get very interesting, okay? Now, we have Stormy Monday. This is a soundtrack I don't see very often. $9.99. B.B. King's on here. He's doing most of the music, right? Yeah. $9.99 with a Tommy Lee Jones film. $9.99 on Stormy Monday. Annie soundtrack is $14.99. And we have the Pentangle, $14.99. Pentangle, $14.99. David Cassidy is sold to Michael Rudolph. That is sold to Michael Rudolph. David Cassidy, that is sold to him for $6.99. Judas Priest, Whitechapel. Thank you, Adam, for the reminder. I knew I didn't do everything that I was supposed to. Whitechapel, that was called Ken. I remember that one. And Whitechapel's right here, and it was sealed black and white vinyl for $29.99. Mike Ospaw on SM for the Stormy Monday soundtrack. Thank you, Mike. And now we have a new auction going up right now, and this is Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. Connery's name tag is there on the front. This is an 84 Indianapolis OG for just a $25 start. There is a name tag on the front. Boy, I almost didn't see it. It's pretty hidden, but right there, his name is also written. Pretty hidden, though. $25 start. The vinyl is superb, and that is going to go up for a $25 start. Now, Judas Priest is a final call to, I think I've actually already said that, James Bragg at 41. Yep, about to sell that, okay? 1 second, please. Okay, sorry. All right, so first thing we have is Yngwie 25. Adam Bullock got Whitechapel, and Judas Priest is, oh my goodness, there was a question right here. What is a Judas Priest? James Bragg, well, I was making sure somebody didn't say out anyways. Corey, let me know if you're out, but this is at 41, and it's a U.S. original EX or better vinyl with a VG Plus jacket. And that is a final call to James Bragg for $41. He's had it, and I was actually picking it up to sell it to him. Charlie Hayden, Liberation Music Orchestra, $29.99 on Charlie Hayden. Our next auction is going to go right here. And let's see what this is. I don't know. I was trying to figure out what it was when I was showing it earlier. It is Wednesday week. It's Elvis Costello. Elvis Costello. It's a 3-track EP. There is some sleeve damage to it. Elvis Costello's a $5 start. No problem, Andy. I was just about to sell it, and this is sold to James Bragg now for $41. And by the way, if you are done on an auction, make sure you let me know by saying out. That's sold for $41. We have Edmund Hall Quartet. That's $9.99. Elvis Costello is a $5 start. Costello a $5 start, and then Chico Hamilton, Eric Dolphy, Charles Lloyd, and Gabor Szabo, and this is $19.99. And one more here, the music of Gunter Hamble and his Galaxy Dream Band, 1972 German import free jazz, $29.99. Okay, now let me make sure I've gone through all these 45s right here. Nope, I accidentally stacked some on top that had not been claimed. I'm about to have to take these off. Give me 1 second on our 45s. Have I already emptied a box that I have over here? I really need to if I have it. Nope, I hadn't. But this one's practically empty. All right, there we go. Let me take the ones off the table that's already sold. Or hadn't sold. That way I can keep up with them later. 1 second. These things get slippery. If y'all ever dealt with 45s and these sleeves, I mean, it's like soap. That's not bad. I think we've went to 2 boxes, and I think usually when we go through them a second time, we'll sell even more. But after 2 boxes, just a half a box is left. Have I went through these? I haven't went through these. Okay, here's our next buy it nows then. Our next buy it nows is Elton John from Jump Up, Blue Eyes. Ricky Van Shelton, Wear My Ring Around Your Neck. The Box Tops, Turn on a Dream. Roseanne Cash, Runaway Train. Dee Lannon and the Angels Sing. and Toto, I'll Be Over You. This is all $6.99. So the last bid on Yngwie Malmsteen was 30, then 26, and then 32. Make sure I didn't miss any claims in here. I don't think I have. And now we have Bo Hansen. Bo Hansen, music inspired by Watership Down, $14.99 for Bo Hansen. He also, I know the last time I heard the name Bo Hansen, he did that music from, music inspired from Lord of the Rings, $14.99. I have that record. It's got a killer cover on it. BT for Brent Robley, BT $6.99. That was the box tops. Thank you. That is so to you. And now over here we have Keith Jarrett, Buy Blue. Keith Jarrett is sealed for $19.99. And Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers live at Kimball's. Art Blakey is $19.99. Let's put up another auction, and this is Axe. And Axe is a 1982 U.S. Specialty Original. And this is a $15 start, EX condition. An 82 U.S. Specialty Original with the accompanying sleeve, $15 start on Axe. Chad, before the crate gets buried, can you see if Crown the Empire is the 2012 press? Okay. The problem is I'm not for sure what that is. I'm assuming that's a record in the last bin. It has to be. So Crown the Empire. I doubt it's 2012 because all this stuff is new and sealed, and it would have been recently pressed. And if that's from this last bin, I will find it, though. Crown the Empire. Laura has it marked as clear orange and black vinyl. Sealed, $34.99. Crown the Empire. Sealed, $34.99. Now, I'll scan it right quick and see what it shows as well. But all this stuff that's new and sealed from those crates came from recent store inventory. So there's two. There's a 2013 and a 2023. I'm not for sure which one this is. This one, if it's 2013, there's none for sale. The last one sold for $100. And I doubt it's that one. And then this one from 2023, there's 3 for sale. They start at $43 plus shipping. So if you wanted to buy this right now on Discogs, the cheapest one is $50. So I'd say either way, that is a great price at $35. The cheapest right now with shipping on Discogs is $50. That is sealed for $34.99. Also, we have Trio and Duet, Anthony Braxton. That is sealed for $29.99. And the exciting Eddie Harris, a deluxe pack, 2 LP, that's $14.99. Now, back up at the top, the last thing was Yngwie Malmsteen at $35. Brent Robley got box tops. Randall went out. And then AB label, that was for Art Blakey for Jared Inc. Art Blakey is on Concord Jazz. No condition notes, $19.99. And then, can you give Yngwie Malmsteen info, please? I want to make sure I don't have the same album. Chad, I think you missed Paul up bad with the blues collection because he's gone really mellow lately. Paul's in his blues. He's in his jazz era right now. Paul's been doing jazz crates for about the last 3 nights. Brandon Lack does want Crown the Empire. That is sold. And now, I just want to let everybody know, these crates with the sealed stuff that Laura's been marking and Paul's been marking, we've been checking some of them at night when I've been going back through them, buy it now, best offer. And some of these are like not only well below retail, but they're just at amazing prices. So all that sealed metal we've went through tonight and everything else, it's been, I mean, if you want anything in there, it's probably going to be hard to beat any price you've seen on any of those. I know for sure stuff that I know what it costs to order, like those Tool albums, they were like, that one was at like $20, $30 below retail. So Elvis Costello is a $5 buy it now. It's a no bid. Now, somebody want to know the information on Yngwie Malmsteen. Yngwie Malmsteen was a 1984 U.S. Indianapolis OG press. No condition notes. There is a name tag on the front, and this is a final call. Mike Johnson has it for $35. Going twice, going 3 times. Axe has a new bid for $15, and Art Blakey is on Concord Jazz. Axe has a new bid for $17. We have Harrison Blanchard. This is in shrink wrap, $9.99. And we have Butterfield Blues Band, $19.89 UK, $19.99 on Butterfield Blues Band, and Laurie Anderson, Mr. Heartbreak, EX $16.99. Axe has a new bid for $20. Yngwie has a new bid for $37. And Chic with La Freak, VG Condition, $9.99. Want to make? I knew the price was good. Was hoping it was real good. No, I don't think it was I don't think it's the 2013. The barcode's showing up the same, but a lot of this stuff came from like a warehouse purchase, so it's probably stuff made within the last 5 years. And we've had a couple records. We were looking up that one last night, Tegan and Sarah, and like it's out of print now, and it's like skyrocketed in the last month. And so a few months ago, it would have been $30. Now it's like $200 or something crazy. So let's do some more buy it nows. Play that funky music, White Boy, Wild Cherry, Jimmy Buffett, Dreamsicle, Elton John, Love is a Cannibal from Ghostbusters. From Ghostbusters, Elton John. Tiffany, Could Have Been. Tiffany, the Bee Gees, How Can You Mend a Broken Heart, the Kinks, Live Life, and Bruce Springsteen, Pink Cadillac. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on that. Let's jump back over here and see what's going on. Adam Bernardi wants to Art Blakey. That is so to Adam Bernardi. Thank you, Adam. That is so to you. Who you asked, right? Yeah, okay. That's so to Adam Bernardi. Axe has a new bid for 20. Ingve 37. Axe 21. Zumo on LA. That was for Laurie Anderson, right, Zumo? Axe is at 22. Chad, order some copies of Mystery and Imagination, Edgar Allan Poe. Okay, let's make a note for Alan Parsons Project, Tales of Mystery and Imagination. You got it. And now we have Wild Cherry, sold to Pam Murray for $6.99. Edmund Estrada got Tiffany. That sold to Edmund Estrada. Brandon Lack was second. That left Bruce, the Kinks, also the Bee Gees, Elton John, and Jimmy Buffett. Now, let's continue with this crate that Paul's marked. We have Improvise, Paul Blay. Improvise is a 71 French import, EX edition, $36.99. Improvise, Paul Blay, that is, or Bly, EX, $36.99. Also, we have the Brothers Johnson. This is VG condition, $9.99. We just had the picture sleeve for it a second ago. Spheres, this is an 81 Netherlands import. That's a jazz album, EX, $12.99 on Spheres. Let's see here. Here's our next auction. Los Walksons, Traveling Around the World. That's a $5 start. And Daryl Britt and the Blue Jeans, $5 start on that. Couple of New Orleans looking records there. Freddie Hubbard Skydive, VG Plus $14.99. Axe is officially sold to Robert Matthews for $22. And Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. This is officially sold to Chad Sauls for $37. And thank y'all for letting me know if you were in or out. Thank y'all, and Chad, that's so to you. Let's see what else I have over here. Excuse me. Why is it on Metal Night I always lose my voice? I remember last Thursday I signed off and I couldn't barely talk. Okay. Those are $5 starts on those. Stack all the stuff that hadn't sold. Let's keep going here. First thing we have is Billie Holiday, the Golden Years Volume 2 box set. EX condition, $22.99. Indu Jazz Suite, the Joe Harriet Double Quintet. 66 Mono White Label Promo, EX condition, $32.99. And we have Louis Bellson, EQ Ritmos Cubanos. And that is a 78 US, EX $22.99 on that. And Jackson Browne, The Pretender, embossed lettering. Great song, great album. Jackson Browne, EX $12.99 on that. Quick handful of 45s coming up right now. These are all $6.99. I have Jesse's Girl, Rick Springfield. Also, Ann Wilson from Heart, The Best Man in the World. Tom Robinson Band, 2468. Motorway, Shenandoah, She Doesn't Cry Anymore. Cornelius' Brother, Sister Rose, Treat Her Like a Lady. Crocodile Rock by Elton John. And Kylie Minogue from The Locomotion. Those are all $6.99. Blue Juice, I've drunk so much caffeine and stuff and bad drinks over here. My lips are chapped, and I needed to drink some water. Billie Holiday is sold to Mary Miles. Thank you. Also, Mary Miles on JB, and that was for Jackson Browne. And then David Hoy on PB, and that was for David Hoy on PB, and that was for, it's got to be something right here, maybe, Louis Bellson. What was PB, David? It's usually a jazz album for him. Indo, Joe Harriet. Nope. What was something maybe further back? PB, Paul Blay. I bet it was for Paul Blay. Thank you, David Hoy. And then Jeff Church on RS. Let's see here. RS, and that was for what was Rick Springfield. That's so the Jeff Church. Thank you. That is so. Too much blue juice going to talk in reverse. I know. Blah, blah. Lips are pretty chapped. $5 buy it nows on the Blue Jeans and Lost Watsons. That's a $5 buy it now. Those are New Orleans singles, so we'll put those right there. Also, we have Johnny Hodges, the 11th Hour. That's a 62 US stereo and shrink, VG Plus $12.99. Also, we have Heath Brothers. That's EX Edition $12.99. And Paul Bley again, Gary Peacock, Japan Suite, a 77 US EX Edition $17.99. EX $17.99 on that one. All righty. Big stretching going on. You probably saw me down here on the floor. Okay, so what is this record here? It's one of the metal albums I've skipped over tonight because I was like, I've never seen this one. This is Main Axe. Only time ever pressed the vinyl in the whole continent of North America. An 84 Canadian OG. This was only pressed in Canada in 1984. This is a $25 star. Shout it out. Main Axe, maybe M-A-N-E-E or Main E-E Axe. I'm not for sure. Maniacs. Ah, thank you, Laura. Maniacs. That's creative. It looks like Main and Axe with two E's. That makes sense. Maniacs. That's a $25 start. That's now up for bid at this moment. Right now, start bidding. Now, let's read through this Paul crate one more time. Lots of bizarre stuff in here, as usual. And then it's about time for my purge. I can't believe it's already 10:38, but Thursday night metal nights always fly by. I have got a lot of stuff here behind me that I've got to kind of sort through to figure out the next crate, but I also got another LP going up. This is an OG Pink Floyd Animals. OG, nice jacket, VG Plus, gatefold, just a little bit of minor shelf wear. It does have the original under sleeve. Vinyl would be graded EX or better, and Pink Floyd is OG, going to go up for a $45 start. Incredible music. Incredible music. Which 45 did you just lay the left? I left a whole stack. The one on top was Ann Wilson from Heart, the best man in the world, $6.99. Okay, so there's that. Yeah, let me go ahead and read through Paul's crate again. And we have Annie, the original motion picture soundtrack, $14.99 for Annie. Also, we have the Pentangle, Sweet Child. The Pentangle was $14.99. Charlie Hayden was $29.99. It has a hop sticker, Grand Prix International de Du Disc, with a promo sticker, $29.99. Brothers Johnson Price, and does it have the inner sleeve? Let's check on that. John, it is in VG. It's $9.99. It does have an original inner sleeve. It does. There's an old price tag on the front, $9.99. Maniacs has a bid for $25. Pink Floyd has a bid for $45. Edmund Hall Quartet, German import, $9.99. Also, David Hoy on the other, Paul Bley. That's so to David Hoy. Thank you, David. That's so to you. Also, we got Chico Hamilton. That's jazz. $19.99 for Chico Hamilton. David Hoy on Charlie Hayden. That's so to David Hoy. There's also a CH for Chico Hamilton, but I literally just showed that. The music of Gunther Hampel. That's $29.99. Also, we had Bo Hansen, music inspired by Watership Down. Bo Hansen's $14.99. John Smetzer did want the Brothers Johnson. Thank you, John, for getting the Brothers Johnson. John got Johnson. Sealed $19.99 for Keith Jarrett by Blue. Are we done on these two auctions? Final calls. Also, Trio and Duet, Anthony Braxton. That's sealed for $29.99. The exciting Eddie Harris, that's $14.99. Harrison Blanchard, that's $9.99. The Butterfield Blues Band, an 89 UK with no condition notes, $19.99. Also, we have Cest Chic, VG, $9.99. New bid on Maniacs, $26. Jason Jones, you've been outbid. Spheres, Al Hood, EX, $12.99. Han van Gingen, Steve Clover, an 81 Netherlands import. That's another jazz album, EX, $12.99. Freddie Hubbard Skydive is VG Plus $14.99. Indo Jazz Suite, the Joe Harriet Double Quintet. That's a 66 mono white label promo from Atlantic. Cool. White label promo from Atlantic EX, and that was $32.99. We also have Eque Ritmos Cabanos, Louis Belson, Walto de los Reyes, and that's EX $22.99. And we have Mary Miles on Butterfield Blues. That's sold to Mary Miles. And we have Johnny Hodges, the 11th Hour, VG Plus $12.99. And the Heath Brothers, EX $12.99. Nice pickup there, Jason, on the Pink Floyd at $45. I had that pulled out of a bin about a week ago. John had that marked for $64.99. I was like, we'll auction it. It might bring less. It could bring a lot more, though. But that's sold to you now for $45. Mary got the Butterfield Blues. And we got Harris Blanchard for Adam Bernardi. Harris Blanchard. Let me find that for him right quick. Right here. All right. And then Maniacs has a new bid. So, yeah. They're still bidding on that. Let me do some sorting. And Mike says when I'm doing sorting, find Crocus. Yeah, let me put over here the new vinyl. So tonight we had 4 crates of new vinyl. And I've already went through one crate twice. That was a crate from earlier, and then that was a crate from, and then we went through essentially 3 crates of older stuff because we had that flip video. So somewhere around here is 3 other crates of new vinyl, and it has really good stuff in it. And I feel like I need to find those first, at least hit that second one another time. And then I know Paul marked 3 or 4 crates, and I know Laura's marked 3 or 4 crates. So I hadn't condensed anything. And that's why it's just like a wall of vinyl stacked up around me. When I stack these 5 or 6 high, they get like 7 foot tall, and they're just wrapped around me right now. I really can't move. So I'm going to try to condense them where we can at least show the metal, the oldest metal first. Because we went through a new crate of metal from Laura like really early in the show. There wasn't really that many people watching compared to almost 300 that we have watching right now. So I'm going to try to do some condensing and sorting, organization, etc., etc. I might break out some Oreos and milk here in a minute and have just a little bit of a break and dip some Oreos in some milk, if that's okay with y'all. I've been really craving some Oreos lately. If this night turns out even more successful, I might reward myself with some nice Oreos and milk tonight. Man, Oreos, you dunk them, you get the right amount of milk. Wow, that sounds pretty good. I'm talking about double stuff, not these like oversized type deals, but just nice, dunkable Oreos, okay? That's what I want. It's all I want in life right now. Just some nice, dunkable Oreos. I don't want anything too crazy. I don't want any kind of like just Oreos, all right? Subtly dropping some hints to Mike Massey. Just kidding. Do not send me Oreos. I don't need them. Might go to Waffle House later. Grilled bacon chicken cheese sandwich. Double order of hash browns. Pecan waffle. Go ahead and give me a cup of coffee. Diet Coke. Pecan waffle. Go ahead and give me another pecan waffle. On top of that pecan waffle. Diet Coke. Cup of coffee. Grilled bacon chicken cheese sandwich. Waffle House. A cup of coffee, Diet Coke, cup of coffee, Diet Coke. I can't find all of the stuff from the night. I'm kind of confused. I bet it's probably all right here. Yeah, Mike checks out pretty early. He might be watching. I think some people get in bed and then they turn on their TVs and listen to what I'm yapping about. All right, so give me a second while I'm sorting. I'm really needing to sort some stuff here. I think Paul's 3 crates can condense down into one, though. It looks like it's going to go into. Heath Brothers is EX 12.99. Let me move all of Paul's stuff together. Post Malone. No, I've never made it to Walgreens. When I leave here, the only thing open's Walgreens. Unless I stay up late enough in the morning where Publix opens at 7 a.m. And then I get food there at Publix at 7 a.m. They think I'm crazy. I walk in there at 7 a.m. and ask for like a sub. But they'll make me one. All right, I have found the next crate. So we're ready for new vinyl right now. I'm sure somebody's asked for something out of this Paul crate since I've been away. And there's probably people that's joined the chat and like, what the heck's going on? So I've only been through this crate once. Let's knock this over. And then we're going to go through this first crate of Laura metal stuff that was marked a long time ago. So, the first thing I have is, okay, so Maniacs is on this label. It almost looks like a private label. Power Station Records. It's an 84 Canadian. Maniacs has bids for 28 and 30. Okay. And then the next part is David Hoy wants Anthony Braxton from that Paul crate. Anthony Braxton from that Paul crate. Let me find that for him. I remember that right here. This is sold to David Hoy, one of our big jazz buyers. The other one's lurking, which is Next Play Records. Okay, and then we're good to go. Okay, so I'm about to do new vinyl just very quickly. I'm going to keep showing 45s. Go back to that other lower crate of metal. And, yeah, let's do that and try to go 45s. Y'all know what's going on, right? We're selling stuff. So we got one copy left of Alice in Chains Dirt. That's a 2 LP, $36.99. Remastered Dirt. I have Robert Plant, Lullaby and the Ceaseless Roar. Robert Plant's a 2 LP. That's new and sealed for $44.99. Also, Government Mule, Heavy Load Blues. Government Mule is a 2 LP blue smoke colored vinyl. Government Mule, $39.99. Heavy Load Blues. Coyote Ugly soundtrack. Coyote Ugly is new and sealed, $33.99 for Coyote Ugly. 2 of those left. Hailstorm, they sold really good. We sold out of self-titled. But I have one copy left of the Strange Case of Hailstorm. That's on clear vinyl, $29.99. Maniacs is sold to Jason Jones for $30. Thank you, Jason. That's sold to you. I've got 2 copies of Robert Plant, Carry Fire. I love these Robert Plant solo albums. Of course, I'm a fan. $44.99. Rush is a really good pressing. It looks like these are possibly, well, I don't want to say that they're pressed there, so I won't. But usually those perforated bags, they're pressed at QRP or RTI. And for the longest, QRP had a contract to press all the Rush catalogs. So $36.99 on Rush, $21.12, Direct Metal Mastering. We have Disturbed, Down with the Sickness, a 25th anniversary on green vinyl. They've repressed it in a gatefold jacket for the first time. $33.99. Metallica, Master of Puppets Remaster. We just sold a 1986 club copy tonight for $325. If you don't want an original and you don't want to spend $300 or $400 on one, this one's $33.99. Master of Puppets. This came back into stock. I'm very glad it did. Badfinger, Head First, which was an unreleased album from the legendary band Badfinger. This never did come out. It was pretty much shelved, and then they finally have put it to vinyl 50 years later. Badfinger, Head First. So that's probably stuff you've never heard before from the legendary band Badfinger. $38.99. And the very best of Diana Krall, and this is $46.99. $46.99. Any comments? Did I miss something? Uh-oh. Is the restream not working? Test 1, 2, or is this no? It might just be nobody's commenting, or maybe restream's not working. Let me hop over here on Facebook right quick. It's been a weird night. Yeah, I just don't think anybody's commented. Yeah. Generator, auction. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay, and then Jackie Reynolds wants Badfinger, so did Jackie Reynolds. So we had 10 of those. Now we're down to 3 copies. Generator is plugged in because it died. It died last night as soon as I ended the feed. I almost forgot about it. But yeah, anybody else? So Very Best to Die in a Crawl, Badfinger Head First, Metallica, Disturbed, and then we have Rush. We got Robert Plant. We got Hailstorm, Cody Ugly, Government Mule, Robert Plant, and Alice in Chains. All right, so let's do a handful of 45s. We've almost made it through 2 full boxes tonight. Let's do another handful at $6.99 each. So I do buy it nows on 45s at $6.99. Sometimes I set some aside and I auction them. Most of them are buy it nows, like Dean Martin, Buttercup of Golden Hair, $6.99. Salt and Pepper, Push It. Jackson Brown, Graham Nash, and David Lindley, The Crow on the Cradle. We have Jay Ferguson, Shakedown Cruise. Fleetwood Mac, back-to-back hits of Rhiannon and Over My Head. Also, we have Bob Seger, Teachers and Understanding, $6.99. Dickie Betts and Great Southern, Atlanta's Burning Down. And Rod Stewart, Twisted the Night Away. Rod Stewart, $6.99. Those are all $6.99, just FYI. Back up the top, we had Janet Gray got a Hailstorm. That is sold. And then Todd needs to put back the Paul McCartney Half-Speed Master, Bound on the Run. No problem. I will tell this out loud right now for them to make a note. If not, we'll make sure it gets taken off later. Crystal Newman first on Salt and Pepper. Push It. That's sold to Crystal Newman. Cyclone Doug gets a Badfinger. That is sold to Cyclone Doug. Robert second on that. Janet, you did get a Hailstorm. And Crystal was already first on Salt and Pepper. Okay, so if anybody else wants any of those are $6.99. All right, now that was new vinyl. Let's go through this crate, this crate that Laura marked first. And well, I managed to empty 4 crates just a second ago, so there's that. And let me take these over here so I can get to them easily. And then we'll get into some other crates, which, yeah, we're going to do that right now. I still like there's one more crate of new vinyl somewhere. I just don't know where. It's somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe it's all the audiophile stuff. I know there was 4, and there's one and there's one. I still think there's one more crate of new vinyl somewhere because we had 4 and I hadn't condensed any. So there's one MIA and we got all the audiophile stuff. We got all the audiophile stuff for sure. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do because we have sold quite a bit tonight, but at this hour and to get on pace of where I wanted to be for Thursday Metal Night, we're about to go through right now, I think, the very first crate of new... yeah, here's this crate here. Yeah, I did find another crate. Yeah, the one with Triumph and Brooks and Dunn. Yeah, that's a great one. That's the one I was shocked the most stuff didn't sell out of. I'm going to go through a Laura crate. I think the very first one I went through of metal and metal-related titles. And I'm going to go ahead, since it's the second time, and I'm ready to get a lot of this stuff sold, I will entertain fair offers on these. Now, there's some stuff in here I can tell you right now, it's already at a great price, and I'm probably not going to take any less. So don't take it the wrong way when I say no further discount. But some stuff I'll open up for y'all to make offers on. If you want to go ahead and grab it, grab it. Or if y'all don't make an offer, I'll reduce it so cheap you have to buy it, okay? But we have like a lot, okay? Because I also could post it in the group, as y'all know, in the mornings, and we've been selling quite a bit from those videos in the mornings. But let's go ahead and get started right here. We have Catatonia, City Burials, and also some people's already bought one at sticker. Like we've already sold 2 of these, and I think it's already at a great price, so some it just doesn't really make sense to discount them. Especially these ones I know are really good artists or popular artists, etc., like Catatonia. And that's $24.99, City Burials. By the way, Todd Saw does want a 2112 from the last bin. Can't go wrong there with some Rush. Thank you, Todd Saw. There's one 2112 left. if anybody wants that. Yeah, Natasha, remind me on the journeys. We will go back through Paul's crate for sure. I think a lot of people wants to make some offers on the name tag records. First, this is so to Todd, and if anybody else wants a 2112, there's one left. Let me go ahead and knock out this last handful of this box so I can bring over a new box. Moonlight Feels Right, a classic one-hit wonder from Starbuck. Moonlight Feels Right, Starbucks, $6.99. Spiders from Mars, I Don't Want to Do No Limbo. Spiral Staircase, More Today Than Yesterday, that's a great song. Young Rascals, How Can I Be Sure? How about the Fabulous Thunderbirds, Wrap It Up? And John Travolta, Feel So Good, Slow Dancing. Those are all $6.99. Those are all buy it nows. I'm going to put them right back there. Next, I have one copy of Winger 2, In the Heart of the Young. That's Friday Music, sealed on blue vinyl. I think already at a great price of $34.99. Winger, sealed, $34.99. Also, Downfall of Gahia, the long-awaited 6th album, a textured, dynamic blend of crust punk and post-black metal. Silhouettes of Disgust, blue and green colored vinyl, $24.99. $24.99. And Tool Opiate. If you hadn't bought, all the tools tonight have sold except this, but we already took 2 out of here. We had a bunch of them. Opiates are just $19.99. Those are new and sealed. Tool Opiates, $19.99. I've got one copy of Stray Gods, Olympus. That's on green vinyl for $24.99. 2 of those are in here. And this Blunt as Nord 777. Unopened, $19.99. 3 copies of Cattle Decapitation, medium rarities, $24.99. And Charlie XCX. Laura loves Charlie XCX. A rare 5-heart rating, sealed for $29.99. Also, Creator, Uber Hate Uber-Zell, the last creator in here, sealed, $29.99. Tool, sold to Jim Stafford. That is sold. And we have Saxon, Hellfire and Damnation. Saxon is sealed, $29.99. We have 3 of those left. I think we sold 1 or 2. Nobody on this handful. I figured for sure the Moonlight Feels Right by Starbuck would sell, but I guess not. Yeah, all the advertised auctions for tonight are sold. Everything's sold. All 40 or 50 of them. I guess it was 55 plus the additional. So they're all gone. So that's a good point. I'm going to step over here. I have more metal, though, from like previous shows that was in the bins that I've been pulling out all night when we started the show and putting them up for auction. And I'm about to continue doing that right now. Let me step over here and grab some. And let me grab this. And let's put some more stuff up like that for auction. And I feel like we've already tried. I know we've tried this one, but yeah, here's the next 4 or 5 we can try for sure. Maybe 6. And these would be like low start, you got a bid on them type deals. Or if not, I'm going to be like, I can't believe this didn't get a bid. I'm having to take the long way around. I'm having to walk through the maze to get over here. Jump in the fire. Derek Clark, I've already pulled you a Badfinger. I've already got you one. You was on a waiting list from a long time ago. I think the only reason I have it is because you asked for it. Okay, so yeah, here's 2 auctions right quick. Insomnium, Heart Like a Grave. This is sealed for just a $15 start. Insomnium, sealed, $15 start. Hiram, how bizarre is that? There it is, at a huge price reduction. Sealed, $15 start. And Raven, you just asked for that, and there it is. And here's Raven, Wiped Out. Raven, Wiped Out. Culture Factory Press, that is going to go up for a $15 start. Raven, sealed. That's their 2nd album from 1982, $15 start. Also, Baroness, Gold and Gray. Baroness is sealed, $24.99. And Digital Ghost, Under Oath Voyeurist. This is sealed on sangria colored vinyl, $24.99. We have Within the Ruins, Black Heart. Within the Ruins is on silver and red colored vinyl. Deathcore Prog Metal, $19.99. And 3 copies of Black Sabbath Reunion. Great live concert. This is the OG Black Sabbath. Ozzy, Tony, Geezer, Build 16 tracks, 3 LPs. Sabbath is $39.99. Insomnium has bids for $15 and now $15 again. Raven's a $15 start. So here's what I'm going to do. Let me bring these over here. Let's see. Have I shown these? How about Tequila Sunrise, Robin, Zander, and Wilson? I've shown that one, but that's another one. Wait on these. And here we go. The Doors. Hello, I love you, and come on now, touch me, babe. That's a double-sided hit there. Double-sided hit series of that. Jason Short wants a Black Sabbath. Thank you, Jason. That's so do you. Now, that crate was buy it now, best offer. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. Randall, you're out on Insomnium. Let me know if you want back in. And then, JD, you're out on Raven. And those are $6.99. Robin Zander from Cheap Trick and Wilson from Heart. And The Doors, Hell, I Love You and Touch Me, okay? Now, we have the album with the Vikings on it. The Viking Signs. Viking Signs? I'm not for sure. We had Black Sabbath, Within the Ruins, Digital Ghost, Baroness, Saxon, Creator, Charlie XCX, Cattle Decapitation. Now this right here, Stray Gods, they kind of look like, I don't know if they're Vikings. They kind of look like what's the word I'm looking for? They're not really Vikings. They look like almost said people from Atlantis. Looks like people from Atlantis. And then there's Tool Opiate and Downfall of Gahia and Winger and Catonia. And then something about Viking Signs. Those look like Viking people. He says it could be the Blunt, the one I don't like. Blunt. Are those Viking Signs? I don't know what Viking Signs look like. Not Tool, this one here. This is evidently Viking symbols. Yeah, we got a bunch. The other crate of metal left over from 2 weeks ago is almost an entire crate of this band right here. We have, I think, probably 20 or 30 albums. I've got to start getting them on Discogs. We have a lot. I haven't got many people bought in on them yet. We have a lot of them left behind. I think I've got like 4 or 5 other albums from that band in a previous crate. Okay, now let me swap out right quick. And what was the Charlie XCX? It was called Crash. And it is sealed $29.99. Insomnium's at $22. Raven's at $18. And Raven's at $19. So Raven's at $19 and Insomnium's at $22. Let me swap out crates right quick. If you do change your mind on anything in there and you're like, you know what, go ahead and give me one of each of everything, I can do that. But in the meantime, I am going to bring over this crate here. This will be the final piece to the recap. There was a lot in here that I thought was very surprising got left behind, but I'm going to show it very quickly one more time, okay? The first thing in here was the Evanescence 20th anniversary of Fallen with the foil cover, 2 LP, and that is $39.99, the deluxe edition, Evanescence. I had 1 copy left of Paul McCartney Flamin' Pie, 2 LP, half-speed master, $46.99. Live, and this one was Mental Jewelry, an album we never get in, same live as Throwing Copper, just to ring a bell. It took me a while to catch that myself. $33.99 on Live, Mental Jewelry. Wasp, Inside the Electric Circus. Still got both of these, $38.99. That's odd to have Wasp not claimed. And then Erasures always do well, and I have 2 different albums. Here's the first one, Wild. Erasure is $33.99. I've still got 2 copies of that, and Disturbed, Indestructible. Disturbed is $33.99, 2 copies of that. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, with new artwork from Roger Dean. It is $33.99. It's a gatefold, and it includes an art print. Stephen Lewis Jr. on Wasp. That's sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. Thank you. Also, Scorpions, Fly to the Rainbow. Scorpions is $34.99. Remastered, colored vinyl. Scorpions is $34.99. And Moody Blues. Every Good Boy Deserves Favor. Moody Blues is $36.99. I don't know if Jerry's still watching. I ordered these new sealed Moody Blues albums thinking Jerry Stone would buy them, but he must already have them or he doesn't want them. Jerry, are you still on? I could have swore I bought those. I was like, I know Jerry Stone's going to buy those. James Bragg gets Live. Thank you, James Bragg. That's so to you. Stray Gods prize from the one with the Atlantis people. The one with the Atlantis people. Yep. That was sealed on green vinyl for $24.99. Sealed on green vinyl for $24.99. Also over here, we got Jimi Hendrix Live at Woodstock, the complete concert, triple LP, Jimi Hendrix Live at Woodstock, $49.99. It is a triple LP though, $49.99. Trifold jacket. Gwar, here's another one. I hadn't had this in a while, and it's Scumdogs of the Universe, a pretty popular album. It's a 2 LP, just $34.99 on Gwar. Now, Insomnium, Hiram has it for $25. Hiram has it for $25, and then Raven is at $20 with Jim Stafford. JD bid first at $20. So, Jim, you're out. JD bid first, but Hiram has Insomnium for $25. Final call. 2 copies of Meet the Residents, $29.99. Wild stuff there. I finally gave this a listen, and all this time, I had never listened to a single song by the Residents. And I started with their discography right here. Of course, that's a very rare OG album. This is sold to Sunday for $20. I have one more if anybody else wants one for $20. And now my crate has gotten really full. So let me leave that up there. Let me swap these crates out. This has gotten really full. Yep. A lot of sold vinyl there. That's what we want. Jim has bumped the Raven tie. It's now at 21. And the Paul McCartney, yeah, that's the 2 LP. It's an Abbey Road Half-Speed Master, Flamin' Pie, $46.99. I need to order more McCartney stuff, the tougher to get albums. I just don't know what people have and what they don't have. I've got a couple of y'all that buy pretty much all of it. But I'm probably going to try to order some more of them. Let's go ahead and sell Insomnium to Hiram for $25. Thank you, Hiram. That is sold to you for $25. What did I do with those others that I pulled out? Okay, I do have one more. If anybody else wants one, first come, first serve for $25. I do have one more for $25. There's one more there for $25 if anybody wants it. Our next auction is Immolation, Majesty and Decay, limited to 1,000 on blue and black vinyl. Immolation is sealed for a $15 start. Raven 21, now Raven 22. Brooks and Dunn, Reboot 2. We had Reboot 1 earlier. This is the newest one. It's a 2 LP, $33.99. A lot of people on here like Jelly Roll and Lainey Wilson. If y'all don't know what this is, I don't know what's up with Brooks and Dunn's catalog, but Brooks and Dunn, if you're a country listener, none of their stuff is available. But they do allow these artists to recover their songs. So I'm not for sure if they don't have access to their catalog or there's something weird, but there's no Brooks and Dunn's albums available. But these reboots are really popular, and it's of course artists covering their songs like Morgan Wallen doing Neon Moon, and that is $33.99. Just saying. Immolation is at $15 with James Bragg. Jim Stafford's out on Raven, so let's sell that to J.D. Conklin for $22. Todd Doris does want Flamin' Pie. That is sold. Any other Insomnium? Give me 1 second, I'll check. Here's an Evanescence that I've never seen in stock. We sold a couple, and this one's called Open the Door. And this is $39.99. Evanescence opened the door, $39.99. That's a 2LP. Also, Triumph. I've never seen this in stock. New and sealed. Allied Forces. Triumph is $33.99. And then Erasure, which is Circus. That is $33.99. Erasure. Still got 2 of those. And 3 copies of Bush on red vinyl, 16 stone, the anniversary with Come Down, Everything Zen, Machine Head, Glycerin, $39.99. Immolation has 1 bid for $15, going twice, going 3 times. Nobody else on this Insomnium. Who was the backup bidders? Somebody had to be close. Jim B. Anybody else? Just $25 on that one. I'm going to put it right over here in case anybody changed their mind. Let me go check on the other ones. Kristen, I'm sold out of live, but I'm going to put you on a waiting list. If you don't want on a waiting list, let me know. Corrosion of Conformity, very popular title here. Deliverance. Corrosion of Conformity is $39.99. And the Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream, $36.99 on that. Chris Kirkley wants Erasure, which was this one here, Wild. That's so to Chris Kirkley. Thank you. Now, here's what's left in here. We got Moody Blues, we got Corrosion Conformity, we have Bush, we have Erasure, we've got Triumph, we got Evanescence, Brooks and Dunn, The Residents, Gwar, Jimi Hendrix, Moody Blues Scorpions, Uriah Heep, excuse me, Disturbed, Erasure, Wasp, and Evanescence, okay? This, let's see here. These are all new and sealed and sticker price. Yes. These are all new and sealed and sticker price, Natasha. So if you do want them, let me know. I'll go back over the prices. Nice pickup, the James. And as soon as I said that, somebody just bid $16. I've got to sell this to James for $15. I already picked it up and said congratulations. He got that for $15. Alan, he got that at I was waiting for more people to bid. What did we have that mark? Wow, that was a half off record. That was half off new and sealed on that. Both Evanescence, both Moody Blues, Brooks and Dunn. So Natasha, the prices on Moody Blues is $36 and $36. Evanescence is $39 and $39. And then Brooks and Dunn is $33. And I've got another one too. And the other one's $33. If you want them, they're all sticker price right now. And Carla, that would leave one Evanescence for $39.99. Same price, Adam, for Corrosion Conformity Deliverance. Clean My Wounds. That's a cool song. $39.99. Okay. So let's see what's going on over here then. Oh, okay. So I know for sure somebody wants to make some offers on some Paul Crate stuff. So we might go back through that, buy it now, best offer, okay? I have a feeling we'll, because that's vintage and pre-owned stuff, and I have a feeling there's some people waiting to make some offers on that. Okay. So she wants Moody Blues. And she wants Moody Blues, and she wants an Evanescence, and she wants an Evanescence, and she wants a Brooks and Dunn, and then we need to get her the first reboot as well, okay? So those are all sold to Natasha. Nice pickups there. Let me step over here and get you the other Brooks and Dunn from earlier. I know we should have one left because we did sell one. It's got to be in this crate here then, with the Forbiddens and the Napalm Deaths, and or did we sell both? Let me see here. Wasp, Forbidden, Dwight Yoakam, King Diamonds, Wasp, Stormtroopers of Death. There it is. All right. And there's the other one for Natasha as well. All right, so yeah, let's go through some vintage pre-owned, buy it now, best offer. I'm going to try to see what I have over here in the metal LPs that was being asked about. Let's see here. We have The Decline of I and Misery Index. The Decline of I, Johans, and Misery Index, Complete Control. That's a $15 start. Natasha, are you still interested in the Journey bundle? If you're still interested in the Journey bundle, I'm going to pull those for you when they come up. But if not, I'll leave them in there, because they're probably about to come up. So let me know, because I think it's probably going to be one of the first records in this crate. So Paul marked, I think, 4 crates tonight. And here's everything right here, or no, maybe 3. And so here's everything, and let's try to do offers on these for BINBO. And these 2 auctions are $15 starts. I think we've managed to almost clear out a whole box of Buy It Now 45s, but let me go ahead and show some more here for $6.99, and maybe I can find some upcoming auctions as well. So we have Bill Haley, Ballad of Davy Crockett. No, that's Bill Hayes, Ballad of Davy Crockett. And Lenny Welch, Since I Fell for You. That's on yellow vinyl. Chad and Jeremy, Don't Want to Lose You Baby. Morris Albert Feelings. From Apple Records, Mary Hopkin. From Quicksilver, Ray Parker Jr. and Helen Terry. Tanya Tucker, Lizzie and the Rainmaker. And Hank Williams Jr., a promo, I Walked Out on Heaven. This is $6.99. Those are all $6.99 on those, okay? Bradley's in on the Misery Index at 15. Kristen does one on that live waiting list. And we have Brent. Brent is in on the Bill Hayes for $6.99. Michael Ruttman on the Hank Williams. That's sold to him. Shane was second on that. And then Scott Markheim. Okay. So there's those. This is the Decline of I, Joe Hines. Decline of I, Joe Hines. First thing is Journey Frontiers. $24.99. Now, if I say it has a name tag on it, we bought a killer high-grade collection from this Connery. He's passed away. Paul went after we basically got a phone call. Somebody had inherited some records, and we went and bought them. Now, this guy took amazingly good care of his stuff, except for one flaw. He did put some name tags on his record. So if you hear me say name tag, there's 2 things I can promise. There's going to have a name tag on it, but the disc and the rest of the jacket is going to be really nice. So these were marked at $24.99 each, which if those name tags wasn't there, we probably either would have went ahead and auctioned them, or they would have already been long gone. Now, earlier, Natasha said she was going to offer $20 a piece on all 4 of them, but she just bought a bunch of other stuff, and she said she's going to pass now. So there's 4 extremely nice Journey albums here. If anybody all wants them, $80, 20, 40, 60, 80, which would be $20 off. And it's up for J.D. Conklin or anybody else. The rest of this crate is going to be Buy It Now or Best Offer. And I'm going to keep showing 45s. We got Teenage Tragedy. Rhinos presents a collection of date dash disc with a death wish. This is Rhino, and this is $19.99. Teenage Tragedy. So that's a compilation of like whatever's going on here. Some teenage tragedy songs. That's a bizarre compilation. $19.99. Teenage Tragedy. Van Morrison, Astor Weeks. A beautiful disc here. A UK copy. $24.99. It does have a name tag on it, but a beautiful 79 pressing of Van Morrison, Astor Weeks. $24.99. Falling in Love Again. Susan. 79 US, a rock album. $14.99. Also, we have Amazing Rhythm Aces. Burning the Ballroom Down. That is $9.99 for the Amazing Rhythm Aces. The Who's, Odds and Sods. $19.99 for The Who's, Odds and Sods. These are all Buy It Now, Best Offer. Misery Index, just one bid for Bradley Smith for $15. Thank you, Bradley. That's so to you. He's passing on Journey, so let's sell these to Brent Robley for $75. Those are sold to Brent for $75. The Decline of I. And this is The Decline of I, Joe Hines. And this is a $15 Buy It Now. Natasha, I just sold them to Brent. He made an offer, and I just sold them to him for $75. I thought you had passed. We had Dale Reeves with Strings and Things. Dale Reeves is sealed, $9.99. Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill, $34.99. It does have a name tag, but a really nice, once again, $34.99. Brown Eyed Girl. Nope, not on this one. Not on this one. That's a little bit late for Brown Eyed Girl. This album, Brown Eyed Girl was like 67, one of his first singles. His 70s albums were on a different label, almost completely different new music. And we got Billy Cobham's Billy Best Hits. Billy Cobham, $14.99. Brent says, sell them to you. Natasha, do you still want them? And they'll be even cheaper. $75 if you want them. That was like buy 3, get 1 free. He says you can have them if you want them. Just want to confirm one more time. And then Steve Coleman Gruth, Motherland Pulse, 85 German import, $19.99. Bob Seger System is a 1977 Winchester. Does have a name tag on it. $19.99 on Bob Seger. Also, we have Diana Ross and the Supremes Anthology. That is $19.99. Natasha says, yeah, I'll take them. Okay, so now let's change them again, this time to Natasha. So I guess the easiest way to do this, whoever's tagging, however y'all do this, but all 4 of those, this time to Natasha, they're all well taken care of. They're nice copies. Like I said, there's some great condition records in here. If you can get past the name tags on them, they're really nice, you know, from everything I've seen. Paul made a good point when we were first going through these, is like, you would think somebody who cared that much about their records to put their name on there twice and on the label, they really cared for their records. They didn't want anybody stealing them. They were probably really possessive over them. They probably didn't want anybody touching them or taking them or anything, right? That's probably why he was like, all right, I'm going to put my name on it in all kinds of different places. Write my name. This person probably was like, yeah, don't touch my records. They're mine. I've took care of them for 30 years. Don't touch them. Okay? Stay out of my room kind of deal. So they probably really loved them. Unfortunately, they loved them so much they wrote their name on it. How many times? He wrote his name on this Bob Seger album 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. 1, 2, 3, and then twice on the label. So, by the way, a great album. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, 2 + 2 = 5. That's a great one. But that's kind of our reasoning, because they're all like minty. It's like, don't touch my records, okay? Stay away from them. That's probably what was going through this person's head. Next thing we have, he wrote it 5 times on there. Yeah. Music from the soundtrack plus music inspired from the film John Kazitz's Faces. 68 US, $24.99. We have Ganlin Trezov, Chekasin, live in Moscow and West Berlin, Con Foucault. And this is an 81 UK improv free jazz, $24.99. This was a really bizarre one here. I don't know if I've ever figured out what it is. The disc is sealed in a plastic resealable baggie, so it's basically never been opened. It's Ecuador import, obviously some kind of world music, $29.99 on that. $29.99 on that. Also, we have Survivor, When Seconds Count. No names on this. All these are all the other records are okay. If I don't say name tag or it's from Connery, then it's very nice. So $19.99. Hope he's not haunting the records. Yeah, the spirit may live within these. The American Breed. Boy, at one time this was marked down to 22 cents. Wow, $14.99. They don't even make 22 cents anymore. American Breed, $14.99. We have Atlanta Rhythm Section, the boys from Doraville, $9.99 on Atlanta Rhythm Section. And we have Ornette Coleman, Science Fiction, $34.99. Can you even buy anything for 22 cents anymore? I don't think that's even worth, you can't, there's surely, Edwin, and they don't even make 22 cents. Edwin Riviera on Survivor and Candy Stanton, Chance. That is sealed, $14.99 on Candy Stanton. Aerosmith. This has a name tag on it from Dick Connery, $24.99. Oh boy, let's see. He wrote his name on the front, name tag. He wrote his name on this one 4 times. 2 times on the front and twice on the labels. Did he write it on? Sometimes they're on the inner sleeve. No. He really liked Aerosmith. He wrote his name 4 times on this one. Rocks. I'm back in the saddle again. $24.99. Yes, Relayer. No writing on this one, of course. EX12.99 on Yes, Relayer. I have Rainbow. This does have a name tag on it. EX $12.99. Rainbow is EX $12.99. Let's see what's going on back here. Van Morrison. Van Morrison Astro Weeks $24.99. 79 UK $24.99. I'll do that one for $18 if you want it. Also, Heart Dreamboat Annie. It's in VG condition, $9.99. Magic Man, Dreamboat Banny, Crazy on You, Soul the Sea. And we have Yes at $10. Relayer, that it's $2.99 off. I'll do that for Jason for $10. Edwin Riviera wants Rainbow. That's sold to Edwin Riviera. And ABBA Arrival, VG Plus $14.99. Canned Heat. This is VG Plus $14.99. Canned Heat, and that's their self-titled album, VG Plus $14.99. All right, let me grab, let's crack open a lid of a new box of 45s here. Whole new box. When I say a whole new box, this is what it looks like. John brought me 6 of these today. He brought me 6 of these today, and this is the lid just came off of this one, so none of these in here have ever been shown or gone through. So I'm either about to find some auctions or I'm about to find some buy it nows. Let's find out right now. The first one looks like an auction. These are very slippery, so let me fight with them here for a second. And the first one is Led Zeppelin, Full in the Rain. $7 start on Led Zeppelin's Full in the Rain. Here's some buy it nows. You Sexy Thing, Hot Chocolate, $6.99. We have Marty Robbins, an early one here, a white sport coat, Marty Robbins. Steve Martin and the Toot Uncommons, King Tut from Let's Get Small. Also, this is Not America, David Bowie and Pat Metheny. That's cool, from Falcon and the Snowman, $6.99. Johnny Cash with Mother Maybelle Carter. This is Kick the Wildwood Flower. And let's do the Osmond Brothers, Moleskine Blues. That is $6.99, okay? Let's pause right there. Led Zeppelin's a $7 start. Next comment is CH for 10 and then 12. Jason offered 12. Let's sell it to Jason for 12. And then how much is Heart? Heart was in VG condition, $9.99. Brent Robley first on Hot Chocolate. Hot Chocolate. And then Michael Ruttman on SM for Steve Martin. Vicky was second. Shane on Johnny Cash. And that left Osborne, a Yellow Label promo. And then David Bowie here with Pat Metheny. Can't believe no one's got that yet. And then the best price on the American Breed. The best price on the American Breed here, that was in shrink, $14.99. I'll do $10 on it. It's on ACA. It's clean. It does have a clip corner. I'll do $10 on that. Led Zeppelin's a $7 start. The B-side is Hot Dog, $7. Probably my least favorite Led Zeppelin song. $7 on that. Full in the Rain. Never been a fan of Hot Dog, and I consider myself a super fan. American Breed is sold to Clay Moore for $10. It's okay. There's a couple Beatles songs I might have to hit, turn the volume down or hit the skip button on every once in a while. I've never been a fan of Piggies from the White Album. I don't know about that one. Piggies. The Beatles can't... I question Piggies. Jimmy Buffett, Changes in Latitudes and Changes in Attitudes. EX $22.99 on Jimmy Buffett. Yes, Drama. Yes is VG Plus, $11.99. Yes, Drama. VG Plus, $11.99. Also, Roy Buchanan, You're Not Alone. Roy Buchanan is VG Plus, $12.99. And the Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer. VG Plus, $11.99 on the Doobie Brothers. If anybody wants to buy Led Zeppelin, speaking of it, it's a $7 buy it now. I'm going to put it over here with the other ones that just didn't get claimed. Also for $6.99, we got John Lennon, Number 9 Dream. Man, there's a good one. Van Morrison, Domino. Domino. Also, Guess Who, Clap for the Wolf Man. Steve Perry, Foolish Heart. And how about a Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings promo, There Ain't No Good Chain Gang. Those are all $6.99. We got an offer on Yes for $9. Let's go ahead and roll that to Edwin Riviera for $9. Thank you, that's so to you. Eagles, The Long Run, In the City, EX $22.99. We had another offer for Yes at $8, but Edwin already offered $9. Shane Devers on JC for the Johnny Cash. Adam Bullock wants to Bowie. Didn't make it to Restream. That's odd. Sorry about that. We'll blame Restream, but I'll give it to you right now for just $6.99. That left Steve Perry, Guess Who, Domino. Great Van Morrison song on the original label. and Sweet Janie as the B-side. Let's put those right there. I can't believe no one bought Led Zeppelin. If I would have sold that at 8 o'clock, it probably would have sold for $24. So consider it on sale at $7. Next is Billie Holiday, Lady Day. Billie Holiday is a 58 mono, EX 1799. Also have Solo Flight, the Genius of Charlie Christian. This is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards, VG $9.99. Uriah Heep, Demons and Wizards. The Cars, that's their self-titled debut, VG condition, $11.99. Let's grab some more buy it nows here. Let's see what we can come up with, okay? We got Burton Cummings, that's $6.99. Stand Tall. How about Billy Joe? You may be right, I may be crazy. Journey, Still They Ride. That is 1981 from Escape. Yeah, that's a song from Escape. Alana Miles, Lover of Mine. Marty Stewart, Cry, Cry, Cry. And, ooh, those are probably auction worthy there. Let me put those over here in my auction, to be auctioned next pile. And let's do another Billy Joel, which is Pressure. It looks like some of these were at a radio station. The B-side on that was Laura. Did I not pull Heart? Oh boy, did I not pull that for you? I forgot. Sorry, Spackle Tab. Heart is sold to Spackle Tab. I just forgot to pull it. Chris X offered 17 for the Eagles, and that is sold to Chris X. Thank you for 17. It was marked $22.99. PD Perez offered 9 on the car. Sell that to PD Perez. Definitely selling some vinyl tonight. Seems like the vintage pre-owned and Jazz have outsold the new sealed metal tonight in the bins. Isn't that amazing? On Metal Night, the pre-owned vintage classic rock and jazz albums have probably outsold new sealed metal. Alan, you were a little bit late on the cars, and Uriah Heep 7. Russell, I will go ahead and sell that to you for $7. Next is Hank Jones, Ain't Misbehaving, EX 1299. I told y'all we're going to be doing a lot of recap, and I think after this one, probably need to go back over here and just try to find some of these crates from previous shows to go through and just take offers and get a bunch of stuff sold. I'm going to try my best to, at least. American Flyer, Spirit of a Woman. American Flyer was EX $9.99. Also, we have 29 with Lenny White, EX $12.99. Star Booty, Ubiquity, VG Plus $14.99. And Everything Is Okay, The Astronauts, VG minus $9.99. Greg Allman Laid Back is EX $22.99. And JJ Johnson was $174.99. And this was an original 1955 US mono. The bottom seam does have some splitting, but that is $174.99 on that. All right, so that left in that stack, Billy Joe, Marty Stewart, Atlanta Miles, Journey, Billy Joe, and Burton Cummings. Let's put those right over here, and let's see what's next in this bin. So, I just kind of started singing the Mario music just came in my head. Like when you get star power, that just came into my head. Funky Town, Lip Sync, Funky Town. That's a good one. We got Dolly's 9 to 5. I've been working 9 to 5. Steam, Hey Hey, Kiss Him Goodbye. Ooh, here's a good one. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Charlie Daniels, $6.99 on that. Christine, Yellow River, talking about a big hit from the 60s, early 70s there. And the Byrds, Long Live the King. Boy, I don't know if I've ever seen this on a 45. I Am the Eye in the Sky, Looking at You. Alan Parsons Project. That's a good little handful there. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on that. So Cars and Shane Devers. But first, Dale says, let's get happy and do the Van Morrison for 17. All right, let's sell Dale the Van Morrison just because he's a Tennessee Vols fan for $17. Let me see if I can find it in here again. That's sold to him. All right, March Madness is in full swing. Oh, wow, there's a game going on at 11:30. What's going on? Do I need to keep it on over here next to me? Charlie Daniels sold to Shane Devers. Thank you. Alan Parsons Project sold. That's sold to Michael Ruttman. Thank you. Steam, Dolly still available. Funky Town, Christie, The Byrds. Great singles there available. The Astronauts was VG minus. I think that's what's kept a couple people away from it. VG minus on the Astronauts. Everything is A-OK, but that is an original 64 mono. Of course, we had one of these one night that was like in shrink wrap that John priced for like $149.99. I don't know if it was this album, But we had an Astronauts album one night that's pretty rare that was like mint, and we just sold it straight out of a bin one night. It was probably that one, because I bet that album, like just like stone mint, can get really expensive. That's something you don't see as often. Okay, overtime. Wow. I have not watched a college basketball game all year. I don't know what's going on. I don't have time. We have Nuggets. This is one of the few that didn't sell. This is Volume 3, Pop. Nuggets, VG Plus, $19.99. We've had about 7 different volumes tonight. An incredible set of music. You got to listen to Nuggets at some point in your life, all of it, because you will find a lot of nuggets. That's why they call it Nuggets. No pun intended. How about you got to know when to hold them? Kenny Rogers, The Gambler, Know When to Fold Them, VG Plus $12.99. Into the Purple Valley, Ry Cooder, that's VG Plus $14.99. Nancy Sinatra, How Does That Grab You? This is a German press here from 66, VG condition, $19.99 on Nancy Sinatra. Also, we have Paul Revere and the Raiders, Revolution, that's VG condition, $9.99. And Tony OK is VG Plus $9.99. And I don't think I even showed this earlier. I was going through stuff so fast. Tony OK is on green vinyl, just FYI. All right, let's go through another handful of singles right quick. And I'm going to pull from right in the middle of the bin and see what we can come up with, okay? We got Eric Clapton, Drifting. That's a later one. Yeah, that's from The Cradle, 1994. Eric Clapton. Robert Mitchum, Ballad, The Ballad of Thunder Road. Wow, a promo. That's pretty cool. Elton John, Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Wow. Carry On, My Wayward Son. Wow. How about Tom Petty, Make That Connection, and Jammin' Me from Jammin' Me. Let Me Up, I've Had Enough. $6.99. Irene Cara, Flashdance, What a Feeling. And we have Dino, Desi, and Billy, Chimes of Freedom. That's a couple good ones right in there. Those are all $6.99 if you're interested. Next is KR, $10. KR for $10, and KR was Kenny Rogers. Sell that to PD Perez. Larry Smith, you're going to get the Nancy for $15. Chuck Haley on Paul Revere. Michael Ruttman on RM. And I bet that's some stuff right in here. First is Michael Ruttman on RM. And RM was Robert Mitchum. And then next is Robert Vladicek, Carry On, My Wayward Son. Chris X on Tom Petty. And that left Eric Clapton, Elton John, Irene Cara, and Dino, Desi, and Billy. Let's put all those right back there. And then the Canned Heat. I think somebody's already bought that. Yeah, somebody's already bought the Canned Heat. The Astronauts was $9.99. 64 mono VG minus. It is, I don't know why this has been graded VG minus. When I look at it, it must be one feelable mark or something on it. Yeah, that's pretty conservative. I mean, when you glance at it, I think you'll be pretty happy with it. Just saying. Back to the LPs, Annie is No Condition Notes. Annie is $14.99. The Pentangle was $14.99. We have Edmund Hall Quartet. That's a German press, $9.99. Chico Hamilton, that's jazz, $19.99 on Chico Hamilton. Burt Jordan said he will take the Astronauts. That's so to him. The music of Gunther Hampel and his Galaxy Dream Band, $29.99. Bo Hansen, music inspired by Watership Down, $14.99. And Keith Jarrett is sealed for $19.99, and that's Baya Blue. Let's pull out another handful of singles right quick. These are all going to be $6.99. Unless I'm like, whoa, we need to auction that because it's a really good one. We got Sam Cooke, Frankie, and Johnny, $6.99. Sam Cooke, Frankie, and Johnny. We got Chuck Berry, My Ding-a-Ling, Chuck Berry. Devo, Working in the Coal Mine. That's from, oh yeah, it's right here. It's from Heavy Metal. That's from the Heavy Metal movie. Devo. The Stroke, Billy Squier. That's a good one. Eurythmics, Missionary Man. Unchained Melody, The Righteous Brothers. Unchained Melody, The Righteous Brothers. Okay. All right, so first, Bird, I did pull you the Astronauts. Michael Ruttman on CB for Chuck Berry. My Ding-a-Ling. That's sold to Michael Ruttman. Michael Ruttman also on Old Devo there from the Heavy Metal movie. We got Sam Cooke. We got the Righteous Brothers, the Eurythmics, and Billy Squier, the Strokes. Everybody, have you heard? We have the exciting Eddie Harris. That's a 2LP, $14.99 on Eddie Harris. Chic, La Freak, VG $9.99. Spheres, Al Hood, EX $12.99. Steve Clover, free jazz album. Freddie Hubbard was VG Plus $14.99. Indo Jazz Suite, EX $32.99. EQ, Ritmos Cubanos, Louis Belson, EX $22.99. Johnny Hodges, The 11th Hour, VG Plus $12.99. And the Heath Brothers was EX $12.99. The Heath Brothers, EX $12.99. All right. Might be a little bit different crowd tonight, so let me invite y'all, especially if we still got some old metalheads lingering around. I did a pre-order. I had a customer reach out that had access to a record on an out-of-print record, Slaughter. And let me share this in the comments in case you want to join or in case you want to pre-order. But it's a Mark Slaughter album. They're $39.99. We have sold several, and I don't think they're available on Discogs. Let me show it right here. It's Mark Slaughter, halfway there. That's Mark Slaughter of Slaughter. And I'm going to share that link in the comments if you want to reserve one. It's kind of one of those deals where I won't be able to order them as easily, and when they're done, they're done. There's only 300 pressed, and it's an official release. And if you want one, I'm going to share the link. If you're over on YouTube and you want to reserve one, I will take down your name. But there's the link. It should be popping up in the comments. I wonder if Nick Bargeron commented. He said earlier he wanted one. I said, you got to comment on the post, and he did. Okay, good. So there's that, and let me grab a new handful of 45s right quick. Streets, Crimes and Mine popped up earlier. Didn't see in the recap that I'm in. Streets. Was that in a Paul crate, or was that a new sealed metal record? All right, let's grab some more 45s right quick, though. Plus, if you're not in our private group, it's not really private. It's just a group, but you do have to be accepted. So, we got Too Shy, Kajagoogoo, Head East, a promo, Since You've Been Gone, double-sided, Joe Maphis, Jubilo, also free, Sell On, the Blue Sky Boys, Dust on the Bible, older RCA on green vinyl, Styx with their hit song Babe, and Eric Clapton, You Look Wonderful Tonight. Down, down. Next, Streets, and then Dropping Queen of the Rock to end, Epic. Let's see. And how much was SOD? $33.99 on SOD. $33.99 on SOD. Okay, let's see what we can find over here. This is everything that Paul marked tonight. What was it called? Where's your comment at? Streets, Crimes, and Mine. I might have to Google that just to see an image of it right quick. Streets, Crimes, and Mine. That might have got sold. Streets, Crimes, and Mine. Images. Streets, Crimes, and Mine. I see that right now. Where did that? Streets. Was that an auction? I think that might have got auctioned. Bradley wants the Stormtroopers. Speak English or Die. If that's not in this crate, it's over here. Was that an auction? Streets. That looks very familiar. I just Googled an image of it. It has the bullet on the cover. Let's find him a Stormtroopers. That must be over here in this other metal. Yep. All right. All right, that's sold to him. Okay, let me go ahead and take this sold stack in here before we have a disaster. Quite a bit, 45s again sold tonight. And let's find another discount bin to go through. Still got all these to read through. Put them back there for right now. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Okay, we got to find a great discount bin to go through for my energy level completely collapses. MT Matt wants a Mark Slaughter. You got it. What I'm going to do, they're going to write it down hopefully, but I'm going to go ahead and comment your name on the post. Yeah, I don't think those are available anywhere. This guy kind of knows Mark Slaughter. I forgot the exact story, but he's like in with Mark Slaughter, so he has access to these. All right. I think he's like friends with him. He like knows Mark Slaughter. Let me see what's over here. This is the stuff from yesterday. Yeah, we got to find another good crate before my energy level. Thursday nights are pretty tolling on my brain power. After we've almost made it 7 hours. Usually by that 8th hour, the final hour, I'm pretty much checked out mentally. It's been one of those, the stream tonight was once again just like crazy wild. I've got all these 5-finger death punch over here. This was a sealed Botnell best offer crate from Laura we've already been through. This was the leftovers. This was a buy it now best offer or half off crate possibly. Here's some great new sealed stuff. I probably could do a condense. Let me bring this over right quick. Plus, this is some great new titles for this week. Yeah, I know. I was going to do some stuff like that. Discount metal crate. We just went through one. I just went through the Laura one. I do have the other one over here she marked. I'm probably going to go through that and try it because that's new stuff for tonight. Okay, this needs to go over here. I wish I had more blue juice. I wish I could make them on demand over here. Don't forget, new releases this week. Brittany Fox, Van Halen, Alison Krauss, Ministry, and that is sold to Jerry Stone, I think. He wanted one. Let's go ahead and tag him for that before I lose it. Jerry Stone, Venus and Mars. He asked about that earlier. I told him I didn't know if I had it or not because I had forgot about these. I forgot these records even existed here. There's that. Yeah, we can go through this other buy it now best offer crate. Mostly metal stuff Laura marked, if y'all want to see those. Let's see. Let me try to condense this right here. Put these in here. Okay, there we go. And then there was another question, Crocus. Crocus. Crocus? Crocus. No Crocus. But we did auction one of these off. Here's another one. Raven, Stay Hard, limited edition 750 on yellow vinyl. Raven is a sealed music on vinyl press for a $15 start. And I'm about to do some more buy it now 45s. But first, there's Raven for a $15 start. Let me get this little handful of 45s over here. These are all $6.99. Let me get the A sides back around. Yeah, so Michael Jackson, Get on the Floor. Michael Jackson, $6.99. Sing a Simple Song. Sly and the Family Stone. Pet Shop Boys, Do I Have To? The Hollies, a promo of Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress. Naked Eyes, There's Always Something There to Remind Me. Styx, Never Say Never. Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark. Nazareth, Love Hurts and Hair of the Dog. The Critters, Younger Girl. Neil Diamond, Holy Holly, Holly Holy. And I Ran So Far Away, Flock of Seagulls. Those are all $6.99 there. Or it might be time for a good half-off vintage bin if I can find one. That'd be pretty good. A good old half-off vintage bin. Feel like that'd really knock out some crates. Let me see what's right here. That was the other metal stuff. That was the other metal stuff from tonight. I think this was the metal stuff from last Thursday. Yeah, it was. On Fire, Autopsy. What's that right there? I see several claims I got to get to. Sing a simple song. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's Sly and the Family Stone. Man, what a great looking half-off crate of vintage. I just got to make sure everybody's participation level's high. If not, we'll have to do it again tomorrow because this thing's got a lot in it and it looks like there's a lot of great titles. So let me come over here right now and do this. If I can get through here. All right. Let's see what we got going on. First thing we have. These were $6.99. Robert Vladicek got Michael Jackson. Raven got a bid for $15. Brent Robley on Sly and the Family Stone. Brent Robley on H for Hollies. Brent Robley on N for Nazareth. Michael Ruttman next on Nazareth. Stephen Riley first on Flock. Robert next on Flock. Jim next on Nola. Raven has another $15 on that. So Raven is at 15 and 15. Alan, you're out. MT Matt's already bid 15. That left Neil Diamond, The Critters, Bruce Springsteen, Styx, Naked Eyes, There's Always Something There to Remind Me, and Pet Shop Boys. Those are all $6.89. About to go through a half-off vintage bin, which should be quite interesting. And I'm going to try to show the rest of these buy it nows if I can at $6.99. And we have several requests for New Orleans singles. Let me get a box a little bit closer. And let me get all these stood up correctly. Man, they're just not wanting to stand up. There we go. How about I go ahead and take another handful out? That'll make it a lot easier. Let me put them in here right quick. Okay. Pet Shop Boys sold to Nick Bargeron. Raven has a new bid for $16. Next is Joe Diffie, $6.99. Men at Work, Everything I Need. Paul McCartney, So Bad. Vince Gill, Pocket Full of Gold. Vince Gill, Never Knew Lonely. Billy Stewart, Summertime. That's an auction. The Safaris, Wipeouts. Leanne Rimes, How Do I Live? And that's an auction. Those are all $6.99 there. That was Leanne Rimes, the Safaris, Billy Stewart, Vince Gill, Paul McCartney, Men at Work, and Joe Diffie. Joe Diffie sold to Tom Moran. Of course, he pretty much has no albums available. Very tough stuff to get. Let's do a half off bin here. Diffie was home, and if you want me to, but it's already been sold. These are half off, no more, no less. Volunteer Jam is at $15. That's the half off price. Matt's out on Raven. Final call to Alan Hagen on Raven. Hagen has Raven for $16. Final call. Volunteer Jams, a Gatefold 2 LP, $15. So this is a half off vintage bin. No more, no less. Pure Prairie League live taking the stage. That's also $15. There is a name written on the cover. 2 LP No Condition Notes, $15. We have Marshall Tucker Band, Where We All Belong. Marshall Tucker is $12.50. Gatefold 2 LP No Condition Notes. Johnny Rivers, Homegrown. Johnny Rivers is $5. Homegrown on Johnny Rivers. Also, we have Leo Kottke, Dreams and All That Stuff. Leo Kottke is $7.50. I have Al Stewart, Year of the Cat. Al Stewart is now just $10. Al Stewart, very clean looking copy, $10 on Al Stewart. And Peter, Paul, and Mary, 10 Years Together, a greatest hits comp with the book, $7.50. Burt Jordan gets Volunteer Jam. Raven is sold to Alan Hagen for $16. And now the next handful of 45s. These are all $6.99. We have a promo of the Cars, Good Times Roll. The original, The Line, Sleeps Tonight, Heart, Straight On For You, a promo. We have Beach Boys, The 409, So You Want to Be a Rock and Roll Star, The Byrds. And we have John Anderson, the country John Anderson, Let's Go to the Stone from 1981, from Seminole Wind. Those are all $6.99 there. Next thing is Chuck Haley on Johnny Rivers. That's sold to Chuck Haley right here. Thank you, Chuck. That's sold to you for $5. We have Trina Long on Peter, Paul, and Mary. That's sold. Brent Rimley on C, and that's for the Cars. Oso said both promo. Brent's already got the Cars, but I will say you Heart, Straight On For You. And that left John Anderson, the Byrds, the Beach Boys, and The Line, Sleeps Tonight by the Tokens. Also, we have Little Miss Shirley Temple for $10. Half off Paper Moon soundtrack. That's now $15. This is a half off bin, no more, no less. Perez Prado, that is now $5. That's called Rock, and that's a Rockambo. Perez Prado, that's $5. John Anderson is sold to Adam Bullock for $6.99. Also, we have Bread, Lost Without Your Love. Bread is $5. Sticks Cornerstone is $10, and Santana 3 No Condition Notes, $10. Let me go ahead and sell Jerry Rafferty here. Jerry Rafferty's $10. Burt Jordan wants Perez Prado. That's sold to Burt Jordan for $5. Let's grab a new handful of singles right quick. Next thing we have, these are $6.99. We got The Judds, Are the Roses Not Blooming? Billy Joel, Through the Long Night. Also, whoop, I've grabbed the wrong handful. I didn't mean to put those there. I meant to put these here. There we go. All right, so we've got Fanny, a promo of I've Had It, Fanny. The Monster Mash, Boris Pickett. Elvis, Pledging My Love. And Sweet, Action. And that's a double-sided promo. And those are all $6.99. I need a new box for some of these. Let me figure out where to put these. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, there's that. All right, yep. I'll make that about now. About now. That's auction. Yep. Yes. And okay, we'll make those about now. Put them down in here so I don't lose them. Okay, next thing we had was Trina Long put B. I'm assuming that was for Bread. So that's sold to Trina Long for $5. Next is Carla Del Roche, second on Bread. MT Matt got Sticks. That's sold to MT Matt. Jetstream got Marshall Tucker, which was $12.50. That was right back here. Next is Larry Smith on EP. That was for Elvis Presley. That's sold to Larry for $6.99. Tom was second. Brent Robley first on S for sweet. Kenneth next. Then Oso Venture. That left the Monster Mash, Fanny, Billy Joe, and the Judds. Those are all available for $6.99. Next in the half-off bin is Peter Pan, the original cast recording for $10. I Remember Radio, Frank Knight, Gatefold, that is $10. And we have Old Time Radio. These are like compilations, radio broadcasts, stories, etc., etc. $10. Bob Dylan's in Shrink Wrap, Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid. Now just $17.50 on Mr. Bob Dylan there. Rosemary Clooney Show Tunes. Rosemary's $5. And Leo Sayer, Another Year. Leo Sayer is $5. Radio Days, selections from the original soundtrack. Radio Days is $10. Here is the three more 45s. Strawberry Alarm Clock Tomorrow and Birds in My Tree. Uni in the original company sleeve. Rodney Dangerfield, Rappin' Rodney, and another Elvis Presley. This is Love Me Tender. Those are all $6.99. Next in the half-off bin is Chick Corea. Chick Corea, My Spanish Heart. Chick Corea is $12.50. That's a Gatefold 2 LP on Chick Corea. And Seals and Croft 1 and 2. Seals and Croft is $7.50. And the Tasmanian Devils is $7.50. We got Rodney Dangerfield sold to Shane Devers. Michael Ruttman on Elvis Presley. Those are sold and sold, and that leaves Strawberry Alarm Clock. Okay, finally going to get some auctions up here. I've picked out a couple over here. The first is Dolly Parton, and the other one is going to be Kix. And let's put these up for a $7 start. This is Kix, Get It While It's Hot from Blow My Fuse. We sold that original album tonight. There's Kix, and then Dolly, one of her biggest songs, Love Is Like a Butterfly. So those are $7 start. Those are auctions, Dolly and Kix there, $7 start on those. Mary Miles on CC, and that was for Chick Corea. That's sold to Mary Miles for $12.50. Next is Solid Goldsboro. Bobby Goldsboro, $5 on Bobby Goldsboro. And Chicago is $7.50. Chicago, $7.50. The Beach Boys' Greatest Hits, 61 to 63. That is $6.50. And the best of Arlo Guthrie, $10 on Arlo Guthrie. And You Must Remember These, Volume 1. That's a compilation, $5 on that. Mary Miles on Chicago, that's sold to Mary Miles. Those are $7 starts, going once, going twice. Now, let me grab some more Buy It Nows. What have I done with them? Here they are. Here's some more for $6.99. Ooh, here's a good one. Ventura Highway. That is the America. Almost said the Beach Boys. America, Ventura Highway. I Just Want to Dance with Somebody. Whitney Houston. Tiffany, I Think We're Alone Now. Also, we have Fanny, Ain't That Peculiar, a promo. Aretha Franklin, Say a Little Prayer. And we got a John Lennon picture sleeve. I'm just sitting here watching the wheels go round and round. Some people say I'm crazy. And let's do one more hit record here. This is Talking in Your Sleep, The Romantics. Talking in Your Sleep, The Romantics. Those are all $6.99, okay? Next comment is Trina Long on the Beach Boys. That's sold to Trina Long. Kix does have a bid for $7, going once, going twice. Stephen Riley wants Tiffany. That's right here. That's sold to Stephen Riley for $6.99. Jay Hood got America, Ventura Highway. The flip on that, Saturday Nights. That's sold. We got the Romantics, Talking in Your Sleep. John Lennon still available. Aretha Franklin. Those are all great songs there. Watching the Wheels, Talking Sleep, Say a Little Prayer, a Fanny promo. And don't forget about Whitney here. She just wants to dance with you. All she wants to do is dance with you, and she's only $6.99. We have Poco Legend. This one has most of their big hits on it. Poco is $5, at least the big radio hits from Poco. Supertramp, Brother Where You Bound. Supertramp's now just $10. Going through a random half-off bin, we got Bee Gees Main Course. Bee Gees is $5. Also, the Grassroots, More Golden Greats. Nice. I love the music from the Grassroots. That is $7.50. Greg Beddinger wants Jerry Rafferty. That's sold to you, Greg. Thank you. Trina Long on P, and P was for Poco. That's sold to Trina Long. Also, Poco again, Delivering. That's a gatefold. Also, No Condition Notes. And John Cougar in Shrink with the Hurt So Good and Jack and Diane Hop sticker. Now just $10. Carla Del Roche on the BGs and Trina Long on GR, and that was for the Grassroots. That's sold to Trina. All right, let's do another handful of 45s then. But first, I'm going to sell Alan Hagen the kicks for $7, and I'm going to sell Dolly for $7 if anybody wants it. Nobody bid on Love is Like a Butterfly. Leslie, you were second on the BG. Chuck Haley on Roots. And that was Grassroots. You were second. Mary Miles first of this Poco. Brett Robley on John Cougar. Rod was next, but we will give Leslie Supertramp. If that's what y'all all wanted, those are all sold. Next in here was Wings. That's Back to the Egg. $10 on Wings. And Sticks. Kilroy was here. Mr. Roboto, $10. PD Perez, you were second on John Cougar, it looks like. Okay. So let's see what else we have here. Boom, 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 boom. Boy, that's pretty cool. Man, I've hit a batch of really good ones here. I'm just gonna have to put some up though. Okay, let's do this one. George Harrison, "Blow Away," great song there from his album, self-titled. No, Dark Horse. Yeah, self-titled from the Dark Horse album, Harrison. "Blow Away." George Harrison, $6.99. The Platters, an early one there in the picture sleeve or in the company sleeve. That is "Only You and You Alone." We have a Sam Cooke, I think what you call a jukebox single here. Probably should have set that aside for an auction because it's got 6 tracks on it. Sam Cooke is $6.99. That's an auction. And then Grover Washington Jr. with Bill Withers. "Just the Two of Us." Just the Two of Us. That's pretty cool. Here's Devo again, "Working in the Coal Mine" from Heavy Metal. And Little Richard, "Tutti Frutti." That's from the Cocktail soundtrack. Tutti Frutti. And Mike and the Mechanics, "The Living Years." Great little slew there of records. Okay. Next is Sticks Condition. Sticks has no condition notes on it. Let's see here. Gatefold, original inner sleeve, and yes, very, very nice. $10 on that. First is P for Platters with Brent Robley. That's sold for $6.99. Rod Bryan on Sam Cooke. That's sold to Rod Bryan for $6.99. Brent Robley second on Sam Cooke. Chris Riley third. Holden was fourth. Stephen Riley wants Sticks for $10 and Romelu on GW. And that was for Grover Washington. Just the Two of Us with Bill Withers. That leaves Devo, Tutti Frutti, Mike and the Mechanics, and George Harrison. Let's put all those right back there. Back to the half-off stuff. Next is Pat Benatar, "Get Nervous," $7.50. The Best of the Beach Boys, $10. Also Sticks is $10. Pieces of 8. Joan Jett, "I Love Rock and Roll," now just $17.50. Wow, that's in the half-off bin. Madonna in the half-off bin at $17.50. Those are pretty crazy to see in there. Moody Blues is now just $12.50. We just sold a new sealed copy. Here is a Gatefold original. It feels like it has the book with it. Let me take a look here. And $12.50. Does this have a book with it? I can't remember. I know one of them does. Maybe this jacket's just really... There's the original inner sleeve with the lyrics. Why does this feel like there's something in it? Such great music. Such great music. All right, next is Any Metal. No metal auctions are left behind. We have straight price metal, pretty hard stuff like newer death and hardcore metal. I call it the hard stuff. That's what's left in the bins. All the new. There's a few reissues like stuff like this still didn't sell out. Like UFO on clear vinyl, a 2LP remaster for just $24.99, which is about $15 below retail. Stuff like that we still got, but all the auctions are all sold. MT Matt put 8, and that was for pieces of 8. That sold to him for $10. Oso Adventure wants the Mike and the Mechanics and the Devo. That's right back here. That's sold, and that's sold for $6.99. $6.99. And then Mary Miles wanted Moody Blues, okay? And I was about to do some more Buy It Now singles here right now. The next one I have for $6.99 is Kokomo. Kokomo from the Beach Boys. Nice. How about Taylor Dayne, Heart of Stone? Tina Turner, Better Be Good to Me. We'll do that for an auction. The Dueling Banjos theme, Eric Weisberg. The Jam, Going Underground. The Unicorn from the Irish Rovers. And another Joe Diffie, Starting Over Blues and Just a Regular Joe. Joe Diffie again, $6.99. Do you have any Suicide Silence? We have, we got 1 or 2 Suicide Silence still left. We should. Yes, David Polkey gets the Madonna. That's sold to David Polkey for $17.50. That's sold to him for $17.50. Let me restack some of this over here. Getting some auctions ready for probably later or tomorrow. Some of the top 40 stuff I'm sorting over here. Next comment is Paper Moon. I still got that. That's sold to Tracy Sawyer. You got it. And then first in here was TD. That means touchdown for Taylor Dane. TD. That is sold to Larry Smith. Oso Adventure on TT. That's Tina Turner, right, Oso? Brent Robley on J. And J was for the Jam. Tom Moran, or it might have been for Joe Diffie, or it could have been for both. Tom Moran next on JD for Joe Diffie, unless he was just clarifying there. Jay was probably for Jam because it was next, and then Tom Moran got Joe Diffie, then Brent was next on Joe Diffie. And then we have Irish Rovers, Kokomo, and Dueling Banjos. If that's not right, let me know, but I think that's what happened. Jay for Jam, and then Tom got JD, unless Brent was just clarifying. Okay, so Dueling Banjos, $6.99, Kokomo, and Irish Rovers. Those are all still available. Let's do some more half-off LPs right quick. I have The Men They Couldn't Hang, Night of 1,000 Candles. $10 on that. Doing some half-off vintage here. The Righteous Brothers sold out. $5. We have John Cougar, The Collection. Boy, I remember showing that the first night. I was like, I don't think I've ever seen this before. It's a 2LP kind of foreign compilation here. A UK pressing or German. Yeah, UK pressing. 15 on that. And we have Me and the Rye, Atmosphere Hondo, or something like that. What does that say? Atmosphere Hondo. That is $5 for Me and the Rye. We have Micro Disney, The Clock Comes Down the Stairs. $12.50 on Micro Disney. And the Monkees, that's a Rhino reissue of Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, Jones. $12.50. It's another Pleasant Valley Sunday, hey. And Trina Long wants John Cougar. Rod Bryan was second, then Leslie. Tim Volness on DB, and that was for... DB was for... What was DB for? Tim Volness? Unless that was a bot now back here. Dueling Banjos? I bet it was Dueling Banjos, yeah. Dueling Banjos for Tim Volness. Another John Cougar, another John Cougar, and another John Cougar. Wow. So let me clarify that. John Cougar went to Trina, then Rod, then Leslie, then Bert, then Brent, then David. That's the most claims I've seen on a record all night, honestly. Okay, and then let's jump over here to some more buy it nows right quick. These are all $6.99. This is a really cool World's Fair record. This is New York Triumph, the Triumph of Man, made by Travelers Insurance. Tennessee Rock and Roll, the Shakin' Pyramids. That probably should have been auctioned because kind of like a New Orleans record there. Paul McCartney, Waterfalls from McCartney 2. We'll go ahead. This will be an instant seller. Tom Petty and Stevie Nicks, Needles and Pens. And Spike from Tom Petty. Rick Springfield, Allison from Living in Oz. Tanya Tucker, Bride of Franklin County. Tanya Tucker, Don't Believe My Heart Can Stand Another You promo. And Wings, a German press of I've Had Enough and Deliver Your Children. I think I'm going to auction those. Those are some pretty good ones there. Okay, and then, so World's Fair is sold to Holden 190. Shane got the Tom Petty. And Brent was second. That leaves Wings, a German press to Deliver Your Children. Tanya Tucker, Rick Springfield, Paul McCartney, and Tennessee Rock and Roll, the Shakin' Pyramids. Shakin' Pyramids, T-O-T-O. That was all autocorrect. Yep, he put hair meant fair, T-O-T-O. They both put T-O. When you type TP in your keypad, it probably autocorrects it to 2. Willie Nelson, Tougher Than Leather. Willie's only $7.50, more half-off albums. Other Bright Colors is $5. We have Blackfoot Flying High for $10. Also, Les Paul and Mary Ford, Lover's Loud, $10 on Les Paul. Bugs Henderson Group is $10. Also, Fabulous Thunderbirds, $10. And Van Dyke Parks is $12.50. Let's see what else I have over here. Aha. Okay, so we got Power Station, Communication. Power Station, Get It On. Roosevelt Grimm, Spanish Harlem. Q Field, Dancing in Heaven. Cool picture sleeve. Otis Redding, The Happy Song. REO Speedwagon, In My Dreams. Minnie Riperton, Loving You. And a George Jones promo, For Better or For Worse. Those are all $6.99 there. $6.99 on all those. First is FT. And was that in here? Fabulous Thunderbirds. Yep. That's so to Rod Bryan. Brent Robley on Get. G-E-T. Get. And that was... He probably got auto-corrected from George Jones, right? Because I don't think there's a Get in here, but there is a George Jones. If that's not right, let me know. Then Shane was next. Power Station, Some Like It Hot. I don't think, unless they're B-sides, no. And then Burt Jordan on Otis Redding. That's so to Burt Jordan. Okay, so that leaves Power Station, Roosevelt Grier. What did I say earlier? Did I say... I think I said Roosevelt Grimm earlier. Roosevelt Grier, Spanish Harlem. Oh, so Brent wanted... hold on a second. What happened here? Oh, Get It On. Okay, so let me go back then. So Brent got Get It On, Power Station. That means Shane does get the George Jones. And Otis Redding, so the Burt Jordan. So you got Power Station, but I took... George Jones out of your stack there. Shane was first on that. Okay, so Shane, you got that. And then Paul wants both Tanyas. All right, let me find those for him. Those are right in here. Tanya. All right, those are so to Paul Brothers and Paul Brothers. And he wants Paul McCartney, Waterfalls. All right, those are sold and sold. All right, let me knock out a few more half-off LPs here. Dennis DeYoung, Desert Moon, $7.50 on that. Also, we had Eurythmics, Revenge. Eurythmics is just $10. War, Love Is All Around, $10. The Classic, Roy Orbison, which is a pretty clean copy for this album. No condition notes, now just $13.50 for old Roy. We have Johnny Rivers for $5. We have Jose Feliciano in Shrink with the original Sears price tag, $5. And Pure Prairie League is $7.50. Here is the next Buy It Nows. These are all $6.99. Lester Flatt, Earl Scruggs, and the Foggy Mountain Boys, Dim Lights, Thick Smoke, 'Tis Sweet to Be Remembered. Elton John, Little Genie. Elton John, Mama Can't Buy You Love for the Tom Ball Sessions. Elton John, Wrap Her Up, 3 Elton Johns in a row. Paul McCartney, No More Lonely Nights. This thing looks like it has smoke damage or something. Yeah. This thing, I think, was in a fire. And the disc is cracked. Yeah, I knew something was up with this record. Not only is the sleeve look like it's got heavy smoke damage, but the disc is cracked. So let me put that up here. Ignore that one. Mr. Roboto, Styx. Elvis, Pledging My Love. Don't want to do all those. Ricochet, I Wasn't Ready for You, 1996. And Power Station. Uh-oh, which one's this? Some Like It Hot. Power Station. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pretty sure somebody just told me they needed that. Let's go back to the top. Leslie was first on the Eurythmics. That's sold to Leslie. Eurythmics is sold. Trina Long first on the Roy Orbison. Brent Robley was second. Burt Jordan third. Moses next on the Eurythmics. Phantom Canuck first on Pure Prairie League. That's sold to Phantom Canuck. Tom Moran first on Elvis Presley. Regina Tabor second. Power Station sold to Stephen Riley. Mike Monroy on JF, and that was for Jose Feliciano. And Brent was second on Power Station. Now, Paul, I've got you down for Elton. Let me know if you want Wrap Her Up, Tom Ball, or Little Genie. That's all up to you. More half-off LPs. Jump Up Calypso, Harry Belafonte. Jump Up Calypso, $5 on that. No condition notes. We have American Hot Wax. That's a great soundtrack. $13.50 on American Hot Wax. Piper with a young Billy Squier there. Piper's just $12.50. Heart self-titled is $10. The Very Best of the Ventures, $5. And the Bee Gees, To Whom It May Concern. The Bee Gees is a gatefold. No condition notes. $10 on the Bee Gees. $10 on the Bee Gees there. All right, let's pause right there and tag these Elton Johns to Paul Brothers. Elton John, Elton John, Elton John. Those are all sold. And now Burt Jordan on AWH. And that was American Hot Wax. Talks with Ravens, you were second. Burt Jordan first on the Ventures. And then Trina Long got the old Bee Gees there. That's so to Trina Long. Thank you. Those are all done. Here's some more Buy It Nows. The Diamonds, Little Darling. Elvis, My Way. Elvis, Are You Lonesome Tonight? We have India, Dancing on the Fire. Latin Poets, Viva la Musica. That could be pretty good. That's an auction. Jermaine Jackson, Dynamite. Up Where We Belong from Officer and a Gentleman, Joe Cocker. Joe Cocker, You Can Leave Your Hat On. And Joe Cocker, The Jealous Kind. Those are all $6.99 there. Only $6.99. Okay, and then first on Elvis was Larry. Now, Larry, you got dibs on two Elvis. Are You Lonesome Tonight or My Way? And then Tom and then Regina was next. And Atlantic G wants Bugs Henderson, please. Bugs Henderson group right here. That's so to Atlantic G. You got it. We have filled up a whole nother crate of vinyl here. And then Paul Brothers on Joe Cocker. And I think you got three there to pick from. Maybe you'll say all three again. They're only $6.99, and that's a promo, and that's in a picture sleeve, and that's got from a soundtrack. How could you go wrong? Oh, man. Let me get these nice and organized here. Okay, so those are pending. And then Larry wants the Elvis picture sleeve. So Regina or Tom, do y'all want Are You Lonesome Tonight? And I Gotta Know. That's pending for the next two. And then that left Jermaine Jackson, Latin Poets, India, and the Diamonds, okay? And Paul wants all three. Perfect. Those three Joe Cockers are so to Paul Brothers. Now, Fanny, that's probably going to be back here in this stack. We just went through a whole nother box. I have one more box we probably can read through if y'all are up for it. One more box. It seems like we got quite a bit of 45 buyers on. I've got one more box if y'all are up for it. I'm going to read through these one more time without stopping until I find Fanny. Tom Moran does want Elvis. And if you see something, I can go back and hunt it or go ahead and claim it. They're all $6.99. Ricochet, I Wasn't Ready for You. From Ricochet, 1993 and Daddy's Money. Here's a few I can't believe it didn't sell. Like here's one of the first ones. Sticks, Mr. Roboto. Lester Flatt, Earl Scruggs, and the picture sleeve, Dim Light, Stick Smoke. Q Field, Dancing in Heaven. In My Dreams, Ariel Speedwagon. Minnie Riperton, Loving You, and The Edge of a Dream. Power Station, that's called Communication. Only one that didn't sell. Roosevelt Grier, Spanish Harlem, a promo. Tennessee Rock and Roll, The Shaking Pyramids. We got Rick Springfield, Allison, and Human Touch from his Living in Oz album. Wings German press of Deliver Your Children and I've Had Enough. The Unicorn from the Irish Rovers. That's a classic in the original company sleeve. From the movie Cocktail, Kokomo, The Beach Boys, and Tutti Frutti, Little Richard. So that's got Tutti Frutti and Kokomo on it. I forgot to mention that. Also here we have Vicki Allison on Lester Flatt. So that's sold to Vicki for $6.99. Thank you. That's sold. Also, there's another Tutti Frutti in Kokomo. So we pretty much have those. No, wait a minute. That one's weird. This one's got from Cocktail movie, Tutti Frutti and Kokomo. And then this one has from Cocktail, Tutti Frutti. And the other side is Powerful Stuff from the Fabulous Thunderbirds. How strange is that? So Tutti Frutti. And over here we got Kokomo and Powerful Stuff. That's interesting. Next is Dancing in Heaven, Regina Tabor. Dancing in Heaven. Q-Feel. That's sort of Regina Tabor. And then, Paul, I'm assuming you want the Kokomo one from the Beach Boys there, right? Yeah, so let's put the Kokomo on top. And then the Pyramids also to Paul Brothers. Okay, and then we got George Harrison, Blow Away. We got Whitney Houston, I Want to Dance with Somebody. There's Fanny. That is so with Talks with Ravens. I think you had 2 or 445s. I'll take all of them, okay? So this is So to Talks with Ravens. Fanny, Ain't That Peculiar? $6.99 on that. Aretha Franklin, I Say a Little Prayer. Oh, the B-side's the better song. The House That Jack Built. That's a great song. The House That Jack Built, y'all. That's a great Aretha Franklin. John Lennon, Watching the Wheels, just $6.99. Talking in Your Sleep, The Romantics. Strawberry Alarm Clock, Tomorrow. The Judds Are the Roses Not Bloomin', and 102. Billy Joel, Through the Long Night, and It's Still Rock and Roll to Me. That's definitely the A-side. It's Still Rock and Roll to Me. That's from Glass Houses. Here's a promo again from Fanny, and that is So to Talks of Ravens. We got the Monster Mash. It is a reissue, but always a desirable record. When the Lion Sleeps Tonight. That is like the first time ever that's not been claimed. When the Lion Sleeps Tonight. Or The Lion Sleeps Tonight. Here's an original Beach Boys, Surfing Safari in 409. That's an original Capitol Press here in the company sleeve. We have The Byrds, So You Want to Be a Rock and Roll Star, an original song by The Byrds, McGuinn Hillman. Men at Work promo, Everything I Need. Paul McCartney, So Bad. Let me also pull out, I was trying to keep I'm pretty peculiar about keeping all the Beatles stuff together. Even if it's solo stuff. I love keeping all the Beatles stuff together. Just something about it, because I can put them out in the store, and like if they don't sell here, they'll get bought in the store. Like I've propped up like unsold Beatle albums, and I'll come in and I'm like, man, what happened to all this stuff? My mom's like, somebody come in and bought it all. And it's just something, you walk in the store, you put out Beatle stuff, some people come in and just like scoop it all up. Like, oh my gosh, look at all this Beatle stuff. Beach Boys is so to Dan Davis. Tom Moran, You Were Second. Bryn Robley wants the Byrds. Tim Volness gets The Lion Sleeps Tonight. Paul Brothers, that's the original version, by the way, the Tokens. They were the first one to do that. The version we all know very popular. Vince Gill, Never Knew Lonely. I don't know if they were the first. I don't know if it's a song written by members of that band, but that's the version we all know. Vince Gill from 1990, Never Knew Lonely from When I Call Your Name. And then Pocket Full of Gold from Pocket Full of Gold. That's from 1991. Those are tough OG albums to find. Billy Stewart, Summertime. Billy Stewart, Summertime. Dan Davis also wants Billy Joel, It's Still Rock and Roll to Me. That's so to Dan Davis. Melissa Bailey on the Vince Gills. Let me know if you want Pocket Full of Gold or Never Knew Lonely. Your dibs on those. The Safari's Wipeout. It is a reissue. The B-side Surfer Joe, but it's probably clean. Leanne Rimes, another one, 1997. I mean, I don't know if you can even get that on an album. We always try to put out the 90s country stuff, because a lot of this you can't even get albums of. They don't exist, or they're very pricey. She wants both Vince Gills. Naked Eyes, big hit song here from the 80s. It's still always something there to remind me. Styx, Never Say Goodbye, and Nothing's Ever Goes as Planned. That's from the album Cornerstone. Carla DeRoshi on Lee for Leanne Rimes. That's so to Carla. Thank you. And then we got Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark, which is, of course, from Born in the USA. Big hit song, The Critters. You got Younger Girl and Mr. Dingley Sad. Neil Diamond, Holy, Holly, Holly, Holy. You Look Wonderful Tonight, which is Eric Clapton. Styx, a big hit song here, Babe, from Cornerstone. And then an early RCA song here, Green Vinyl. The very first 45s were made by RCA, and they made country on green colored. Red was classical, green was country, orange was R&B maybe. They had color-coded records, and these some of the very first ones made. These are late 40s, early 50s. That's the Blue Sky Boys, Dust on the Bible, and Speak to Me, Little Darling. Very early stuff there for a 45. They had the first ever 45 for mass production, RCA did. Eric Clapton sold You Look Wonderful Tonight. Just what happened to it? What happened to you, Eric? There it is. That's sold to Dan Davis. Also, we have Free, which is a UK single, Sail On, and Little Bit of Love. That's a great song, Little Bit of Love. That's from 1972. That's a UK edition. We have Joe Maphis, Jubilo. That's a promo. Head East promo, Since You've Been Gone. And another hit song from the 80s, Too Shy by Kaja Gugu. Brent Robley wants band, but I think he meant Blue Sky Boys. Yeah. Very cool stuff there. Anytime you see those green RCA singles, those are really some of the first records made. The first one is Eddie Arnold, Texarkana. It's a pricey record because it's like the first ever 45 that was made to be sold to the public. That's sold to Brent Robley. Now, I was going to keep all the Beatles stuff separate, but if anybody wants these for $20 and you want to go ahead and get John, Paul, George, and we're just missing a Ringo, but there's another Paul, Wings, the 4 Beatles-related singles for $20. So let me put those back there. And we got the Diamonds, Little Darling, India, Dancing on Fire. We have Latin Poets and Jermaine Jackson, Dynamite. Those are all $6.99. Styx, Mr. Roboto. Yes, it should be in here still. Styx, Mr. Roboto. Several hit records still left in here. Anybody else want anything else? D was the Diamonds for Brent Robley. If you don't, I'm about to count these and try to do a small, but before the bundle pile gets too big, a little bit more affordable bundle deal possibly for somebody. Let me find Styx though. It's down here on the bottom, I think. Yep. Let's sell that to Dan Davis. Okay, so how many's right here? Let's do a quick little count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Now 29 because Burt Jordan wants Neil Diamond. All right, that can be easy to find because it's in a colorful uni sleeve. Right there it is. Nope, that's Strawberry Alarm Clock. It's in another colorful uni sleeve. Nope, it must not be. I thought Neil Diamond was on the uni label. Was it just not in a uni sleeve? What was the Neil Diamond? Did somebody already get that? Maybe I didn't go to the bottom of the pile. Okay. Let me just do it this way. Did somebody get that? Let's see. Naked Eyes. There it is. That's so to Burt Jordan. Was there a Romantics? Yes. Talking in Your Sleep. Talking in Your Sleep. All right, I'll let him think about that before I price those. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold ones in here, okay? Still got a whole box we hadn't cracked the lid open of yet. Give me 1 second. Okay, so let me see what I can do here. Okay, so first thing we have is Richard Miller Does Want the Romantics for $6.99. And I was about to price these remaining, I guess there's now 28 or so right? Let's see what I had here. I guess there was 30, 20. It should be 28 now because it's 30, 29, 28. So those remaining 28, if we do them pretty much right at half off, they would be $100. And I still think there's some great singles in there. So 28 records, right at half off would be $100 for that remaining bundle. And I still got the Beatles stuff here for 20 if anybody wants that. So $100 for the remaining ones there. The Beatles were Watching the Wheels, Paul McCartney So Bad. Of course, Watching the Wheels is John Lennon, George Harrison Blow Away, and a German press of Wings, Deliver Your Children. So there's an opportunity for a bundle. If not, I'm going to read through some of these right here right quick. I got some more here for $6.99. First is an awesome Van Morrison Domino. That's on the Green Warner Brothers label. That's an original. $6.99 for Van Morrison Domino. Another John Lennon, Number 9 Dream. John Lennon, $6.99. The Guess Who, Clap for the Wolfman. We had Steve Perry, Foolish Heart, from his album Street Talk. That's a promo, Steve Perry. Led Zeppelin, Full in the Rain. Led Zeppelin is $6.99. And Marty Robbins, A White Sport Coat. Marty Robbins and Growing Up Tears. Marty Robbins is $6.99. The Osmond Brothers, Moleskine Blues. That's a promo. And The Doors, Hello, I Love You, and Touch Me. Brent on D, and D was for Van Morrison Domino, right? That's sold to you for $6.99. And then The Doors, Hello, I Love You, Okay, so Tequila Sunrise, Robin Zander and Ann Wilson, $6.99 on that. John Travolta, Feel So Good, Slow Dancing. John Travolta is $6.99. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Wrap It Up. The Fabulous Thunderbirds is $6.99. The Young Rascals, How Can I Be Sure? The Young Rascals is $6.99. We have Spiral Staircase, a great song. More Today Than Yesterday. Paul Brothers on D for The Doors. That's so to Paul Brothers. And we have Spiders from Mars, I Don't Want to Do No Limbo. That is a promo, and that's the Spiders from Mars, which I think is Bowie's backing band. Starbuck, Moonlight, Feels Right. Starbuck, we have Rod Stewart, Twisting the Night Away, which is a Sam Cooke cover. And True Blue, that's $6.99. Dickie Betts and Great Southern, Atlanta's Burning Down. Bob Seger from the movie Teachers, Understanding. We also have Fleetwood Mac, Rhiannon, and Over My Head, back-to-back hits there. Jay Ferguson, Shakedown Cruise, a double-sided promo. Jackson Browne, Graham Nash, and David Lindley, The Crow on the Cradle, and Somebody's Baby. I forgot about that side. That's the A side there from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Also, Dean Martin, Buttercup of Golden Hair, and a classic, Rod Stewart, Maggie May. Rod Stewart, Maggie May. Let me 1 second, please. Okay, so let's see here. So next is BS, and let me figure out how far back that was. Bob Seger, that's so to Tom Moran. Brent Robley on Rod Stewart. I'm assuming that's for Maggie May, right? Sid Blair. So you want these the four Beatles bundle for 20, right, Sid? Those are sold to you for 20. And then Paul Brothers on Fleetwood Mac. And then Nick Bargeron on RS. I'm assuming that was for the same RS Brent got, which was Rod Stewart. Dean Martin, Jackson Browne, Jay Ferguson, Dickie Bett. There was another Rod Stewart. That was Twisting the Night Away. Starbuck still available. Spiders from Mars. Spiral, Young Rascals. Fabulous Thunderbirds, a picture sleeve. John Travolta, the Robin Zander, Ann Wilson, Osmond Brothers, Marty Robbins, Led Zeppelin still available. I'm going to leave that out. I can't believe no one's bought that. Steve Perry and the Guess Who. Okay. I'll start stacking those right there. Now, we have another great Rod Stewart, a cover of I Know I'm Losing You. Rod Stewart. Also Stars, Cherry Baby, Rock 6 Times. I don't remember showing these. Uh-oh, I got my, here's something I didn't show. Stars is on clear vinyl. This is $6.99 on Stars. Steelers Wheel, Stuck in the Middle of You. Ooh, Baby, It's a Wild World, Cat Stevens. I hadn't shown any of these yet. Rick Springfield, Speak to the Sky. Also, we have Ann Wilson, The Best Man's in the World. Tom Robinson Band, 2468, Motorway. Shenandoah, that's one of those country albums that's hard to get. 1988, She Doesn't Cry Anymore. And Cornelius Brothers, Sister Rose, Treat Her Like a Lady. Burt Jordan wants the Dickie Betts from over here. Give me 1 second to straighten my pile. Burt Jordan on Dickie Betts here. Let me find that. Dickie Betts in Great Southern. That's going to be right here. That's so to Burt Jordan. And then Nick Bargeron. Probably something out of here. SEP. SEP was Nick Bargeron. S-E-P. I'm not for sure. But Brent did get Rod Stewart. That's so to Brent. Sid Blair wants the Spiders from Mars back here. That's right here. That's so to Sid Blair. And then Nick Bargeron on Cat Stevens. Ooh, Baby, It's a Wild World. That's right here. And then next is Tom Moran on the Shenandoah. That's so to Tom Moran. Tim next on Cat Stevens. Paul Brothers on the Ann Wilson. And Zepp was Zepp. Okay. Zeppelin. That's so to Nick Bargeron also for 7. So that left Tom Robinson Band. Rick Springfield, Steelers Wheel, Stuck in the Middle with You. Stars is on yellow vinyl, and Rick Springfield and Tom Robinson. The Naked Eyes, there's always something there to remind me. Okay, I did pull out one I'm going to auction. I didn't see any of those earlier. Chordette, and Brand asked about Chordettes. I did. I put it over here in my auction pile for tomorrow. But I'll take a look at it because it's just something I hadn't seen before in a picture sleeve. Elton John, Crocodile Rock. Kylie Minogue, Locomotion. Chicago, Call on Me. Jimmy Clayton, Go Jimmy Go, I Trusted You. Poco, Heart of the Night, a promo. A cool Johnny Nash picture sleeve as time goes by. Stevie Wonder, Go Home. These are all $6.99. We have Johnny Horton, Sink the Bismarck. And When It's Springtime in Alaska. Olivia Newton-John, If You Love Me, Let Me Know. Jimmy Buffett, Dreamsicle, promo. Elton John, Love is a Cannibal. The Bee Gees, How Can You Mend a Broken Heart. The Kinks, Live Life. Bruce Springsteen, Pete Cadillac. Elvis Costello, some sort of EP. Toto, I'll Be Over You. Dee Lannon and The Angels Sing. Roseanne Cash, Runaway Train. Ricky Van Shelton, Wear My Ring Around Your Neck. And Elton John, Blue Eyes. Let's pull the Naked Eyes and Too Shy for Jeremy Rourke. Getting a couple 80s hits there. And I think they're on the same label, EMI America. That's sold for $6.99 to Jeremy Rourke. And the other one should be in here as well. On that same label. Yep. There's always something there to remind me. So I had this bundle of, 27 records. And then, I think it's 28 for 100. So now we just pulled 2 out and we sold those for 14. So let's say there's 26 records now. I'll do them for $85. So 26 records now should be for $85. Now, I showed quite a bit there. Let me first pull Kylie, the Locomotion here for Paul. And then that's $6.99. Burt Jordan got the Johnny Horton. Let's pull that for him. Burt Jordan on the Johnny Horton. Brent put EX and EC. Let's see here. EX and EC. That's Elvis Costello. Hiram Aponte on Old Toto. And then Paul Brothers on Roseanne Cash. Got them. Now that left Elton, Ricky Van Shelton, Dee Lannon, Bruce Springsteen, The Kinks, The Bee Gees, Elton John, Jimmy Buffett, Olivia Newton-John, Stevie Wonder, Johnny Nash, Poco, Jimmy Clanton, Chicago, and Elton John. Crocodile Rock, big hit song there. And then we had Dolly, Love is Like a Butterfly. I put that up for auction earlier. These were New Orleans singles for just $5 nobody bought. Blue Jeans, Dale Brett and the Blue Jeans, and the Lost Waxons. Those are $5. And Sid Blair, since you bought the Beatles bundle, which was, if you want this other John Lennon for $5, let me know. So we'll put that kind of in with your bundle there. We have Jan Hammer, Crockett's Theme from Escape from Television for $6.99. Here's some stuff I didn't show. Humble Pie, a song for Jeannie. I Don't Need No Doctor. Dolly Parton, Traveling Man, and I Remember. And then here's another New Orleans single. So if anybody wants all three New Orleans, I usually bundle those together. So 3 for 10. 3 for 10 on the New Orleans singles there if anybody wants those. All right, that was a great recap. Still got Dolly, Humble Pie, Jan Hammer, and Dolly. Love is Like a Butterfly. And then there's another John Lennon. Great song there, Number 9 Dream. One of my favorites from him. Okay, do we dare crack open a new box? I was going to stop like at midnight. Y'all have got me rolling on 45s. And here's literally a whole nother box that's never been gone through. The A side is Number 9 Dream. There is some writing on the label, and the B side is What You Got. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Boy, that's a cool one. Probably find a lot in here to auction, and I've just been sitting those behind me. And the ones I'm planning on auctioning, I'm gonna probably start when I go live tomorrow. That'll be some of our first auctions. Oh yeah, I forgot about this stack. Here's some back here too. This got some good ones. We got Billy Squier, The Stroke, Eurythmics, Missionary Man, The Righteous Brothers, Unchained Melody, Sam Cooke, an original, Frankie and Johnny and the Company Sleeve. I can't believe that didn't get gone. Dino, Desi, and Billy, Chimes of Freedom. Irene Cara, Flashdance, What a Feeling from Flashdance. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Can't believe that didn't get claimed. Eric Clapton, Drifting. That's from the album From the Cradle, 1994. The Byrds, Long Live the King. And Christie, Yellow River. So, wow. Next is SC. Okay, first we have, what's the Lennon single? Farlight. What's on Jan Hammer? That was Crockett's Theme from Escape from Television. It's probably double-sided because it's a promo. Yeah, it's Crockett Themes from Escape from Television, a double-sided promo. Next is Bradley Smith on Crocodile Rock. That was back here. Elton John. That sold to Bradley Smith for $6.99. Brent Robley got Sam Cooke for $6.99. Shane Deaver's next on Sam Cooke. Jeremy on Billy Squier, The Stroke. And Talks of Ravens wants the Righteous Brothers. So we got Christie, we got the Byrds, we got Clapton, Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, Irene Cara, Dino. What happened? There it is. Talks of Ravens on Righteous Brothers. Okay. Funky Town from Lip Sync. Funky Town, another big Dolly hit. 9 to 5. Surprised the Dolly stuff hadn't got gone. Steam, Nah Nah Hey Hey, Kiss Him Goodbye. Burton Cummings, Stand Tall. Billy Joel, You May Be Right, I May Be Crazy. Journey, Still They Ride, and La Raza del Sol. Alana Miles, A Lover of Mine from 1989, Alana Miles. Marty Stewart, Cry, Cry, Cry from Hillbilly Rock, another one of those albums that's tough to get. Billy Joe Pressure. Tanya Tucker, Lizzie and the Rain Man, and Traveling Salesman. A picture sleeve here from Quicksilver, the movie Quicksilver, Ray Parker Jr. and Helen Terry. Cool picture sleeve here if you're an Apple or Beatles related collector. Mary Hopkin picture sleeve. Morris Albert, Feelings. Chad and Jeremy, Don't Want to Lose You Baby. Amy Grant, Find a Way. John Travolta, Sandy. Tanya Tucker, Lay Back in the Arms of Someone. Ooh, I never did auction that. And Billy Ocean, Lover Boy. And Eno, The Lion Sleeps Tonight. There's another Lion Sleeps Tonight. That one by Eno. Okay, so Brent on MS. Let me find MS. Marty Stewart. Got it. Anybody else on anything in that box? All right, let's grab some from the new box. Do I have an empty box I can put this stuff in? If not, I'll just start a third handful here. All right, I don't know if we can get through all these. What time did I start the feed? How much time do I have left? But we'll try it, okay? And you may see me set some behind. You may see me set some behind me or some aside. They are for sale, but just not right now. Sid Blair on Eno. That's sort of Sid Blair. I mean, some of these I'm letting pass. I probably would auction anyway. Buster Poindexter, Under the Sea, and DeBoers Yourself. Buster Poindexter. That's definitely an auction. And that one. Seasons in the Sun, Terry Jacks. Mahalia Jackson, A Rusty Old Halo. Steve Perry, Foolish Heart. Eddie Murphy, Put Your Mouth on Me. Eddie Murphy. Promo, Elton John, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Willie Nelson, Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain. Early Willie Nelson on Liberty. That's early. You Took My Happy Away. And Lou Reed, Hey Babe, Walk on the Wild Side. Lou Reed. The titles in the 45 bundle, sure. There should be 26 records here, approximately. These are all $85. Styx Babe, Free, Little Bit of Love, Joe Maphis Jubilo, Head East, Since You've Been Gone, Styx, Never Say Never, Safari's Wipeout, Men at Work, Everything I Need promo, Monster Mash, Billy Stewart Summertime, The Judds of The Roses Not Becoming, Strawberry Alarm Clock Tomorrow, Aretha Franklin, Say a Little Prayer, Whitney Houston, I Want to Dance with Somebody, Little Richard, Tutti Frutti, Irish Rovers Unicorn, Rick Springfield Allison, Roosevelt Grier, Spanish Harlem, Power Station Communication, Minnie Riperton, Loving You, REO Speedwagon in My Dreams, Ricochet, I Wasn't Ready for You, Critters, Younger Girl, Bruce Springsteen, Dancing in the Dark, India, The Latin Poets, and Jermaine Jackson. That's the bundle deal. All right, first thing in here was Shane Devers on EN for, I bet he meant EM for Eddie Murphy, right? And then also on Willie Nelson, do you want You Took My Happy Away or Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain, or do you want both of them? And then Burt Jordan gets the Lucy promo. Burt Jordan gets the Lucy promo. I'm going to put these back in the box so I can keep up with them better. Next handful. Next handful. What year is this? I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Waylon Jennings, Drinking and Dreaming. Waylon Jennings, Drinking and Dreaming. David Lee Roth, California Girls. Peter Cetera, Glory of Love. The Rascal C. The Rolling Stones, Waiting on a Friend, and Little T&A. Crumbling Down, John Cougar. The Cow Seals, Meet Me at the Wishing Well, Poor Baby. And I'm a Soul Man by the Blues Brothers. Shane wants both Willie Nelsons. Those are sold to Shane and Shane. He's also first on Waylon Jennings. Robert on WH. So that left the Blues Brothers, the Cow Seals, John Cougar, Rolling Stones is sold to Regina. And then WH. Robert might have got auto-corrected on Waylon. Burt second on the Rolling Stones. All right, moving right along. These are $6.99. Harry Belafonte, a EP cardboard sleeve. Close Your Eyes. Harry Belafonte, Mark Twain. That's a Gatefold 2 LP deal. Another Harry Belafonte. Bobby Brown, Every Little Step. Elvis Presley, It Feels So Right. There's too many Elvis in a row. Men Without Hats, Pop Goes the Word. Ronald McDonald and Friends, Share a Song from Your Heart. Boy, I don't know if I've seen that too many times. Leon Russell. Those some good ones there. I just passed on. Those some really good ones. Judy in the Skies, a promo. Judy in the Skies with glasses. Howard Jones, Everlasting Love. Fontella Bass, Rescue Me. Grease is the word, something, something else. These are all $6.99. First thing is Elvis Presley is sold to Burt Jordan. Regina, you were second that time. Burt Jordan wants Lucy in the Skies with glasses. A promo, too, in the picture sleeve. I'm getting quite a pile right here. Move these over here. Okay. Next thing I have here is We Are the World. We Are the World. We have... Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me, a promo. Danielle, a promo. Great Elton John stuff there. I have a bunch of these. I wonder if I should check. Let me check on these right quick. I've got a bunch of them, but I don't know if I've ever seen this before. I've got like 10 of them. Let me check on this one right quick. Oh, man. They booted me. You want to Whitney Houston? I'll pull it out. I'll pull it out and let me search this right here, though, and see what they're going for, because it's a tough one to get. The last one sold for $15. Let's sell ours for $6.99. Mariah Carey, My All and Breakdown. And they look like new old stock. I've got a bunch of them. These are original Mariah Carey singles from that album, which is not available on vinyl too easily. 1998, Mariah Carey, $6.99. Nobody on these Elton Johns or We Are the World. I'll put them right back over here. So here's what I'll do. I'll pull Whitney Houston out for Robert and sell it to him for $6.99. And now I'll knock another $10 off the bundle. I'll sell that to him for $7, but I'll knock another $10 off the bundle and kind of weight it. And now the bundle's $75. There's just one less record. Bunch of Mariah Careys here. They should be like all new and unplayed. Let's take a look at them. Yeah. $6.99 on those. Belinda Carlisle, Summer Rain. Poco, Call It Love. I've seen that. Wow, there's good records in here. All right, here we go. So I hit a patch of like insane stuff. I might can do a teaser post or a teaser pick for, or show y'all some stuff for tomorrow. Poco and Belinda Carlisle, those are available. And we have Johnny Cash, Seasons of My Heart, and Smiling Bill McCall. Patty Loveless, You Save Me. Duran Duran, The Reflex. Till Tuesday, What About Love? Mike Post theme from Magnum P.I. Hill Street Blues, Mike Post. Herbie Hancock, Metal Beat. Sammy Hagar, Your Love Is Driving Me Crazy. Shane got the Johnny Cash. Oh, man. Shane and Robert are both watching. That means I need to put up some Johnny Cash auctions. That is sold to Shane. Robert second. Adam Bullock on Magnum P.I. That's sold to Magnum P.I., a.k.a. Adam Bullock. Sammy Hagar, Herbie Hancock, Hill Street Blues, Till Tuesday, Duran Duran, and Patty Loveless all still left in there. I probably will sell out of Mariah Carey's tomorrow. I guarantee it. Well, I don't want to make any guarantees, but... Man, there's a lot... John had this box on the bottom, probably because it was the first box he assembled of good stuff, and when he brought them up here, it was the first box on the bottom. We could have been auctioning most of the stuff in here all night long. I will show y'all before I sign off the singles that I pulled out of here that will be auctioned tomorrow, because it's just obviously ones I can't sell for $6.99. Mariah Carey bundle. Let's see. What did I say? $6.99. I'll get them down to $5, which I agree with Steven. I probably could sell them tomorrow for more than $6.99, but I would rather sell them all to you right now. There's 2, there's 4, there's 6, there's 8, there's 10, so $50. $50 on those. And we have the honeycomb. While you're out looking for sugar, Wanda Jackson, Let's Have a Party. Wanda Jackson, The Right to Love. That's early stuff there. Stonewall Jackson, Waterloo. What a cool picture sleeve. Stonewall Jackson. Belinda Carlisle. James Taylor, Every Day. Wow, I've never seen that before. Dolly Parton, Elusive Butterfly. Dolly Joshua. And Dolly, All I Can Do. Dolly, Heartbreak Express. Never seen this one before. Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs, Ring Dang Do. Vince Gill, Don't Let Our Love Start Slipping Away. Alabama, Hats Off. Boy, I've never seen that before. Dale Watson. I'll go ahead and sell it for $6.99. Dale Watson is Lone Stars. Good Luck and Good Truckin' Tonight. I'll take one. Okay, Mariah Carey. Yeah, it's the same single. It's the same single. $6.99. One sold to Paul. Jeff Church on JT. And then William Dragovitz on Sam Sham. You got it. All right, so that left Dale Watson, Alabama, Vince Gill, Dolly. $6.99 each on those. We got Belinda, Stonewall Jackson, Wanda, and the Honeycomb. Michael Rutman says he'll take a Mariah Carey for $6.99 as well. Yeah, I just scanned it on Discogs. Last one sold just a few days ago on Discogs for $15. So we got them for $6.99 if anybody wants one. Put these back in here. Which Dolly was red RCA? Joshua, I think. Yeah. Gold Standard Series, Joshua and Mule Skinner Blues. Talks of Ravens wants both Wanda Jacksons. All right. I bet those are pretty good if it's some of her rockabilly singles. She has a couple that get pricey. Wanda Jackson. I remember... man, she's got a couple that are like $100 plus. Wanda Jackson does. So those are sold to Talks of Ravens for $6.99, $6.99. And Joshua is sold to Burt Jordan for $6.99. Okay. Should have got about 2 more handfuls here. Let's go ahead and sell it. Godley and Cream, $6.99. I don't know what that is. The Beach Boys, Rock and Roll to the Rescue. John Cougar Authority Song. Jan and Dean, Honolulu Lulu. That's pretty cool. Cliff Richard, Please Don't Fall in Love. Hank Williams Jr., an early promo there. Don't Fall in Love. Or excuse me, So Sad. Carpenter, Sweet Sweet Smile. And Little Anthony and the Imperials, I'm on the outside looking in. Chad, are you able to see what waiting list I've got pending? Just curious if you have your list right there. If no, MT Matt. I don't have it back here. But also, I don't have everything keyed in. Through yesterday. I was looking around the room to see if my laptop was back here. I don't think it is. Michael Rutman on Hank Williams. That's sold. Shane was second. Burt Jordan on the Jan and Dean. I've never seen that one before. And I think the rest of these are honestly, let me do a quick look here. you're going to see them in a minute, but the rest of these are going to be Paul McCartney, London Town. Let's go ahead and do it. George Thorogood. It's on yellow vinyl. Baby Don't Go. It's a jukebox single. And I'm going to wait on that one. Okay, so yeah, so let me do here this. So George Thorogood, Paul McCartney, Little Anthony, The Carpenters, Cliff Richard, John Cougar, Beach Boys, Godly Cream. Okay, that's it on the $6.99 stuff. If you want something, or maybe you want me to go hunt, I'll do it. Right now is a final call for record, especially if you're on Facebook, because the chat is probably going to end in the next 10 or 15 minutes on Facebook. The show is coming to a close anyway. I was going to show y'all some of the singles that I pulled out the auction. I'm going to be a big tease, but look how many I pulled out the auction. And I know the reason I got to do this is because that's a lot more money there than y'all probably realize. That's probably like $2,000 in singles if I auction them, because there's some killer ones in there. So there's some really good ones. Wait till I show them here. 8 minutes left on Facebook. Yeah. And then Vicious Rumors. Vicious Rumors. I'm drawing a blank. I know that, but let me, Vicious, is that Vicious Rumors? I'm going to have to get an image in my head. Vicious Rumors. That's a pre-order. That's a pre-order for, you're talking about this album right here. That's a pre-order. That's still up in Whole Lot of Records. Check out some of these that I'm going to be auctioning tomorrow. Some of them I don't know what they are, so that's why I'm auctioning them. And then others, I know what they are. Smack, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Pearl Jam, Flowbots, The Beatles, Obla Di Obla Da. I don't know what that is. The Police, Japanese, The Police, Travis Tritt from My Cousin Vinny, Alan Jackson, The Hullabaloos, Paul and Michael, Sweet Ballroom Blitz, George Thorogood, some kind of foreign promo EP, The Police, Michael Jackson, The Beatles, Prince. I'm going to auction all these tomorrow starting at 5 o'clock. Elvis, Raiders March from Indiana Jones, Motley Crue, The Police, Paul McCartney UK, Elton John UK, Keith Richards, Iggy Pop, Poison, Blues Brothers, Poison, The Police, G.I. Joe record. That's a lot more expensive than you think. I've sold those on eBay before. The G.I. Joe record, that goes with the Space set. Very pricey item. Lita Ford, Walk This Way, Run DMC, Weird Al Yankovic, Elvis, The Beatles, Banana Splits, Lou Reed, Sam Cooke, The Beatles, Blur, The Monkees, The Beatles, Kiss, Ronnie Spector, Magic Bone, The Chordettes, Subsonics, Bon Jovi, Johnny Cash, Louis Armstrong, The Bare Necessities, a Traffic promo EP, Van Halen, Guys and Dolls, Marlon Brando, Elvis, Living Color, The Grassroots, Van Halen, Johnny Cash, Dolly. These are Dolly promos on colored vinyl. Blondie, Depeche Mode, Otis Redding, Def Leppard, and Blondie. That's going to be a heck of an auction block just for 45s, plus all the stuff Laura's gotten ready. Let's put down MT Matt for a Vicious Rumors. Let me write down your name right now over here in the group. Vicious Rumors. Also, I'm pretty sure somebody that was causing problems tonight on Facebook went and left us a bat. I get notifications for Google reviews, and I'm pretty sure somebody that was on here just screwing with us last night went and wrote a fake review on Google. I got the notification earlier. I was like, are you kidding me? People do that all the time. It's just ridiculous. As a business owner, I can say this. You can't trust Google reviews, just saying. Let me put down MT Matt. Is this Vicious Rumors? We got MT Matt on YouTube. Okay. And let me do this right here. MT Matt. There's that. I got distracted earlier reading. I was like, are you kidding me? All right, empty mat. And then Regina wants a Mariah Carey. That's sold to Regina. All right, that's all done. That's all going to be auctioned tomorrow. Yeah, I can't sell those for $6.99. Those will probably average tomorrow like $20. And there's, there's more there than you think too. There's probably, 100 records there? That's what I was saying. That's probably more than you realize. I would guesstimate that's probably a couple $1,000s there in singles. It adds up quickly. It's amazing how fast law that does add up. It's like 100 records. They average $20. All of a sudden, you got a couple $1,000s there. It's probably more than 100 though. But either way, Silent Suicide. Do you get fake reviews? No. No, you can't take a review off Google. You can get on there and lie about anything. You can get on there and I could pull up any random business and just make up a bunch of lies and post it. Nothing you can do about it. But of course, I don't think people care about that. Some people look at them, but I mean, it's just a bunch of, they'll write stuff like people was rude to me and blah, 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 blah. We're looking for that album. He said, Suicide Silence. We got 2 minutes on Facebook. I don't know if I can find it. We might have sold it. I just did a flip and I don't see it. 2 minutes left on Facebook. I don't see Suicide Silence. Nope, it might have got sold. I know we had one at some point. If I find it tomorrow, who asked? Mike Monroy, I'll let you know. So, yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah, it's frustrating, I know. Oh, I could go through right now and pretty much tell y'all, well, I mean, I think almost all of them on there are, well, some people used to come in here and be like, everything's unorganized, 0 stars. And I'm like, they have no idea what our business actually is. Our store, the front part of our store is not really like, I don't even need to keep it open anymore. It's just where customers can come in and pick up their stuff. But it's just, I don't know. It's very frustrating because they come in and they're like, what is this? And then they leave you a bad review. And I'm like, well, you don't understand our business. We sell on Facebook. 99.9% of our stuff is sold on Facebook Live. This building is just a warehouse. That's lucky. Part of it's even open to the public, but it probably doesn't need to be. So I think this might be our last year open, the storefront. I think we might can get through, maybe. I don't know. I've been saying that for a while. We've almost closed off the entire store, but letting people into a store, in my opinion, is just a bad idea. I've never liked it. I've always wanted to be online. I don't really like having a storefront. People can come in and steal and, cause problems. If you're selling enough online, there's no really reason to have a storefront. But we keep it open basically for customers to come pick up. That's my mom. She's just here basically all day waiting for people to come pick up their orders if they're local. So that's really the only reason we stay open. But we'll see. I don't really want to close the front part of the store, but it's just a headache. Stuff like that really gives me a headache. All right. And I think with that, we're done. I'm signing off. My mic's low anyway. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Thank you and good night.